Hey folks, it's not very often that I will open a playthrough video with me sitting here talking to you like this, and it is with great frustration that I feel I must do so. I swore to myself after season one that I wasn't going to be doing this kind of thing going forward, and here we are in the off season with my first video since season one ended, and I unfortunately have made rather a mess of one particular rule in this game, which I absolutely cannot ignore. You're about to see, as you've probably seen from the timestamp, an absolute doozy, an epic game, a fantastic game. It really is rather unreal, and I really hope you enjoy it. But I do get one very specific thing wrong from the very beginning. Never realized my mistake, never correct myself, anything like that. And it's a huge element of the game. What am I talking about here? Well, it is a particular interaction between the two adversaries. In fact, it's the reason why I say that that Habsburg and Sweden is the hardest combo in the game. I'm going to talk at length, during the video about it, and that is the Habsburg livestock loss condition. Sweden basically they place 2 blight when they ravage for 6 or more damage, and Habsburg of course have a rule where if you do a ravage of 8 damage or more, it's going to count towards the loss condition. I talk about this in the video, and I explain the situation. I even read the card, and I have it here, so I'm going to read it verbatim. Irreparable damage. Track how many blight come off the blight card during ravages that do 8+ damage to the land. If that number ever exceeds players, the invaders win. Now in the video, I literally read that out loud, and then I somehow, in the very almost next sentence, I talk about how I am allowed to take 6 blight during the game, and the 7th is the one that will kill me. That's just not true at all. The number of players are 3 because it's 3 spirits, so I can take 3 blight in the game, and the 4th blight is the one that kills me. And despite reading that word for word, I somehow come to the conclusion that 6 is the safe number and not 3. I think in my head I just confuse matters because, of course, if you do a ravage for at least 8, you are going to place 2 blight. So every ravage that causes a loss condition will automatically be at least 2 blight, even with no cascades counting. So that's kind of the situation here. And like I said, throughout the whole game, I'm talking about this kind of safe zone of 6 blight, whereas, as I say, the safe zone should be 3. So that's kind of the thing. I just wanted to talk about that now because, of course, that plays a big role in the video. That's something that I talk about quite a lot, and it's something that we need to be on the lookout for. I won't say any more than that right now. I will, I think, probably come back a little bit later on and just sort of reflect on that at the end of the video just a little bit. But for now, strap in, enjoy this one. It really is amazing. And I'll talk to you again at the end. Cheers. Well, folks, welcome back to the BlunderSpeaker Show. Absolute pleasure to have you here, as always. We are not quite welcoming you back to season 2 just yet. We are still in the off season between season 1 and season 2. But I have missed this. I have missed recording. I've been enjoying a bit of a different pace of life, I will admit, but I have certainly missed this. So I wanted to get something recorded while I was in that off season. This is my second time doing my intro. There's always something. I just did about 2 or 3 minutes of an intro and started explaining myself, and then realized I was wearing my big heavy headset, which it has been very, very warm and humid and pretty muggy and horrendous, given that it's still the summer in Ireland, and that seems to be our favorite flavor of sunshine. It's super warm. I am sweating up a storm, and as it happens, I've also been sick for the last 3 days, which has not really been ideal. Basically haven't eaten in 3 days. I was actually intending on recording this on Thursday. We are now, Sunday, 29th of June. And it's getting up at, it's 10:30 p.m. In the evening, but I do have a couple of hours to kind of chill out and relax. And I'm feeling a little bit back to myself, thankfully, after those 3 days of pretty nasty bug, just couldn't eat, just yeah, haven't been feeling well at all. Totally drained, all the usual kind of sickness stuff. But as I say, feeling a little bit back to myself. And I am here for my 200th game of Spirit Island. So I really wanted to do something a little bit interesting and celebrate just a little bit. You may well have noticed I have been putting up some YouTube shorts during the last couple of weeks, and I've been, if you've seen those, kind of jamming some 6-6 games and doing some kind of crazy stuff that I hadn't been really able to obviously do on the channel up to date. So I was taking a little bit of a change of pace in life and also in the game, albeit turning the dials up just a little bit. But I decided, given that it was my 200th game, I wanted to do something pretty interesting and ideally a little bit special. And that, I thought, gave me an opportunity to get, first of all, a triple-handed game on the channel. And also, I will go and play my first 6-6 game on the channel. And it's not just any old 6-6 game. We are here this evening to play what is arguably the hardest 6-6 in the entire game, and one I have not defeated at all so far. And that is going to be the combination of Habsburg, Livestock, and the Kingdom of Sweden. Which is, for multiple reasons, an absolute travesty and a disaster. And we will see what those reasons are momentarily. Yeah, anything really to report or anything like that? Not really. I, of course, because I've been feeling unwell, I don't have any fancy drinks. I've been off the drink since actually my last recording. So that big old bottle of stout that I had as my last episode I recorded is actually the last drink I've had. So I've been off the drink for however long that's been, a month or so, and all of that. So that's obviously good news there. So I'm drinking still water. I've got my trusty bottle of iced water here, which should keep me going. Obviously, if you can see the table, you should be able to make out it's a little bit further away than usual. I've lifted up the camera just a little bit to accommodate the 3 spirits rather than 2, so a little bit more cramped on the table. I don't have quite as much room as I usually do for each spirit, but that should still be hopefully okay. Hopefully, you can still pick out more or less everything that's on the table here. And if you can see, we do have a pretty cosmic and very high complexity trio for today. That is going to be Starlight, Finder, and Fractured. So a whole pile of complexity going on here. If you saw from the shorts that I did offline, I actually managed to beat one of the 6-6s. I think it might have been Russia, Scotland, if I'm not mistaken, with this particular trio, and got some crazy interplays going. So there's some really insane stuff possible with these 3 particular spirits. But we are going to need insane stuff because this is a combo that is just absurdly difficult. And in all honesty, I'm very likely to lose. I would say before you even do anything and flip over any cards or any invader cards or anything else, you're probably like max 5% to win this, if I had to guess, because what they do is just it's a joke. So we've got our 3 spirits laid out. I have not yet flipped the days that never were piles. I'm doing that on purpose, because I want to give myself a chance if this goes wrong and I do not RNG some high roll, some pretty amazing majors in the first couple of turns here, I'm probably going to lose really quickly, and I want to give myself a chance to maybe rewind and maybe give myself a second chance, like I did on my previous Starlight game where I did that other really difficult Starlight game. So obviously I've gone straight back to the well of difficulty with Starlight, and I really don't seem to want to give this spirit a chance to win. But last time out, I think we picked up Indomitable Claim and Paralyzing Fright, if I'm not mistaken, on Starlight. So I could certainly do with those majors again here this evening. They would be go a long way towards being able to pick up a win here. So we'll be very major focused. Absolutely part of the strategy here. I will be digging for majors early and often in this game. And that means kind of forcing the issue a little bit, but we'll get into all of that with the build stuff as we get onto that. I think we'll take some time to look a little bit. Now, look, I'm not going to make this explaining what 6-6s do, because we'll be here all day. And if you're looking at the timestamp of this video, there is every chance that this is either an extremely long video or it's part one and it's also an extremely long video. So as you've seen before with me, we've had some of the playthroughs go 3, 4, even I think 5 hours if I'm not mistaken. And 6 6s are just notorious for having to go in the tank to basically find the almost perfect play, because if you don't, you're probably just going to lose. So I'm going to have to do a lot of thinking, and as a result of that, I haven't quite sort of sussed out exactly how I'll go about sort of talking through and really explaining myself as I'm going. You know me, I tend to be quite vocal, and I tend to really talk through all of the options and everything that's going on as part of especially the growth on each turn. I don't know whether I'm going to be able to do that in this particular game or not. I'm just going to have to play it by ear. If I do end up going through a lot of the thinking and talking through it and really going through what's going through my head and how the cogs are turning, this could end up being 10 hours of content or more. If that's the case, I might need to do part 1, part 2, part 3. I really don't know. I may get smashed and lose twice early and it ends up only being a couple of hours. So if you're looking at a video that's not a part 1 and it's only a couple of hours long, well then, to be honest with you, spoiler alert, I probably lost. I'm sorry about that, spoiler alert right now, but yeah, that's kind of just the way it's gone. If that's the case, I may not even post the video. So anyway, look, I might be sitting here talking to the wall, and not ever, this video may never see the light of day, but that is quite okay if that's the case. As I say, I do expect to lose pretty badly here. So let's talk a little bit about the adversary itself. So we'll bring up our trusty adversary panels here, and we've got both of them plugged in. So we are talking about Habsburg Livestock and Sweden. Now, again, I'm not going to go through every single detail here. If you're not familiar with how 6/6s work, essentially we're going to just take all of the abilities of both adversaries and play all the rules. So you're going to have all the rules in play. So everything that's written on the Sweden panel as well as everything on the Habsburg panel. You are basically going to take all the fear cards and you kind of sum them together. So if you take a look here, for example, Sweden is going to have a 4-4-5 deck of fear cards, and then Habsburg is going to have a 5-6-3. You essentially take everything above 3 from both adversaries and sum them together. So, for example, you would go Kingdom of Sweden ends up with a 4-4-5. So that's one card above 3 in stage 1, and then 1 above thing in stage 2, and then 2 above in stage 3. So you kind of start with that, and then you come over here and you see that's a 5 at the beginning. So that's 2 more cards into stage 1. Then the 6, that's 3 more cards into stage 2, and then the 3 is going to add no more cards to stage 3. So essentially what you end up here with, if I'm not mistaken, is a what is it? It's a 6-7-5 fear deck, I think. Let me see. Yeah, 6-7-5. Yeah, that's what it's going to be. So that's obviously set up on the table over here. I've already got that ready to go. You're going to essentially do the kind of deck order stuff of both adversaries as well here. So as you can see, the Habsburg Livestock is going to make us remove an additional stage 1 card. So we did that first. But then Sweden are also going to make you accelerate the deck. Now, I did this offline to make sure I had all of my setup right, because I didn't want to forget something on camera and ruin the whole playthrough. So as you can see here, if I come back to the table, I did have my opening explore, and I've done this in the short video, by the way. So if you go, I have a short on my channel which sort of did the setup stuff, and I did this on the short. So I flipped over the Explorer, and you can see there's Explorers on the board. Then what I did is I accelerated away the other stage 1 card, because there were only 2. So now that stage 1 card is accelerated away. That was the jungles, and obviously I added an extra town on each board as a result. So we're going to be going straight into exploring with a stage 2 card on turn 1, which is going to be really awful. Now, what else do we need to know about 6/6s? So you will do an escalation on stage 2 cards as well as stage 3 cards. So that's another thing about the combination of adversaries. You choose essentially a leading adversary and a supporting adversary. In this case, I've chosen to have Habsburg Livestock leading and Sweden supporting. So what does that mean? That means that all of these stage 2s that we see over here are going to take the Habsburg escalation. And then once I get to the stage 3s later on, they are going to take the Sweden escalation. Now, why did I do it that way? In truth, I'm not 100% sure which way is going to be best. I figure the swinginess of the Sweden escalations early in this game is just going to be absolutely awful. If I just hit the wrong terrains, it's just going to end up converting my Dahan away into extra buildings. Now, I'm going to take extra buildings likely from the Habsburg um, escalation on obviously on the first explore, maybe even the second one. Obviously they're going to add a lot of blight here, but we need to be really careful, and I'll get to why in just a moment. So it was a little bit 50-50 to me, but the one thing that sort of swayed it for me was if I start losing the Han early, it could really hurt a couple of key majors, one of which being Vigor of the Breaking Dawn, which is a kind of a card which I've had in the past that has done some pretty insane work with Fractured and Finder. These two particular spirits down here have got some pretty crazy interactions with that particular card. So that's sort of one major I didn't really want to give up on by putting the Sweden escalations in too early. So we'll sort of, again, we'll see how all that kind of comes together. Otherwise, it's usual stuff. It's Sweden essentially going to be doing a whole bunch of ravaging things. They're going to be dealing loads of extra damage with the level 3. They are going to be doing double blight with the level 1, and then of course they're going to have the level 5, which is whenever I add any amount of blight, I need to then add extra towns to the board, all of which are absolutely hideous when we combine those with Habsburg. Because if we go to the Habsburg, the most important part and the biggest reason why this particular combo is so bad is that additional loss condition in the top left-hand corner of the card. This, of course, tracks how many blight come off the card when you're doing ravage actions that deal 8+. And given that we're playing with Swedish buildings, basically everything is going to deal 8+. And basically everything is going to be doing the double blight. And of course, the double blight coming off is going to hold on. Add an extra blight. Now, is that's got to be, I really should have double checked this and been absolutely certain about this. I'm going to have to pause my video here for a second because I'm just thinking now, does that extra blight do does it count towards Habsburg, or is that a trigger? Okay. I was about to say, obviously, I was about to explain why this is so bad, and now I'm doubting myself because I have a funny feeling I might have heard recently that this is a trigger rather than a double blight placement, and this, of course, changes the entire game, so I need to actually make sure I know whether or not this is true. So bear with me here while I go and find the answer to this question. Okay. So, I have found the answer. It does contribute towards it. So I was right. When you do the double, the 2 blight from Sweden 1, let's go and have a look at it here. You see it there, Sweden 1. If they deal at least 6 damage, it's going to add an extra blight. So that is going to contribute towards this loss condition, which is exactly why I was explaining how absolutely awful it is, and because you're just going to lose the game twice as fast. So extremely difficult. The one thing that I was thinking of and why I was doubting myself is I heard very recently, and someone's just reminded me now, if you combine Habsburg with Scotland have a kind of a similar thing with Scotland 5, where if you blight on the coast, you add an additional blight into the ocean as well. And that does not contribute towards this additional loss condition. So it's not relevant for this game, but just in case anyone's interested, that's something that I never knew and I only heard recently. So that's what I was confusing myself. I knew I heard something, but that is, of course, just for Scotland. So that's going to deal basically, that's going to make like practically every single ravage absolutely awful. And we're gonna have to stop like everything. So obviously in our podcast episode for Habsburg, we talked about, just basically take a bunch of blight early and you're kind of good to go. And that is absolutely not true of this particular combo, because you just can't let ravages through, and because you just lose the game. And of course, as you can see here, I have managed to hit our wetland, which is containing essentially 3 of the 6 blight on this island. So not only are those going to be absolutely awful loss condition ravages that are placing 2 blight, they're going to be placing 3 blight. It's just going to be all kinds of awful. So we're in really big trouble as far as this opening explore goes here. the single explorer explores over here and here. Oh no, sorry, I've still got my adversary panel up here. So, is there anything else? I mean, look, we've got durable, we've got all sorts of terrible things happening. The usual sort of stuff. One thing to point out here is that they will not build cities on the inland. If they're if they're going to do a build, they're just going to build 2 extra towns, which in some way is kind of nice. Because oh, what's that stuff falling off the window here? In some way, that's kind of nice, because you don't get the +2 ravage points. You only get, I guess, +1 on each of the towns. So there's just kind of something to be said for that. But realistically, as we know, towns against Habsburg are an absolute disaster. So yeah, it's just, it's a set of rules that are just particularly nasty. And of course, we've got the Habsburg reminder card. We just got basically everything bad happening. So the usual stuff. As I said, it's when I say the usual, I mean the usual 6/6 stuff. Is you're going to be looking to high roll some kind of roulette wheel majors early in the game, and if you hit them, you might get away with it. As I say, some of the kind of indomitable claim stuff could help us sort of prevent the loss conditions. We're gonna need a card like Cast Down in the Briny Deep, or Exaltation of the Incandescent Sky. We probably can't win the game without one of those two cards. And that's kind of just going to be the setup here. So we will talk a little bit through the spirits very briefly. I'm looking at the wrong screen. We'll talk a little bit through the spirits very briefly here, and then I'll sort of transition to the flip over the days that never were, and that can be the point where I can rewind to if I'm gonna kind of do a run back and do a second run at this. So let's talk about the spirits just briefly here. I'll bring them up and we'll have a little bit of a look. We're already 20 odd minutes in, although I'll cut some of that out from the rules searching that I did. But first we'll look at Fractured Days. We haven't had them on the channel so far yet. This spirit needs its own 30 minutes to talk through. So again, I can't really spend time going through exactly what this spirit is doing. Hopefully you have an idea how the spirit works. The chances are I'm just going to be ignoring the vast majority of these crazy things that Fracture can do in terms of its unique powers. Pass returns again here. I'm just not going to be using this card. Not in a 3-player game where I'm struggling to kind of contain the ravages here. I'm not going to have time to be faffing around with the invader deck. Absolute stasis, it's going to be key here, of course, because this is a ravage skip in this case, which is basically all it's going to be, and that'll be fine. I'll be happy to have the ravage skip here to prevent loss conditions. Blur the Arc of Years is your best card, but in this case here, it's going to be a little bit tricky, I imagine, to use this card because there is plastic absolutely everywhere. So I imagine that I will have a bit of trouble actually making this card work here. So I need to be a bit aware of this. But it is, of course, your kind of triple on element card, and that's very important as far as your innate goes. And Poor Time Sideways, there's just absolutely no chance. I highly doubt I'll be able to use this card. It can be kind of broken in some spots, but the chances I find those spots in this game are going to be next to none. So unlikely to see that appearing. The left innate is what you're looking for here with Fractured Days. It's going to be that slip the flow of time innate. We will be using this early and often. This is going to give you kind of 3 options here. Ideally, hit them all, but some combination is where you want to be at least. And this is going to give you the chance to kind of do a slow to fast. And then it sort of allows you to reclaim cards and sort of play cards out of your hand. So this can enable some kind of crazy combos here. So as they come up later, we'll probably talk a little bit more about those. And you can see at bottom left there, Days That Never Were. That is going to be our kind of 2 decks that are going to give us our own little personal decks that we can kind of draw cards from later on. And again, we'll see how all that kind of shakes out. So that's Fractured. So let's move on and we will look at Finder. Again, we've had Finder on the channel, so we don't really need to talk too much about them too much here. They're going to move stuff around. Obviously, they've got 6 cards in their hand and they all do much the same kind of thing. I am going to be taking an approach slightly different to last time, and I'm likely going to have to look for a major very early in this game. I may well dig for a major on turn 1, but we're going to have a look and see what the board looks like. I haven't actually taken any time to study this board, so I'll talk through that when I get to my growth phase. But that's the general gist of Finder. Of course, they just move things, which will be, I think, pretty important to stop loss conditions in this game. And Starlight as well. We of course have had Starlight on the channel. So again, I'm not going to talk too much about how this spirit particularly works. I will be very much looking towards a major build with this spirit, and as I say, early and often majors, and try to kind of hit a high roll off the top of the deck and see if we can't kind of make something work with that particular setup. May well be looking at the defendinate here being important in this game, not because it can stop all of the incoming ravage, but because it can potentially stop the loss condition. And that is going to be key, as I say here. This whole game is about the loss conditions. If I can stop the loss conditions, I might have a chance. And of course, needless to say, the card you see on your screen there, Piece of the Nighttime Sky, is going to be super, super important. Very often with Starlight games, I don't really lean on this card very much. It's very good. It's obviously an excellent card, but it can be a bit hard to fit into your kit when you're trying to threshold majors and sort of hit your innates. Because obviously it's only got one element on it. So I very often kind of forego this card just a little bit, but that will not be the case in this particular game. This will be a crucial card. Likely I will have to play this quite a bit, perhaps with Slip the Flow of Time, letting me to kind of play and replay the card multiple times to keep the loss condition at bay. So that is going to be kind of all of that. I'll bring us back to the main screen here. And we will, I think, at this point, we'll talk about the board after I do the days piles, because if I have to shuffle up and start the game again, as I talked about, I will likely have to kind of, I'll just do another shuffle of the invader cards as well, because if this is as bad as it looks and I just lose immediately, it wouldn't make sense to just go straight back to that point. It might be better to just give it another shot or something like that. So I'm going to do the days piles first, then we'll look at the board, and we'll obviously study, because we've seen the days cards, and we'll get an idea about how the whole game should go. So let me first 1, 2, 3, 4. So the way this works is with fractured days, you're going to flip 4 minor cards, and we're really hoping to hit one of the really broken support cards here if we can. So let's have a look and see. We hit Poison Dew, that's not broken. Pull Beneath the Hungry Earth, that's not broken. Favor of the Sun and Starlit Dark is at least on element, and we hit Reaching Grasp, which is also on element, but not exactly broken either. So we've hit 2 on element cards, which can sort of help. We haven't hit the jackpot there, unfortunately, and we really do need to hit the jackpot in this game. I was really hoping to hit like Gifted Nature's Connection, Gifted Constancy, something like that there. So we haven't hit the jackpot. But let's have a look and see if we can hit the jackpot on our majors. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's have a look here. We have, are they on screen? Yeah, they're just about on screen over there. So we've hit Plague Ships Sail to Distant Ports, that's not it. Flocking Red Talons, that's not it. Winds of Rust and Atrophy, that's not really it. And Savage Transformation is most certainly not it. So I would have to guess, given those 2 piles of cards that we've just appeared there, that we will not be winning this game. We didn't hit a skip, we didn't hit, Indomitable Claim, we didn't hit any of those broken cards that I talked about before. Winds of Rust and Atrophy, it's just not going to be defending for enough. Flocking Red Talons, I mean, it's just not our elements. It's, it can potentially like push some stuff out or something like that. It can, do some kind of tempo plays, but we're just not winning this game with tempo, I don't think. So I'll come back and have a think about that when we're sort of studying the board and seeing how kind of all of this comes together. That's our days piles. Not ideal, as I say. Have a good feeling we'll be shuffling up here, but that is okay. Starlight. So Starlight, we can take our cards into our hand over here. And again, kind of don't have a sort of so much space on the board to kind of put my cards around the place and stuff like that. So you'll have to bear with me just a little bit here in terms of my own table operations. Not quite at at the level of clarity that they would be with other games, but that's okay. So let's pick up our cards here, and we'll start to study what's actually happening on the board and what it all kind of means for us here. So let's first of all clarify, this is very much a loss condition. double loss condition, right? 2x, right? Because it's going to be 5 plus it's by a million a loss condition where we're, you know, it's gonna stop the build there. That's fine, but then it's just going to gather a town in, and it's going to ravage for like 5 plus 6 plus 1. It won't technically have an adjacent town, but it's not even going to matter. It's going to ravage for way more. So that's a double loss condition. Over here, we're going to obviously build 2 towns in that land if we don't do anything about it, and then gather a town in, and then we've got an adjacent town. So that's even worse. That's going to be 3 towns in the land. No, it's going to be 4 towns in the land, each of those ravaging for 3, and it has an adjacent land. So it's going to be 12, 13. That's ravaging for 15. Over here, it's even worse again. Not quite, because there's only one adjacent town, but I think it's basically the exact same. So it's going to be 4 towns as well with no adjacent town. So yeah, it's going to be, I think, 13 instead of 15. And then this one is going to be the same as that one. So we've 1, 2, 3, 4 ravages that are all by a million miles loss conditions. And if we don't stop those 4 ravages on the second turn, we lose. Just to be clear here, what we can allow through is 3 of them. So, well, assuming we don't let one through on a blighted land. So in theory, we could let through, like, you know, this plus this. And I don't know, if we somehow manage to remove the blight from one of those lands, then in theory we could allow one of them through. But yeah, this is basically, you know, or we could allow this one, you know, and stop the other 2 type of thing. We can essentially allow 6 blight in. That's how this all works out. Track how many blight come off, and if it ever exceeds the number of players. So if I ever have 7 total blight from a loss condition, from total loss conditions, I lose. So I can let 6 in. And this is one of those situations where I may just have to allow 5 or 6 of this in, because I'm not going to be able to stop all of this, right? So needless to say here, I'm going to have to kind of go digging for majors with my finder and my starlight and see what that sort of shakes up. And see if they can sort of do anything fast next turn. See sort of what that looks like. But yeah, like the kind of, you know, the 2 blight on the wetlands here is probably just like an almost guaranteed loss. So this may be shuffled up quicker than I thought, but we'll have a little bit of a look. I'm not just going to straight concede, but you can, if you're not familiar with this kind of level of 6-6 stuff here, you may well be starting to question all of your life's choices by even watching this video, let alone ever thinking about playing it. But yeah, look, a lot of 6-6s are somehow manageable. This isn't really manageable at all. This is really a joke. So look, we can, I think before we go anywhere, we can probably just straight away draft a major with Starlight and see what that looks like. Because the opening for Starlight generally looks the same more or less every game. So, you know, I'm kind of going to be doing that anyway. So it's going to look like add a presence, it's going to look like gain an energy, and it's going to look like gain a power card. Now, add a presence has to come off there first, so that has to go in there. Then we do the gain a power card and move a presence. And I forgot these little guys here, so I'll cover that up, and I'll do the gain a power, move a presence, and I'm going to gain basically 2 energy on the first turn. 1 up here and 1 down here, and then I'll gain a major. 1, 2, 3, 4, and we need to really high roll here, as I say. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sea monsters, angry bears, Vengeance of the Dead, Storm Swath. No, we haven't high rolled here, so this is an almost guaranteed loss at this point. We can't be doing slow major stuff and trying to kind of do anything like that. It's a nonsense, really. Like, we can't play the sea monsters. Obviously, this goes into wetlands, so I'm just thinking now, somehow, if I could play and threshold this next turn, just for argument's sake, how could that save me? Um, like it just doesn't get anywhere near this land. In combination with the flocking red talons on the side of fractured days, like if I could somehow flocking red talons next turn and then also make the sea monsters fast, that's kind of what I'm thinking straight away. That's the kind of combo, because Angry Bears isn't doing it, Vengeance of the Dead is a nonsense, and Storm Swath is dealing 1 damage to each invader. Like I need to be dealing 2 damage to each invader here. So could I then repeat the Storm Swath? Is that a thing? In both origin land and target land. So let me have a think. Actually, that might even be better here. So let's have a look at Storm Swath here. So these are the kind of the cogs starting to turn here. So Storm Swath is range 1 from a sacred site. I'm assuming I'm going to have to threshold this if I have to have any chance. So let's assume we hit the threshold, which gives your power +1 range. So okay, in both origin land and target land, 1 damage to each invader. Um, in a land adjacent to both origin and target, 1 damage to each invader. Adjacent to both origin and target. Now we know Finder can make things adjacent, so that could be interesting. So if we think about this, what does this actually do? This could give me, in an origin and a target, 1 damage to each invader and a land adjacent to that. So if I have a range of 2, so here I've got kind of this and this. If they're, yeah, you see, I could go from there to there, right? And I could do 2 damage to every invader in those lands, which could clear that land, right? It could clear both lands, which could be really, really good. But I cannot make a land adjacent to both of these with Finder. I can only make it adjacent to one of them. So like if I open the ways from here to here or here to here, those will be connected and those will be adjacent, but the other 2 won't. So I actually can't do the trick I was talking about with Finder. So this is a way to solve 2 lands, which is okay. You know, in theory, I guess I could do these 2 lands, right? If I could somehow move my presence across 1 and 1 in here, and then I could maybe do a Finder trick to pull my presence over into that land, which there is a trick I can do. So in theory, I could solve both of those 2 lands with the Storm Swath. And then in a land adjacent to both. And because obviously here I'm pointing at these 2 lands because they're they contain the blight, the towns aren't durable. And then in a land adjacent to both origin and target. Actually, that won't even trigger, will it? I can't even make a land that's adjacent. If I pick those 2 lands, there is no land that's adjacent to both. They're adjacent to each other, but there's nothing in the middle. Because this is all one action. It's one card, it's one action, and Finder can only make 2 things adjacent per action, essentially. So if I would make those 2 adjacent, there is nothing that's adjacent to both of them. Obviously, because there's a big gap in the middle. So the kind of the bonus here of the thing just doesn't work. So I'd lose essentially the threshold ability. So in theory, actually, I wouldn't even need the threshold card. That could just give me a kind of a solve and a solve. So that solves two of the massive problems that we talked about. And it does it without needing a threshold. The sea monsters idea I was talking about was like, could I somehow get, you know, because there's a blight, but like it's nowhere near enough damage. So sea monsters just isn't going to do it. So the actual choice here is Storm Swat. So that's kind of the only way I'm going to have any chance here is by attempting to make that Storm Swat stuff work. So we will take that. Throw that off over there. Storm Swat goes in our hand, and we need to forget a card. The card we forget is going to be Gathered the Light of. Scattered Light of Stars. Oh, that's miles away. Over there somewhere. That's better. Right. So Storm Swat is in our hand, and we're going to need to try find a way to make that work next turn with the Slip of Time, make it fast, reclaim the card, replay it again, make it fast. All that kind of stuff is going to have to. We're going to have to try to do that, but this is not the stuff of dreams. But it can potentially solve two lands on the first turn. So that is something. So that's fine. So we'll go ahead and we'll move a presence over there. And then next turn we'll be able to go in there and then place a presence in there, and then Finder can, try do some open the way stuff over there as well. So that's kind of the general gist of how that all is going to have to work out. Now, the other thing to be aware of here, if I was to, well, no, we said we didn't care for trying to hit this threshold with Storm Swat. So in that case, then I don't know whether we just maybe play Storm Swat with the Piece of the Nighttime Sky next turn, because we're not trying to hit any innate and we don't care about hitting this threshold, and that could let us skip. I'm not even sure what that can let us skip because it's only range 1. I'm not going to have enough presence. If my Sacred Site is here, I'm going to also need a Finder presence in here, a Finder presence in here, and then also potentially somewhere else to be able to Piece of the Nighttime Sky and skip a Ravage, which I probably can't do, which is unfortunate. So yeah, we'll have to see how all that shakes out. But anyhow, I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit here. So Storm Swat is in my hand. Piece of the Nighttime Sky is in my hand, and then these are the two cards we're playing for the turn, Shape and Boon of Reimagining, and we'll sort of figure out exactly what all of that looks like after the fact. So that's you over there, Starlight. Let me see how that looks on camera. That's okay, just about in camera. Blur the Arc of Years. Not Blur the Arc of Years. The skip, the Absolute Stasis can in theory skip like this double loss condition Ravage. This one would likely have to let go. So this will be, I never really counted it, but this is going to be 1. Then it's going to obviously build a town. Then it's going to gather a town. So actually that is a loss condition because it goes build a town, gather a town. So now there's 2 towns in there. Each of those ravage for 3 each, which is 6. Plus the 1 is 7. Plus there will be an adjacent town. So that's ravaging for 9, and that is also a loss condition. So every single one of these ravages, despite what I said at the beginning, they actually are all loss condition ravages. Just some of them add 2 or 3 blight, and some of them only add 1. So we basically have to solve all of these. Oh, it's amazing. Okay, so what way do we have to solve all of these? Oh boy, it's tough. Because we've got to Dahan in there, we might be able to do something with aid from the Spirit Speakers. which can push stuff per Dahan. So I'm thinking, like, on the first turn here, I've obviously got the gather up to 1 Dahan. I could gather one of them Dahan out of there in there, and then 8 from the Spirit Speakers. This will have an Explorer, a Town, and then a Gathered Town, so that will have 3 invaders in there. What I could do is, 8 from the Spirit Speakers. Oh, that's at range 1. I'm not even going to be able to, because I have to get in here as well as in here. That was for the play that we talked about with the Storm Swat. So my first 2 presence placements need to be in these 2 lands, and I can't reach the 8 from the Spirit Speak. I can't reach that land with that card. Da, 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 da. Really tough. Really tough. It's only range 1. Some of my abilities can push my presence in certain ways, but that's unlikely to come up here. We talked about with the other Traveler's Boon. Yeah, no, I was talking about Traveler's Boon before. I was thinking about trying to pull a presence of Starlight across, but I don't need to do that here. I don't need to actually get a presence. All I need is a Sacred Site in here, and then a presence of Finder in both of those lands, and that can make that work. So Traveler's Boon doesn't have to be part of what I'm doing here. I'm wondering, am I digging for the major on turn 1 with Finder, or am I going to go for essentially the 0-0 play? What you can do here is you can go, and if you saw my last playthrough, you saw how long I took to think through the opening of Finder here. So we're kind of going to look through a similar thing here now. I can do add a presence, and I can do +1 card play this turn. I could take from top, and I won't have any energy, but I can play 2 cards, right? So I can do this. This would give me the first and second level of this, and it will give me the Circuitous and Wending Journey, and it will give me Paths Tied by Nature. And it sort of feels like I kind of need to do that, despite the fact that I want to dig for a major. What can this do for me here? So it doesn't do that much for me is the problem, because I'm not in the lands where the problems are. And this is range 0, and so is this. So obviously I can jump into one of those lands at range 1. I can either jump in there at range 1 or there at range 1. They're the only 2 lands I can affect. I guess I can go in there as well. Hmm. What I can do, I can Path Tied by Nature to stop this being a loss condition by pushing, after that gathers in there, I can push 2 towns out of here and push them into one of these lands that I'm about to wipe. So that kind of solves this loss condition, and also gets rid of 2 towns, because now this will be 5, 6, but there's no adjacent town. So I could allow that to ravage and just take 2 blight, which kind of goes towards turning off the escalate. condition. But it means I don't have to solve the full land. I just stop the lost condition. So that is kind of something there. But then where am I going with the pushing invaders? Like I suppose at that point, I guess it. Hmm, interesting. At that point, what I suppose I could do, if I do this, I could push myself in here. I could grow in here, should I say, into this land. And I could either secure this or lay paths to get these out of here and clear that land and stop this being a lost condition. Just empty the land. Um, I'd actually need. I'd need to. Yeah, I can't isolate here, so I would need to. Well, in theory, I can isolate. If I go this way, which I never do, and I hate doing this, but if I did this from bottom track, no, because now I don't have the first level of this. So now it's push up to half. I only get one of those invaders out of there. So yeah, that doesn't work either. So this could allow me to get both of them out of there. But then after the build, there's a gather. And there is technically, yeah, there's two up there. So again, isolate would be great. So I will just gather back in there, and there will now be a ravage of you know 5 or whatever in the land. So I'd need to essentially go lay paths to empty the land, and then circuitous and wending journey again in the slow to also empty the land. So it's like two actions for one land, which is just tragic. And then paths tied by nature, get the two of them out of there. That would be range 2 from the same terrain. So at that point, I don't even have, I can't even get them in this land. I was going to say, yeah, I'd need to grow into this land to be able to push them into here, because that would be range 1, 2. But here I'd have to essentially push them into like this land, range 1, 2. They grew in there. So yeah, that's also awful. I mean, I could go, no, that's 3. Oh, Lord, this is bad. Thought I was onto something there. Thought I was onto something there. Hmm. Uh, no, this is rough. I'm not really solving anything. What I was getting at was there. I could maybe do the storm swat sort of combo down here in this land and try to solve these two lands because they are close to each other. So there I'd need to actually unlock the threshold, which I could do depending on finding the right card off Boon or reimagining. That's what I said before. I can in theory hit this threshold. So at that point I could go 1 and 1, and this is range 1, and I could still solve that without any finder shenanigans. So that's kind of something I can do there. Um,
So the paths tied by nature isn't really doing anything for me here is the problem. So this whole approach I'm taking here isn't actually really solving much of anything. Kind of looks like it does, but then it doesn't really, because I have the paths tied by nature, 2 of these out of here, but the only land I can push them in is this. Or if I, grow into this land, then I do have the range to push them over into this land, which is where I'd like to push them. But then my circuitous is doing nothing, and my innate is doing nothing. So I need to go in here to make the circuitous and the innate solve that land. But if I do that, paths tied by nature is essentially useless. Now I could, of course, paths tied to kind of solve the explorer, wherever the explorer is going to be, but I'm not even at a point in the game right now where I can be even thinking about the explorer. I'm like thinking, I can't even think about tempo right now. Like I have to just stop losing the game on the first turn. Now, as I said, I can, of course, dig for a major here. But if I dig for a major and I go top track, what am I really doing? Because next turn I can unlock 2 energy, and I can, maybe go gain another 2 energy, and that can give me 4 energy next turn. I'm not really breaking the game with 4 energy and 1 card play, am I? At that point, I basically have to hit. It's like Indomitable Claim or Bust almost. So, like, a major here is just not really doing anything for me. I think I just have to be trying to do it with my abilities and my innates, but I just cannot see a way to make the abilities and innates actually work here. I'm barely solving 1 land with these three abilities. I, of course, haven't even looked at Fractured yet, but I'm trying to figure out what I can do with the other spirits before I really study Fractured here. I guess I have Reaching Grasp from Fractured, which actually might help. Because Reaching Grasp might give me range abilities here that actually solve some problems. So all of the stuff I said before, which were problems for Finder, if I give my Reaching Grasp on turn 1, if I pick up the Reaching Grasp and play it, that might solve some of these issues, because now my range zeros aren't actually problems, in theory. So the paths tied by nature gets increased by 2, so that's range 4. So I can now push that stuff over here, so that could help. The circuitous and wending journey push up to half of invaders from target land. I can do it like range 2, although at that point we said we were going to grow in here anyway. So it would be the lay paths could just, like, empty the 2 things out that we talked about. Then in the slow phase, the circuitous can empty it as well. Unfortunately, I can't push all those invaders into this land, which is where I'd really like to push them to, because I can't open the ways, obviously, from here to here, which is unfortunate. That's what we'd really like to do. But alas, we cannot. Now, the other thing we can think about doing here is we can play the Blur the Arc of Years, although no, because we said we need the fast on turn 2, so we need to save the Blur until next turn. I often play Blur on turn 1, but we actually need the slip with
the level 1 next turn. So I actually have to basically unlock a full slip and give out the entire thing next turn to Starlight just to stop myself losing the game, which is crazy. But I'm already thinking for so long, and I'm looking at a game that's a practical guaranteed loss. So I don't want to spend all day and all night thinking about something that I'm going to have to restart on another day anyway. So I think I'll just try to get something done here. I think I will try what I said, which is this Circuitous and Pat's kind of combo turn. Which essentially means that I will solve 1, 2, 3 lands. They'll be empty. This will not be empty, but it'll only ravage for 2 blight only. It'll ravage for 2 blight, and it will not be a loss condition. And then at this point, I have 2 lands down here, which are both very much loss conditions. And I guess we'll just have to accept that. I mean, I can get down there potentially and absolute stasis one of them, because we don't need to stasis either of these 2 lands. So if I'm going to G4 or G3 now, I can move a presence over, and then next turn I can either grow or move a presence and kind of get it done that way. So I think we have a kind of a plan to stop the loss on the first turn. But the problem is, as soon as that explores, it's like all those problems come straight back into the next ravage and the next ravage, and it's just going to keep doing that every single turn. But what can we do? We'll try. So it essentially means that this turn I need that reach and grasp. What do I? Yeah, I do. Because otherwise the path's tied by nature. I have nowhere to push this except back into this land, and then that becomes a loss condition again. So I actually have to be able to paths tied by nature this into a land somewhere else. I can't reach here, and I can't obviously reach here. The only terrain that's within 2 of this, the only wetlands within 2 of this is here as of now. As I say, if I grow in there, then I can push them over to here, but then I haven't solved this land with the Circuitous and the late paths. But so either way, essentially, I what am I trying to say here? I need the reach and grasp, and I don't really see a better set of plays right now. That kind of do anything else. So I think I'm just going to have to go about doing it this way. So that's fine. So we did the thing. We're going to place this in here. Okay. We said we're going to solve that land. That's okay. We'll kind of partially solve that land over there. We want to get that presence out of there, obviously, because that's gonna ravage. So we do need to G3 here. So we're going to gain a sun. We're going to pick up the reach and grasp. That goes in our hand. Now, question is, how much time and energy and all the rest of it are we going to be gaining here? We're playing this turn. I can't imagine that we're too pushed to try hit the slip. Well, I say that. We might actually. Well, no, because we're going to need to slip next turn, aren't we? So, yeah. Stasis. Yeah, no. Stasis requires a sacred site. So next turn, essentially, we're going to want to play poor stasis and blur, something like this. No, that's not quite right. Those 3. If I hit those 3 next turn with a G2, that will give me all 3 levels. Okay. Which means on turn 1, I can just play just reach and grasp. And then next turn, the G2, I can just gain a bunch of time as well. I'm just thinking about maximizing my time here, so I don't have to actually take any of the +2 energy or the +2 card plays abilities. So the poor time sideways, that can sit in our hand. We don't care about that. And then if I move this away with the G3 now and bring it over here somewhere, like into, for example, there, that gives me a shot at doing the absolute stasis next turn. and I have a target for Blur the Arc of Years, because either, I've got either mountain or sands here as options for the Blur of the Arc of Years. We're looking for empty lands containing Dahan. So if either terrain explores, we're okay. We'll still have a target for it. So that's okay. So we can play the Reach and Grasp on turn 1. We can take a triple. We're going to want 3 card plays next turn. So if we just do it like this, 1, 2, 3, and put that 3 time in our bank, and then next turn we just take 2 more time from the bottom, that will give us 1 energy on the first turn, 1 more energy on the second turn. That will allow us to play all of this and bank the maximum of time, because we're going to want to use 1 for stasis. We're going to want to use probably some more for slips, because we're going to be in dire trouble. So we're going to want to slip Starlight, but we're probably also going to want to slip like a Finder as well next turn or something like that. So I think this is the way. We just, as I said, the majors here. So a lot of times you'll look at this and you'll go, okay, I want to pick up a card and I'll plan for maybe trying to threshold a major next turn or something like that. But in this case here, like wins, as I say, of Rust and Atrophy, maybe I could try to, threshold this card and, no, I can't even, because I just don't have nowhere near the elements required to threshold that card. So, I can't do that either. So it's just, that can stop loss conditions at best, but it's not really getting me anywhere in the game. I'd rather sort of do this kind of slightly board impacting storm swathy type of stuff next turn and kind of look to maybe make a bit more progress later. This also gives me a draft with Fractured here, so I can maybe dig and try to find a relevant major with my draft next turn. Something like that. I'm not 100% sure, but for now I think this is the plan. So those 3 cards next turn with the G2 will give me the full innate. So this turn it's G3, 3 time, put them in the bank, and take 1 energy and put that in the bank and play just Reach and Grasp. So far from ideal here, but we've got some kind of a plan. Did we? Yeah, we played and we moved all of our stuff. We paid for Boon and Reimagine. We did all that kind of stuff. So, okay. We'll flip an event. We will, of course, not carry it out because of the first turn. And then we'll go and what are we now? An hour and 8 minutes or an hour and whatever change if I take away the rule searching. But yeah, that's an hour to get us moving on the first turn. You can see already how much thinking is involved here. Okay, let's go ahead and let's start resolving some things. So build, we're going to go over here. It's going to be a town and a town. In here, it's going to build a town. Over here, it's going to build... Oh, we never resolved our fast powers. What am I talking about? I actually did have a fast power over here. This was... I'm all over the place. Give Finder +2 range, of course. In this case here, I had to push these 2 out. So obviously my left and 8, I can push 1 thing, and then I can push another. So I'll push these 2, and I have a choice where I can push them. I'll push them in here. And then I will, so that's fine, that's the innate done. And then I obviously won't build in that land. I'll skip the build with the disease over here, and then down here it'll be town, and then single town. Now I'll do, after the build, I will gather. So it's board land order. So we'll start with board A, land A, and then we'll gather you in there. Over here, we'll have to gather 1 back out of there. And actually, yeah, no, I can't open the ways to gather from anywhere else, which would have been handy, but anyway, that's okay. Now we go board B. So land 1. I'll gather out of... here. And then for this land, unfortunately, I again have to gather out of my my land with a blight, which is not exactly where we want to be. As ridiculous as that sounds, we need our towns inlands with blight, but that's okay. So that's that, and then finally board C. This land first. So we emptied out mountains here. So because I'm so far behind in this game, I'm going to do what I talked about on a few other playthroughs before. I'm going to gather out a mountain and I'm going to try to high roll mountain as my explore card. And that will give me 5 empty lands. And that can give me a chance to get back in this game. So rather than split the difference and maybe leave a thing in there and then maybe try to gather out of a jungle, I'm going to try to high roll mountains as my explore here. So that's that. And then over here, finally, and in actual fact, by doing that, that's wrong because now I've nowhere to gather into this land. So I want to gather that in there because I'll destroy it. So in fact, I'll gather out of jungle. Yeah. And do that way, and then this one will gather in there. So oftentimes you'd want to go gather in there to prevent any gathering in here, but in this case, of course, I'm going to be wiping that land, so I'll pull that in there. So that's all my gathers. It's my builds and my after my build. So now let's hit the explore, and it is in fact mountain. So I don't know. We did something. We did something. We tried to high roll mountains, and we did in fact high roll mountains. So let's remind ourselves of the Habsburg escalation here. So we're going to check every board with 4 or fewer blight, and then 2 or fewer blight, which is going to be every board, unfortunately, right now. So we're going to escalate twice on every board, and that says we have to add a town to a land without towns or blight. So let's go ahead and have a look at what that looks like. New towns are blight, which actually, unfortunately, well, so let's see. So on this board we go 1, 2. They both have no towns and no blight. On this board, it's no towns and no blight. It'll be 1 and I suppose let's load up in jungles. And then over on the other board, no towns and no blight is going to look like, again, jungles. Again, I'm trying to kind of hire all jungles next turn or sort of avoid jungles. That'll be 1, and then in this case, in there, in sands. And now I'll actually explore, of course. 1, 2, 3. And over here, it's 1, 2, 3. And of course, we have no pockets on this island because the island is full of plastic. So that's that. But we did achieve something. That does feel like a little step in the right direction. But as we said, I mean, even still, single explorers plus a build plus a gather is like a loss condition anyway. So it's like no matter what you do, you have to stop the build and then you can stop the loss condition. So it's all kinds of bad news. But look, we do what we can. That's about all we can do. It's about all we can do. Unfortunately, we're now going to up in this corner. We're going to mining rush, and it is going to have to. It's going to have to mining rush into the into the mountain, which is rather unfortunate. Unless, of course, we could do some kind of isolation, but I doubt it. So anyway, we know we have to circuitous and wending journey, and we have to get you out of here. So let's just push you. I guess I'll just push you in there. Now, I can push half round up of invaders, and I can do that also for my presence. So I can push my presence here, and this gives me an opportunity to move somewhere else on the island. which I probably want to do. Right now, I've got kind of those two mountains up there sort of covered slightly. So, I might want to push my presence like kind of somewhere down here and enable some sort of adjacency stuff. You often want to have your presence in the lands, the active lands with Finder. So this could be, I think I noticed that on the screen here, I'm kind of behind my thing a lot, which is not ideal, but it's one of them things. It's a little bit tricky to get everything set up, especially with this kind of configuration. Hopefully that's okay. So we know anyway, the path's tied by nature. What we're doing here is we're getting those two towns out of there, and we're pushing those across the whole map at range 4 down into that land down there. So that's fine. And of course, with this particular adversary, there is no loss condition for having all those buildings in there at any one time. So that's quite nice. So that's the path tied by nature. That's the circuitous and wending journey. That's all kind of good news there. And then that will be Finder basically done for this particular turn. Over on the side of Starlight, we're going to have to go shape first. And we're almost certainly forgetting whatever this card is, unless it's the Stone Nuts. Don't think there's a card in the deck that I would take over a piece of the Nighttime Sky right now, but we'll do it anyway. 1, 2, 3, 4. Gift of Twin Days. I definitely did not want to hit the Stone Nuts. And unfortunately, Quicken the Earth Struggles is a pretty good one. Twin Days is obviously a good one as well, but essentially here what we're doing is we pick one of these. We're going to forget the Shape of Self anew anyway for 3 energy. So that's kind of happening. And that gives us our 3 energy for Storm Swath next turn. So that's fine. But essentially what we're saying here is we're going to have to now, with Boon or Reimagining, forget a card from our hand to draw some minor power cards. Now I could give this out. What happens if I give? I never give this card out. And it's funny. I had a conversation during the week on the Discord with some of the other players about sort of playing Starlight into these kind of games, and they said they like to give Boon or Reimagining out a lot, and I don't. I always take it for myself. But right now, I don't actually have a major that I. Oh no, I do. I desperately need to. I forgot. I need to threshold that Storm Swat next turn. I forgot. And I actually found a card in Steam Vents that will allow me to do that. So if I take the Steam Vents, that lets me threshold the Storm Swat, and then I can give out the Boon of Reimagining, and then I get to keep my card that thresholds the Storm Swat, and I get to keep Piece of the Nighttime Sky, give out the Boon of Reimagining, and then maybe reclaim it for myself on a later turn. I just realized I've done the sequencing wrong here. Before I looked at these cards, I was supposed to have used this innate, because I've forgotten the shape. So obviously I've looked at information here which can change the course of this game. So how would I have played this given what I've seen? Well, clearly here. I talked before about moving a Dahan to try and enable something, but right now I have a bunch of lands that I can solve a build from. So clearly I would have solved a build here rather than anything else. And it looks to me as if that's a very obvious candidate for solving that build. It's either going to be here or here, but I have a presence in that land. So very clearly here, this was easy. I would just gather you into here. And stop that particular build. So that was an easy one. So I haven't used my extra information or anything like that for that particular thing. So that should hopefully be all good. I obviously cheated here somehow during that turn. I moved that in there when I wasn't supposed to. So I should still have. So let me see here. Let me see. So actually it is going to matter. I said the extra information isn't going to matter, but now that I look at it, it is actually going to matter. No, it's not. I was going to say I could kill that, but I can't because I have to move that during the growth. I was going to say it'll look like I'm cheating here if I then pull this one away, but no. What I would have done there before I looked at any of these cards, let's rewind a little bit. Shape the Self Anew is still in play. I haven't looked at any cards. I have to make a decision on a gather right now, and clearly here, gather that in there because it's range 1 is an obvious decision. So I'm going to do that. Then I forget the thing, get my 3 energy, all that's fine. Now I look at my 3 cards with Shape the Self Anew, and I take the Steam Vents, and these all go away. And that means now that I'm able to threshold my Storm Swat next turn, and I'm able to give out the Boon of Reimagining. And where am I giving it out to? I have to imagine it's Finder. I mean, maybe it isn't. Maybe, see, I'm going to have to be doing a lot of, just comboing stuff with Fractured here. As I say, I don't have the major power to make something happen with Fractured. I can look for one next turn with my G2. It's going to be a while before Finder can start digging for a major, I think. I'd love to take this Boon of Reimagining for myself, but I can't really give up either of those 2 cards. Like if I give up the Steam Vent, Steam Vent's not very good, is the problem. But if I give that up, I'm trying to find a card with that exact elemental spread. So I'm just not giving that up. Because with that exact elemental spread, I can unlock an element on my bottom track and then take an air, give myself the air innate as well as the threshold on the Storm Swat. So I actually hit the nuts with Steam Vent. So I clearly am not giving that up, and I am not giving away a piece of the Nighttime Sky. So I am definitely giving out Boon of Reimagining, and I think I'll give it to Finder. So Finder has to forget a card from discard. They'll forget the Circuitous. No, they're not gone yet. They're not in my discard, which is unfortunate because this is the slow phase. So these are both used. So actually none of us have cards in our discard. So we all have to forget from hand, which is unfortunate. And Finder does not want to give away any of the cards in their hand. Oh, dearie me. These are all too good. They're either elementally excellent or just excellent in general. I can't be giving away any of those cards. I would... Circuitous is the one I'd want to be giving away, but I can't give it away, so I'm going to have to give away a card from Fractured's hand, which is just going to be Poor Time Sideways here, I think. Yeah. Throw away Poor Time Sideways from Fractured's hand and look at the top 6 and take 2 minors. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I will gain an energy as well, which could be really nice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What do I have? That element isn't going to matter. We'll throw that away. The Reach and Grasp is also not going to matter. That's going to go in my discard pile. Where is my discard pile? Move all this up. My discard pile can be here. So here it's Dark and Tangled Woods, Confounding Mists, Bat Scout, Call to Trade, Land of Haunts and Embers, and Cycles of Time and Tide. So we've got a couple of nice ones, sort of elementally in a sense. Cycles of Time and Tide could stop some kind of Blight Cascadey stuff a little bit later on, which could be okay. Maybe not ideal, but it could be fine. Getting extra to hand could work with some potential majors for now. Not exactly broken or anything, but it could do something. Call to trade, of course, is a broken card. Elementally, again, it's not the nuts for us, but if we're going to look for a major next turn, it's got 4 elements, which could be nice for major thresholding, and the card is obviously just excellent into this particular setup. So we just want more skips. So I have to imagine I have to take call to trade here. Call to trade in this land is like a solve or whatever, so that can be really, really good. And we may well actually do that this turn. We'll come back to that after, but I might be able to get away with the extra 2 card plays here and use call to trade to solve this double blight loss condition. So I think call to trade is more or less a certainty. And then after that, cycles of time and tide is great elementally. We don't have that much. Did I just drop the card there? 1, 2, 3. I thought I dropped the card. No, I guess I didn't. 1, 2, 3. Cycles of time and tide from an element perspective is really nice. And if we find any of those the hand majors that I talked about before, we may want access to that. So I think I'll take the cycles of time and tide. Bat Scout is okay. Gathering some to hand or dealing little bits and pieces of damage. It's just not. It's too small ball. It's just a bit too small ball. So I think I'll take the other 2 cards here. I think they should stand us pretty well. We've got plenty of. Well, we've got a decent amount of air there. So yeah, I think we're good. We take those. We got our 2 minors. They were okay. They weren't too bad. We haven't hit the nuts or anything. We're still sort of missing on all of the really, really good minor powers, but so far something's working, something's happening. I wouldn't say something's working, I'd say something's happening more than working, but that's kind of fine. So Boon Reimagining is gone. That's into the discard pile over here for Starlight. These are gone into the discard for Finder, and then that's the discard for Fractured. So we kind of have a general gist of all of that. I don't know why that was over there. That shouldn't have been there. Obviously, that was this one. That was G2. All of this is gone, and we're back now to growth. Now, we know what we're doing more or less from a Finder perspective. We've got 3 time. We know that we have to hit this full innate. That's just a no-brainer. So we have to hit. In actual fact, we're doing stasis and we're doing call to trade, I think, this turn. So I actually think we stop both of these ravages and we actually take no loss condition ravages on this first turn, if I'm not mistaken. So that could be quite nice. So what I was thinking about here was multiple options here. Blur is great, obviously, but I'm just wondering, cycles of time and tide. Yeah, no. Blur gives us a Dahan, but also we can push a Dahan then. As opposed to just cycles, which is just a Dahan. So I think it likely looks like this with a G2, which gives us the moon. Obviously, that requires 4 card plays here, but what I was thinking was, if I take 1 time and 2 card plays, can that do something for us? So that gives us the call to trade down here. As we said, we could do this with, if we just take 2 card plays off the bottom, then I can do it and I don't play the call to trade. Then I can do it like this, and that is still the max slip. And it gives us 1 extra time, which could be quite nice. But it means we'll take the loss condition down here or here, one or the other. Because stasis, we're essentially going to add a presence. And then we're going to do the two time. So we could go like add a presence from top and then take that two time from bottom, gives us the sacred site, and then we could like stasis here. So we could take a loss condition on the coast here to give ourselves the extra time, or we can go add a presence from top, take 1 more from top as a time, and then do 2 card plays, which I think is better. Saving those 2 loss condition ravages has got to be good here. It costs us 3, but we'll gain 4, which would be pretty okay. So I think that's what we do. So we place the presence there, we gain 1 time, and then we gain 2 card plays. So that'll give us 2 plays plus 2 more is 4 card plays. We'll gain 2 energy from the top track, as well as the 2 that we had from before. So 1 in the bank, and then 1, 2, 3. And then essentially here, we obviously don't use the past returns again. That's blank text. We're not going to use the card. And then, stasis can skip this ravage. This ravage can be called to traded. We can pull that in there to make that a little bit less of a problem land next turn, maybe, something like that. So that could kind of be a thing as well. And then obviously we'll have our max in 8s here. We'll only have 4 times, so we need to use 1 for the stasis, which is, just need to be a little bit careful about all of that. Probably fill back up the top track here with our 1 time here, plus maybe we'll slip twice or something like that, and then we'll maybe put 1 more time back. So I think we can probably dedicate 2 time to slip this turn. So I think that's all okay. We have general gist of what we're doing over there. We do, of course, have a draft here. So the question is, do we take this opportunity to look for a major? And I think we do, because we have a kind of a game plan set up of bits and pieces of slip kind of stuff, and our game might have to just be ignore the text on our cards for the most part and just do slip loads. But if we hit the nuts here from a major perspective, we might be able to turn the corner a little bit and start to actually affect the game with a major power. So it's a kind of a freebie. If I miss with the major here and I don't hit something amazing, I can kind of just throw it away or whatever, and then just kind of stick with the minors that I have. So I think I'll go ahead and do that. Look for a major. 1, 2, 3, 4, because we don't need minors is kind of the point, right? And this was also part of the reason I gave out the boon last turn over to me, is that I'd have 2 extra minors and it will give me more information. So let's go ahead and have a look here. It's going to be Smothering Infestation, Instruments of their Own Rune, Transformative Sacrifice, and Flow Like Water, Reach Like Air. Well, we found a major. We found a major, all right, folks. Tell me we have a way to threshold that. No, we don't. We don't. We're going to need to find a way to give our boy Fractured a fire and an animal, because that is just too good a card. Like Flow Like Water, Reach Like Air is great as well. We actually have ways to threshold that card, and that's a really good card as well. But Instruments is a way to win this game. And obviously I can hit the sun, which is usually the hardest part of this card. Unfortunately, I don't have a minor in there. I have another major, which is the Plague Ship, blah, blah, blah card. But trying to put those 2 together is going to be impossible. But what I can do here is I can maybe take the Instruments and just have it in my back pocket for a later turn and do something nuts with Finder, where I kind of just gather loads of stuff in and just like create some adjacencies and just Instruments away like half the board. Like, this is a way to win the game. So I have to take this. Even though I can't threshold it right now, I have to look for a way to give out elements. If I find elemental boon, that's perfect. That's kind of the way to do that. So I'm going to be looking to try find the elemental boon at some point as well. So I think I have to take the instruments here. Floating Rod is good, and Transformative Sacrifice as well. Certainly not bad, but neither of them are instruments, and that card can win me this game. Thing is, I have to forget for this now. So the question is, what do I forget? Obviously, I haven't taken all of my actions here in terms of all of this yet, so I could still change my mind in terms of this because this is still part of the growth. I have a lot of ones and everything going on right now, so I'm not in love with just throwing away Reaching Grasp out of my discard pile here. Like, range is generally not a huge problem when you're playing in a game with Finder, which is one thing to consider here, because usually Finder can kind of make range not matter. But I've already got Storm Swath going on here. That's one card that kind of cares about range a little bit, and it's just a 0. It's just a 0 to be able to kind of make stuff happen with the innate without having to always keep playing 1-cost cards. I can't give up Stasis. I can't give up the past returns again because it's too important elementally. I need that for the for the threshold here. For the slip the flow of time. Blur is not an option because that's perfect elements. So it's either essentially Call to Trade, Cycles of Time and Tide, or Reaching Grasp. And it does seem to me as though, even though I like the elements on Cycles of Time and Tide, it kind of has to be that card. Yeah. Hardly knew you. Cycles of Time and Tide. Goodbye. And Instruments goes on my hand for a rainy day. That will likely come up later in the game. And now we're starting to see one or two little things come together. Given that we found Call to Trade and we found Instruments, this may well be a winnable game all of a sudden. Touch wood, say nothing. But we looked at the opening turn and we saw essentially 6 Ravages that was placing about 15 Blight. And now all of a sudden we have no lost condition Ravages on the first turn. So things are maybe just starting to turn in our way slightly here. So let me take a drink of water to celebrate that fact just a tiny bit. Instruments of their own room, of course. Let me put that in the card cam. Let's have a little bit of a look at what I'm talking about here. We can almost ignore the top of the card. I won't be paying 4 for that effect at any point in this game. I can be almost certain. So it just adds a strife and it maybe kills some invaders. So if I, in an absolute pinch, if I'm about to lose the game, I might have to. But what we're talking about here is this threshold effect, obviously, which says essentially when the invaders ravage in the target land, you get to damage invaders in adjacent lands instead. And by the way, this card is completely and utterly broken on Fractured. I forgot until right now because you can set this up with Blur the Arc of Years and you can force a land to ravage essentially twice. In a turn, which is all kinds of broken. You can set up the instruments in the land. Then you can blur the land, and you can essentially say if invaders are present, they build, then ravage, and then you can like repeat the card. So you can just essentially use this to just like wipe out whole sections of the land. So yeah, when I saw this, when I was talking about I have to take it, what I really mean to say is this is the most broken thing I possibly could have found in the major deck, and I'm extremely delighted to have found it. So things are starting to look up, certainly, but as I say, I do need a way to threshold that. So we'll have to be on the lookout for that and very much digging for a way to threshold that. So all good. All good news, and we shall move forward accordingly. So that's that. That's our setup there. On the side of Starlight, I think we said we more or less know what we're doing. We're going to have to go ahead and gain a power and move a presence. We will, of course, add a presence again. And what we're going to be looking to do here is most likely... Oh no, we have to unlock the bottom track. And I just realized the error of my ways. Just realized the error of my ways. because I cannot open the bottom track as well as repeat the storm swap. Ouch. Okay. This is troubling. Yeah. This is troubling. Had it all wrapped up. Had it all wrapped up nice and cozy, and then I just didn't. Um, we'd love to play these two cards this turn, and we can. But we're going to be too energy short of what we want to do. So what I'm looking at doing right now is I'm beginning one off there. Add a presence. We're talking about from bottom to try pick up that element to threshold this. Again, do we need to threshold this? Is there any way? No. Because again, I cannot get. If I had a presence from Finder in this land and this land, I could do it. Well, I do have a way to do this, and I'm going to have to. So essentially, I mean, I have to do this storm swat play. Otherwise, I'm just throwing away like presence and lost conditions and Dahan and all sorts of stuff which I can't be doing. So I do have a way of doing this. So I don't want then the element on the bottom track. So I'm not going to hit the storm swat threshold. And if I'm not going to hit the storm swat threshold, we don't necessarily care about playing steam vents. So what I'm getting at here is I do have a way to get this presence in here, and then I can grow in here, and that can open the ways, and that can give me the storm swat in here and here. I think that's all good news. So I have to do that. It's a bit of a waste of aids from the Spirit Speakers, which is a super good card. But what I can do with this is I can also empty this out of here. And I'm glad I moved my presence in there last time. So essentially I can take that and the presence out of this land. Oh no, for each Dahan. I need another Dahan in there to be able to do that. Then I'll be playing Offer Passage as well. Ah, my goodness me. That's such a waste. I also will not get... I will not get an isolate doing this either. So can I, instead of doing this, can I Traveler's Boon and get someone to bring a Dahan over for me? I guess I can do that. Yeah, that works. That's better. Not perfect, but it's better because that also gives me an isolate, and I want an isolate here. Yeah, okay. This is better. So I think I take these two cards back in my hand. So what I'd be looking to do here is go add a presence plus a card play, take from the top track, which gives me my 2 energy, gives me the blue. So that is going to give me the water is going to give me an isolate, which will matter. So that's going to go there like that. What I'm going to do is add a presence in this land at range 1 from here. I have the second level of this, which pushes a single invader, which is what I need. Which is good news. Traveler's Boon gives me the Dahan in here, which we'll get to, so that's okay. So I'm going to essentially solve this land, and I'm going to solve this land this turn. And my isolate is going to do the thing I talked about before, which is going to stop that gathering in, to stop that placing in here. So that's going to be good. So some nice things happening over on that side of the board, I would say, generally speaking. We still have a problem, obviously, here and here, but that's okay. So we don't need the threshold on Storm Swath. So that is going to give us the opportunity to do the +3 energy button, which was my plan. So basically, I'm going to do the add a presence from here. But the first thing I do before I add a presence, I have to move it. So I'll gain a power and move a presence first. So that's going to move in there. I'm going to gain a power card, and I'm going to look for a minor power. And we're looking for that elemental boon. 1, 2, 3, 4. Which unlocks the game for us. Call to Guard. Dry Wood. Dire Metamorphosis. Sky's Herald. Call to Guard is a good card. Like, we're not doing any kind of defense worth that amount in this game. Like, it's a way to take advantage of all the Dahan movement and placement that we can potentially do with Blur the Arc of Years here. But let's not get carried away here. We're not really getting anything done with that kind of stuff, are we? Not exactly. Rest of these cards are kind of crap. I don't like Sky's Herald really very much at all. Add Destroyed Presence, gather up to 2, push a Blight, not really doing anything. Dire Metamorphosis, it's 4 elements, but it's not particularly exciting. It doesn't go towards really thresholding the steam vents very much. Dry Wood is just a terrible card. I think I'll just take the Call to Guard anyway. And in theory, it's a Sun card that can go towards a Sun Major if I find one, something to that effect. It's also air and earth, which is potentially helpful for the threshold with the steam vents. Something like that. It's also a 0, which can be helpful. So we'll take the Call to Guard. Good card, but not exactly great here. We'll play the Storm Swath for sure. Now, that was that. Then we will add a presence from the +3 button. That goes in there. And then the final thing we'll do is the actual +3 button. So we'll go 1 energy from here plus the 3 button, gives us 3 more. Now, we have a second card play if we want it. We're going to want to spend Storm Swath twice, so that's that. We are going to also want to we're going to want to spend 1 on Boon of Reimagining as well this turn. And I think we're probably going to want to boon ourselves this time and throw away maybe the Call to Guard. So that's also okay. So are we playing the Steam Vents here? I don't think so. I think we'll just save it because we aren't hitting any thresholds and it's not really doing anything anyway. So I think we're fine. Don't think we want to play the Steam Vents. I think we'll just play 1 card here. We'll underplay. And then we will that's that. We know what we're doing with Finder here. So did we place all our presents? We did. Did we move everything? Did we gain our energy? We gained our 2. We did that. Did all of our energy over on this side of the board. So I think we're good to go here. So let's go ahead and start resolving things. Absolute Stasis, range 2 from a Sacred Site in here. This land ceases to exist this turn. That's fine. Call to Trade in this land here with a Dahan. You may gather a Dahan, which I don't have any to gather from. That's okay. And then if the tier level is 2 or lower, gather a town out of there, and the first Ravage becomes a build instead. So that's fine. So this is going to be a build this turn. We have got Blur the Arc of Years. We're not resolving the past returns, as we said, so that's okay. Blur the Arc of Years, then we're going to do in one spot somewhere here. I'll come back to Blur in a second. Now, Traveler's Boon. Target spirit may move up to 3 of their presence to 1 of your lands. I'll move you in here. That's Starlight's presence to 1 of your lands, and I may take a Dahan with me. That Dahan goes there. Now, that's fine. That's Traveler's Boon. Now, target range 1, 8 from Spirit Speakers. For each Dahan in this land, I may move 1 Invader, Dahan presence, or Beast to a single land within range 2 that has a Dahan. So this is now range 2 away, so I can move this Explorer and this presence into that land. So we do something fancy and we move ourselves across there, which empties this land, and it also gives us this Open the Ways ability for the Storm Swath. So that's fine. And of course, it puts an Explorer in there, which is going to die to the Storm Swath. So that's all good news. So that's okay. Then we will isolate a land here. So we'll isolate this land, which will not allow it to gather, and it will not allow it to do the mining rush in there. Next thing is we have push up to 1 Invader because we've hit our 2nd level of our left innate, and we'll push you over here. So that's that. That's that land sorted. So now we have obviously the Slip the Flow of Time, and we have the Storm Swath. So I'm just wondering whether we want to blur the Arc of Years anywhere right now. I mean, we do want to blur the Arc of Years, of course. I'm just wondering where. The reason I was doing this first, I was thinking about doing it potentially in here. I'm not going to repeat this here. I'm only going to do it once. I could actually just use this to heal a blight in this land. I don't really see anywhere where I have to print some to hand right now. I might just heal a blight. We're about to place what? 5, 6. We're about to place 2 blight here. So that's going to still keep us below the threshold for the 2nd level of the what do you call it? The escalation. Just noticed here on this board as well, we're going to have to escalate into this land, aren't we? And we're going to have to escalate in this land. we actually have 2 lands that we have to escalate into. So in that case, then when I gather, there's no point in gathering out of there because I'm going to gather and place back in there. I suppose I will gather out of here, and that actually stops. It stops one escalation, right? So I'll have to escalate in here, but then there's no other available land that I can escalate into. Add a town to a land without a town or a thing. So that's one less town to add to be added to this board. So that kind of helps that way. I mean, actually, technically, suppose I can do it this way because it doesn't escalate in there either. So that's probably slightly better. So that's fine. And then on this board here, we're going to have to escalate as well. I can escalate in here, and yeah, unfortunately, that's going to be it. Oh no, we're going to do the gather first, aren't we? Sorry, before we escalate, we'll gather in there. So we won't escalate at all on that board. But on this board, we'll have to escalate once, and we can just escalate in there. On this board, we'll have to escalate twice. And at that point, that'll have a town, that'll have a town. Yeah, this won't. So, okay, anyway, it's fine. But again, my question for the Blur the Arc of Years stuff is I don't think I have anywhere that I need to blur right now. So I think I will just heal a blight over here because we're going to get up to 3 anyway. So yeah, I'll heal that blight. Range 1 of my presence. If there are no Dahan or invaders, remove a blight. I actually rarely use that mode of just remove a single blight. It's almost always printing Dahan, but in this case there, that kind of works. So that's fine. Now, the slip stuff. So first, we'll use slip once. And by the way, sorry, when I did the absolute stasis, I of course had to return one of my time here, which will go onto the top track. So that's fine. Now, slip. Target spirit may resolve a slow power now. Storm Swath resolves 2 fear. First fear of the game. In both origin land and target land, 1 damage to each invader. So in here, origin land, and then this is going to be open the ways, and the target land, 1 damage to each invader. And then I don't have the threshold, so that's fine. And then second thing is then we continue using the left innate here. So let's actually bring it up fractured and have a look here. So first one is the target spirit may resolve the slow power now. Then you go target spirit may reclaim a power card from the discarded or played cards. So I'll put the Storm Swath back in my hand, and then target spirit may play a power card by paying its cost. Now I'm going to replay the Storm Swath. So it goes back into play. It's obviously at this point, I put the second 3 on it there, and now I'm going to have to reuse slip the flow of time. So I'm going to spend the time to do this again, so I can do this ability any number of times, and it costs 1 time per previous use. So let's again just take a quick look here. You can see the first line, cost to use 1 time per previous use. So I'm using this again. So I've spent the 1 time. As you see here, I've returned it to my tracks over here. I now have 2 time available. And this is now going to give me all of these abilities again. First thing I'm going to do is resolve the slow power again, which is now going to be 2 in each land. So first I do 2 more fear, and then now I wipe both of these lands. Obviously the first time around I killed all the explorers, but now I'm going to kill all the towns because none of those towns are durable. So they're all dead, which is quite good news. That's about, some of the first good news we've had in this game, I would say, apart from finding that instruments, which was kind of broken. But yeah, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 fear. That is going to give us a fear card, plus 1 more left over. Okay. That is all of that. And a fear card to remove an Owl Explorer here or there would be very, very nice here. 1 little fear card to just say, even just push an Explorer would be something rather beautiful here if we could find one. On each board, push one Explorer or something would solve some really nice problems for us here. So that's quite nice. That's good as well. Now continue resolving the innate. This time, target spirit may reclaim 1 power card for their discarded or played cards. Now I'm going to pick up the Boon of Reimagining, which I discarded last turn, and now I'm going to play it by paying its cost, which cost me 1. Now that goes into play. That's going to sit over there. It won't be fast, obviously, and we don't need it to be, so that's fine. So all of that's done. Slip is done. We've spent the 2 time, it's back there. We spent the other time from stasis, that's back there as well. We've used all of the stuff, we've isolated, we've done everything that we need to do. One thing that I did not do is I did not cover up this ability over here. So now let us go ahead and move to the event. First one we're going to resolve for this game, and we're 2 hours in, but that's quite okay. As I said, this is going to take time. Now, stages 1 and 2, we are still in that stage. On each board with exactly 1 coastal city. Don't like the sound of this because that's going to be all of them. Add a town to a coastal land without cities. Not in love with this. Not at all in love with this. Anyway, so on each board with exactly 1 coastal city. Yep, that is all 3 of them. Add a town to a coastal land without a city. Okay, so that's okay. We'll do it here. We will do it here, and we'll do it over here in this land. So it didn't hit any of our mountains, which is something. And now it lands with things invader skip ravage action, so we don't care about that. And then on each board, choose a land with a town and Dahan. Push 1 town per 2 Dahan. Okay. So I can do it here, but I don't want to. So choose a land with towns and Dahan. So that's not forcing me to choose a land with 2 Dahan. So I can pick this land, for example. This land has that towns and Dahan, and then I push a town per 2 Dahan, which will be none. Because I don't want to push this out of here, because that's going to force me to escalate back in there. So I don't want to do that. So I would rather leave that there and then use this land for the ability. Now on this board, I am going to be forced to push, because this is the only qualifying land. So I'm forced to push 1 town per 2 Dahan here. And clearly I cannot push that in there because that will now be a loss condition. I can push it in there, which is fine. And then on this board, again, I have this land as a qualifying land. And then I just don't push anything. So that's it. So that's the event resolved. Nothing really wrecking was there. That's fine. That'll go over there, and then we will choose to resolve our fear card. Stage 1: each player removes an explorer from a land with a Dahan. And isn't that just a little beautiful, 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 beautiful thing? Let's go ahead. Each player removes an explorer. We'll remove that one. We'll remove that one. And then, is there any more that we care to remove? I suppose. Oh no, I was about to say, if I remove that one, that actually stops a double blight, but that forces a double. It forces a double. Actually, no, it doesn't. Sorry, what was I talking about before? This is 5. This is 6. This is 7, 8. That was about to be a lost condition ravage, but that actually stops that being a lost condition ravage because I can't count. And you'd think that given that I play these bloody 6/6s often enough that I'd actually know what I'm doing here. But now removing that from that land is now going to make this ravage for 5, 6, 7. It will place 2 blight, but it will not be a lost condition. And isn't that just the greatest fear card that you've ever seen in your life? Absolutely wonderful. It solved so many problems for us. It solved lost condition next turn, lost condition next turn, and lost condition this turn, which is just a marvelous thing. And do you just feel that in your bones? You just feel it in your bones. There's a little bit of something happening in this game. It's taken quite a while, but there's something there. So let's go ahead and have a look at what's happening here. As we said, we've got 2 blight in there. That's fine. No. This ceases to exist. Oh, where did I cheat? Oh yeah, no, I said earlier on that when I did the call to trade thing, I pulled, I think, from that land in there. Obviously I had to do that before the stasis, right? Because this doesn't exist, so it's fine. I just resolved the call to trade first, pull that in. I think I pulled it from that land when I was talking about how I organized the escalations on this board. So obviously I just stasis after, which is okay. But yeah, this land is clearly stasis. Does stasis give fear? No, no. Yeah, just cease it to exist. And then this actually will do the build. So it'll do the call to trade. So it becomes a build, which is a coastal city, and that's fine. And then we will so the ravage and oh yeah, so we forgot about obviously the mining rush over here. However, mining rush has to, let's remind ourselves how mining rush is worded here. When it adds at least one, also add a town to an adjacent land without buildings. But in this case, to come back here, we have adjacent lands, building, building, and this is not adjacent anymore. So we had nowhere to mining rush. That was obviously what we were doing when we were isolating that land. So the thing didn't trigger, and then obviously nowhere else was placed blight. So all of that's turned off. And we obviously figured our stuff out with our additional loss condition and our adjacent +2. So all of that's done. So now we go to build, and we'll go no, 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 skip. So I talked before about not being able to play with tempo in this particular game, and I've just managed to shut off 5 of the 6 builds, which I dare say is a slightly ahead of tempo type of style of play. But you know, that's just kind of, some might call it lucky. That some might say that was a lucky to hand attack on the fear card. I'd call it planning personally now if I had to call it anything. But anyway, let's resolve our after build effect. Board land order over here, isolated, can't gather or refuse to gather. Here, have to gather. That's fine. Now that's board A. Board B, first land here, gather in here to stop the escalation. Over here, gather. Go gather there. And then finally this board, first land, gather. No, because that will escalate. Can I turn off escalations on this board? So right now I'll have to gather from here. Oh yeah, because if I gather there, that'll escalate on that board. So I suppose on this board, if I'm going to gather, I'd want to gather in there. And then at that point, if I gather from there, I have 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so I have 3 different spots that I can escalate, but I can't shut off the escalation here. I'll always have 3, right? No matter what I do. Because if I gather from the other board, then I'm definitely escalating. So I don't want to gather from the other board. So I definitely want to gather from there. And if I do that, that's now an escalation spot, and this is an escalation spot. So I can't stop the escalations on this board. So at that point, if I can't stop them, I'll just gather, I guess, in there, as well as from in there to there, and then I have my choice essentially of where I get to escalate, which is fine. So that's all my gathers after builds. But now 3 plus adjacent is 5, and it is not a double blight. It is not a loss condition. It's just attacking for 5, and just attacking for 5 is a whole pile of good news. I've got 5, 5, 5, 5. This is obviously a loss condition, and this is blank. So this is all kinds of good. And then we'll finally, of course, we will explore, and it's going to be sands, of which I have 1, 2, 3 empty right now, because I think we were trying to say earlier on that we were trying to make jungles our problem lands. So we've got 2 pretty nice explorers in a row here, in truth. Now, we do have an escalation, but it's after the explorer. So let's go ahead and explore first. We still, of course, have nowhere near got any pockets, and that's fine. So we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And it's really nice to just explore with a single explorer, let me tell you. I've been doing like France combos and Scotland combos with exploring with towns on the coast, doing Russia combos. I've done a few of them recently, and it's just like every explorer is a disaster. Every single explorer that gets added to the board, like the whole thing is just awful. Whereas here, despite this being absolutely awful as well, one single explorer is like, hey, that's actually not that big of a problem, which is quite nice. But anyway, now after exploring on each board with 4 or fewer blight, which is going to be, of course, here with 2, here with 2, and there with 3. So we're going to have to escalate twice on these 2 boards. But I think, as we said, we can't escalate at all on this board. Let's just double check. So here we're looking for a land that has no town and no blight. Which is none of those lands. So we can't escalate on this board. And that's fine. And then on this board, of course, then we have 1, 2, 3 lands which qualify. So we will choose 1 and we will choose 2. There are 2 escalations. And then on this board, then we only have to escalate once over here because we have 3 blight rather than 2. So we will choose to escalate, in this case, into this land. All right. Exploring. Done. And we've another stage 2 card next turn, which is lovely. It's lovely. However, after that stage 2 card, we're getting hit by the Habsburg Reminder card, and that is going to cause us huge issues, let me tell you. But for now, we can't be worrying about those kind of things. So let's look at this. We have, look at the top card of either the Invader deck or the Event deck. Return it, then shuffle that deck's top 2 cards. So, like, I don't care essentially what that card is, whether it's like coastal or whatever. Like, I can't be playing around invader cards right now, so I don't care about the invader deck. So I'm going to be choosing the event deck because I can very much play around the event once I see it. If it's absolutely hideous, I can put it on the bottom, or if it's not, then I get a 50-50 shot of perfect knowledge, which is really, really strong. Now, this ability in general is not very strong. I don't love it. Let's have a quick look at it here. It's a super cool ability. Flavor-wise, it's amazing. So it's the Visions of a Shifting Future here, where you get to look into the future and you can look at the top card of usually the event deck. And then you get to return it and then shuffle the top 2 cards. If you hate the card, you can, instead of returning and shuffling, put the card on the bottom of the deck. If it's going to be an absolute tragedy. Yeah, I think this is very much a case of looking at the top card of the event deck. So let's go ahead and look at that, and we all get to look at it. You get to look at it too. So this is lovely news here. So let's have a look. Healthy Island will still be healthy next turn by the time it goes to the event, and it would be add a town to a coastal land adjacent to a coastal town. So that's fine. So I could just add a town over here. I could add a town over here, and then I could add a town wherever over here. So that's okay. So that won't wreck us. And then it will be destroy some explorers among lands with beasts, which is, not really anything. Actually, in actual fact, it would be really nice in here. It would stop that build. So that would be lovely. And then it's add some Dahan to a land with Dahan. Which is completely fine as well. So coastal towns multiply. There's nothing we need to play around here, so we don't need to actively seek to defend extra because of extra ravages or damage or anything like that. In theory, if we could push that beast into that land there to try pick off that explorer, I think that would be a nice thing to be able to do. But yes, Finder can move beasts, but the chances of me dedicating an action to doing that are pretty slim. So I don't think I'll be doing that either. And the beast on this board doesn't do anything. So it'd just be a nice to have here if we hit that. We won't be putting this on the bottom, that's for sure. We're not getting greedy and looking for better than this. This is pretty much a completely neutral card, apart from that first ability, which isn't great. It's going to add some towns, but no big thing. So let's go ahead and take this. We'll take our second from top event, and we'll do some shuffling, and I'll talk, and I won't sing a song because that my throat is a little bit sore actually. I've been doing a lot of sitting in the corner, feeling sorry for myself these past few days. So I haven't been talking all that much, and all this extra hours of talking is actually drying me out a little bit. So I won't sing. I'll spare you. I'll spare you the damage. Have a big drink instead. Now, it's also almost 1 in the morning at this stage as well, so I don't want to be singing with my children asleep. Last thing I want to do is wake them up. We'll play for a little bit longer and then we'll get off to bed here and we'll pick this up another day. I was never going to be able to play this full playthrough tonight. Anyway, as I said, I sort of figured that maybe tonight I'd do the losing game and then I'd come back in a day or two and I'd try again. But we're very much playing a game here that I will not be restarting. This is the game. This is the one. If I lose it, I lose it. But this is the chance, let's say. Despite the fact that we hit the nuts over here, but we didn't really hit the nuts anywhere else so far. But we're going pretty well, so that's fine. So we did that. So we know that we've basically a non-event, apart from maybe solving that build over there, coming up next turn. So that's okay, and we're not getting wrecked anywhere, from that. So that's all solved. Fractured, you're done. Get all your energy gone. Let's get your cards in your discard pile and let's get you ready to reclaim again next turn. All gone. We've got our 2 thing. We've got 1 in the bank. Over here, Finder is done. And now we're very much going to Boon of Reimagining on ourselves and see if we can start getting turning the screw just a little bit, because we got a little bit, I wouldn't say necessarily lucky, but we were able to make the Storm SWAT work for us because we had the 2 blight. Obviously, if you look at this board right now and try to think about how else we could make this work in other terrains, mountains, we've got no blight. Sands, we've only got a single blight, and then jungles, we have 2 blight. So it worked on the first turn. We found the line, let's say. But if we're really serious about trying to take a sort of a step ahead in this game right now, we need to do better than that, and we need to find some kind of game winning majors. And the way we kind of make that work is, I'd say, pick up some nice minors here, sort of pre-draft a little bit if we can, for some kind of sun cards, I would say, and see if we can sort of try to turn the corner a little bit on in that respect. So let's go ahead and Boon of Reimagining. At this point, I may well just throw away the steam vents. I know it can help me threshold the Storm SWAT later, but I'm just... Call to guard being a 0 is probably just more important. I know I've got my +3 button here, but like... Steam Vents is a card towards Exaltation. Call to guard also goes towards Exaltation as well, but not as good as Steam Vents does. I just can't quite see the Storm SWAT being the way that I need to take this game forward. So I don't think I care about the Steam Vents from a Storm SWAT perspective. It does have 4 elements as opposed to 3, but again, the sun majors are where it's at, generally speaking. So I think I want to throw away the steam vents. As I said, I'm not throwing away the piece. I think I'm going to throw away the steam vents, and I am going to look for 6 minors. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Back. This is all gone, so we can get rid of this. Free up some space. That's all gone to discard. We had no innate powers that we cared about anyway. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Wow, this is really something. Oh, where are all the amazing miners? Where's Elemental Boon? We certainly have not hit the nuts here anyway. We've hit some okay cards, but again, we need better than okay in this game. We really need the Gift of Nature's Connection, Gift of Constancy, Spur on with Words of Fire, like all of those kind of cards here, like the premium miners. We're hitting none of them. Like I'm looking and I'm thinking, like, there's two different miners that can allow us to stop builds next turn, and that might have to be where I'm at. Enticing Splendor and Disorian Landscape can both clear this land and this land, stop those building. And as we said, if we stop the build, we stop a lot of the problems. Continue to try to play ahead of tempo a little bit here. The other thing to think about here is I've got two Ravaging Mountains right now, both of which have two Dahan in them. And I don't love the idea of giving up on those Dahan. So that's probably something we need to think about solving as well. Happy enough to take a blight here. That's completely fine, of course. We do need some amount of blight on the board. It would force a town from Mining Rush, but we could force the town in there. We wouldn't have to force one into a land here. So I think I do take Fire in the Sky. Obviously, Fire in the Sky is about the best we can do from an elemental perspective. So when we talk about pre-drafting, that's pretty much the best we can do there. So again, if we talk about Exaltation of the Incandescent Sky, that's the kind of the nuts that we can talk about there. It also helps us with some other cards like Misha Torrent of the Self-Zone Essence, and there are some other pretty good ones as well. So I think we do take Fire in the Sky, and that also lets us solve this land. It kind of it protects our presence, but we could in theory move that presence out there anyway. But it more importantly protects those two to hand. So I think that's something we can definitely do there. Now, if we take Enticing Splendor, that could gather either that or that. I don't love just throwing away two to hand here, to be honest with you. Like an Enticing Splendor or Disorienting Landscape, both of which give me, a solve. Well, actually, that doesn't solve that. Landscape would, and it would leave behind. And it wouldn't leave behind a wilds because it's a sands. But I could go move my presence in there, then place a presence at range 0 in there. That still gives me the range of 1 for Fire in the Sky in that land, and it allows me to Enticing Splendor that out of there, which I kind of like the sound of. Not from a blight perspective. I don't care about giving a blight there, but I do care about throwing two Dahan away. Some of my majors, as I mentioned before, require Dahan. Don't really want to throw them away there. One of the other majors here clearly that I'm thinking about is Vigor of the Breaking Dawn. I mentioned it already, didn't I, earlier on in the game? But there are others. So I think I'll take Enticing Splendor, which is also a 0 cost, and it's also Sun. and then I'll draft my major and I'll see where I go from there. I could, of course, use it to solve that build as well, which is something I can do too. So let's take those two cards. I mean, again, two decent cards. You know, they're not rubbish, but again, it's not the broken stuff that I was hoping to hit either. So those two go into my hand. That's okay. We're done, and we go back to growth. Maybe do one more growth phase here, and then I'll probably skip off and come back the next day and pick this up again. This is going to be in a few sessions. As I said, this one's going to be a long one. I've only played, however, what are we now, on the third turn or whatever. So this one, as I say, could be very long. But hopefully this is enjoyable and interesting for you. If you're looking at this and going, how on earth is this game still alive? You're not the only one, believe me. I'm also wondering how on earth this game is still alive, given where we started. But you know, that's just kind of the way these things somehow tend to go. So let us continue and see where we go from here. We will reclaim with fractured days because we have to. So let's go ahead and gain up to 2 time here, and I think we'll probably go again from the top track. Don't think we're going to be going all in. Sorry, they're going into the time bank there. Don't think we'll necessarily be going all in on slip this turn. That'll probably be the following turn where things start to happen on the board here. So let's go ahead and reclaim cards and gain up to 2 time, likely from the top track, and give us some energy, and then we will likely go from there. I'll give us 2 energy, and we'll think about what we're going to do once we have a little look at our other 2 fellows over here. Starlight, we're looking for a major. That's where we're going now. Now we're definitely turning the screw here. So let's come over here and do what we talked about. Sorry, that was there. Let's go gain a power and move a presence. And now we're back to major digging. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see what we can do. Irresistible Call. Might be interesting. Wounded Wilds, not interesting. Tickets Erupt, unlikely to be interesting. Cast Down in the Briny Deep. Let's go ahead and put that in our hand. And let's look at that as a way to win this game. So there's Cast Down in the Briny Deep. When you're playing at the level of 6/6, and especially when you're playing it's the hardest one in the game, you do not look at Cast Down into the Briny Deep in the mouth. Let me tell you, a gift deep in the mouth. So that is going to be very much yeah. Look, this is the way that you beat 6/6s. It is it's an absurd card, obviously. So this is going to be difficult for us to hit. I don't really have the elements in my arsenal right now to make this work, but we're going to have to try because there's no way I'm going to be taking Irresistible Call over Cast Down. Like Irresistible Call is a super nice card. I could. You know what? Let's entertain Irresistible Call for a second. It's clearly not the other 2 terrible cards. Let's entertain Irresistible Call for a second, because I did just pick up Enticing Splendor, which very much goes towards thresholding this card. So let's before we jump down the gun of Cast Down in the Briny Deep, let's have a look at what this could actually do for us here. So we have right now lots of ravaging and building happening on this board. And in theory, gathering a whole bunch of towns and explorers can solve some of that. Assuming we could make some adjacency stuff happen in some way with yeah, actually, do you know what? No, because 1, 2, I can gain 5 energy, and I could play this for 6. Plus, I could play Enticing Splendor, but I actually don't have. I don't have the threshold. But okay, let's just assume the threshold doesn't matter for a second. What I'm thinking here is if I, for example, maybe chose that land there, that can go solve that ravage, solve that ravage, solve that build, solve that ravage. Solves 3 ravages. And if I place a presence in that land with Finder, I can also make this open the ways, and I could also solve that build. And then if I play the Enticing Splendor, I could also solve that Explore. I mean, that's certainly not bad. It's certainly not bad, but it does not win the game. It combos pretty well with Instruments of Their Own Ruin, which I already have on the side of Fractured. But as I said, I do not yet have a way to actually threshold that thing. I'm going to have to search for one with a G2 next turn, likely. So when I'm planning my turn with Fractured here, I need to be thinking about G2 to try get a minor to threshold that card. But in the meantime, the thing about the cast down to the Briny Deep right now is I actually don't have any of the ways in which you make that card work in terms of elemental thresholding. So let's again get rid of the irresistible call for a second, and let's look at the elemental requirements on this card. Energy wise, I can make it work, of course, because I've got the +3 button, so that's fine. But I need to hit 4 water and 4 earth. The other 2 are okay. We can hit the other 2, not pretty okay. But 4 and 4 is a lot. Obviously, Slip the Flow of Time can give me extra card plays, and it can give me a slow to fast on the Briny Deep, so all of that's good news. The problem is, how am I hitting these elements? I have Call to Guard, which gives me a single earth, and I have Storm Swath, which is my major that costs 3, that gives me a single water. I have none of the other stuff. Nothing else. Yes, of course, I have elements on my tracks. But my elements are miles away. Like if I had a single Gift and Nature's Connection or Elemental Boon or something in this game to help me get towards that. But right now, I'm multiple card drafts away from this card mattering. Like if I take Briny Deep here, put it in my hand, it's like, okay, I'm going to play 2 card plays. What we talked about, Fire in the Sky and probably Enticing Splendor, right? Call to Guard, Peace and Nighttime Sky are in my hand. And then Cast Down goes in my hand. And then what? Do I try to make like next turn Briny Deep in a single land as opposed to wipe the tile? Try to go all in with Finder pushing stuff into one single land and make that like a, Briny Deep in here or something? That's surely insane. So much effort to wipe one land. This is not a game where I'm going to be able to put that much effort into wiping a single land. So it means I'm going to have to cast down and just try to boon or reimagine my way backdoor into it. That has to be the way. I very, very, very rarely play boon or reimagining more than once in a game. Very rarely. It's unheard of to play it more than twice. I've never played it more than twice in a game. And now here I am in the hardest game I've maybe ever played. And I'm thinking about reclaiming and playing it for a 3rd time, which is insane. But it is a way to win this game. Because if I dig and I go boon or reimagining and I find 2 cards that have water earth on them, I'm just back in the game. Then I'm just 2 elements on my tracks away from doing it, basically. I'll just go all in with Slip the Flow of Time, play 2 extra cards, whatever, slow to fast, and obviously Finder just lumps stuff onto the board, and then we just nuke a whole tile, and the game just becomes infinitely easier from there. I have to take this card. Like, usually it's a no-brainer. You saw how quickly I snapped it off at the beginning, and Irresistible Call is good here, but it does not win the game. It does not win the game. And Cast Down in the Briny Deep does. So the question becomes, I take Cast Down and I throw away Storm Swath. I think that's sort of easy. That's gone. The Boon Reimagining I want back in my hand, and I'd really like to play it. Question is how. I don't have infinite time here. I can't just faff around and do this like 2 turns from now or whatever. I need to get this moving quickly. I can't afford to sink a bunch of energy into cast down on one land. I need to hit this threshold. Like, this is more timely than it looks. So we took the Briny Deep. We threw away the other major. That's fine. Now we pull across my presence into there. I'm not sure what that was doing there. I forget what that was doing there, but that's... Oh yeah, that's when we were planning the Irresistible Call, so that's okay. So we're moving that over there. We're adding a presence. Now, the question is, where are we adding the presence from? We have to +3 energy here because we have to stockpile energy for the cast down. That's just a no-brainer. That has to happen. So we're definitely taking 3. And we're definitely taking at least 1. Now the question is, do we take 2? That's the thing I'm wondering here. As in, do we go top track? I'm hesitant to go bottom track because I don't really want to unlock elements right now without knowing what the cards are that I find off Boon Reimagining. Every single element could be key. I guess I know that I'm going to have to reclaim at some point, so do I just take this turn? Play the 2 cards, and the next turn I can reclaim. The thing is, now I'm not going digging for majors anymore. I have my major. My plan is lined up. So next turn, what I could do is add a presence, gain 3, reclaim 1. Ugh. What does this look like over here with Fractured Days? Can I... If I went bottom, one of that energy back for now, and I took 1 there. Instead, if I go bottom with my time, what does this look like? And try to slip this turn to give me Boon Reimagining back and play it now. Thing is, I might just, spew a load of time or whatever, or effort on slip this turn and not next turn, or something like that, which might be a problem. Because we need to hit 3 sun cards this turn to be able to do this. We're not going to need the slow to fast on the briny deep next turn because we're not going to have that next turn. Are we? I mean, if we boon this turn and we hit the absolute nuts of 2 cards, we hit 2 cards that both hit the exact requirements, it's still not going to be enough, is it? Well, actually, maybe it will. Next turn, then I play these 3 cards. I'd need to get 5 cards into play. If I hit the exact nuts next turn, it would be if I hit something that had water, water, earth twice. I have to get very lucky to do this, but this is the sort of way I need to think about these games. This is the kind of, this has to be the way you do it. This gives me my 2 sun, my 2, oh, you can't even see this on the, let me get rid of that for now. Where is it? Here. This gives me, if I play these 3 cards, these are the 3 cards in my hand. I'm thinking about if I can get the Boon of Reimagining back this turn using the slip, get that and play it. And if I hit the nuts, oh, do you know what? I actually don't even have a card to forget the Boon of Reimagining, do I? Yeah, so I'd have to forget, let's say, call. No, I'd have to forget the Piece of the Nighttime Sky at this point, which would be a disaster. That would be awful. But assume I did it that way and I hit 2 water earth cards. Then I'd have earth, 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 water, water, water. This card is gone, but that was only giving us 1 element anyway, which is why I'm talking about forgetting it to the Boon of Reimagining. So I'd now need, on one of those other 2 cards, I'd also have to hit a moon as well. There's a moon, water, earth. Pulled Beneath the Hungry Earth, one of the cards I'd need, is also in my Days That Never Were pile. So I'm running very thin on options in terms of hitting that. I can think of one other card at least in the deck that has that configuration, but there's probably not that many. But if I hit it, then I'd need 4 card plays, 2 plus 2 slips next turn, but I need to max the slip as well next turn because I'd have to hit all 3 levels. And can I max the slip next turn is the question. Assuming I essentially have to max it this turn as well. Not max it, but I don't have to hit the first level, but I need to hit the other 2 levels. Stasis, we don't care about this turn, so we'll be reaching grasp. Blur and past returns again. Now that does give us what we need from a slip perspective. I only need 1 slip this turn. That could give it to me. That can give me the Boon of Reimagining back. And if I hit the cold hard nuts on Boon of Reimagining, I could do it because then I could reclaim next turn and do this again. I'd actually spend no time this time, and then next turn I could I actually won't have the no, I won't, because I won't be able to do the slow to fast. I can only do slow to fast with the G2 here. Oh, this is tragic. Tragic. I already did the gain, I did the place of presence, and I did the +3. So I think cast down next turn isn't happening. There's too many variables at play here, and it's too all in to make cast down in the briny deep happen next turn. So it's not happening next turn, but I have to basically make it happen the following turn. That's kind of the point I'm at right now. If I study all of this, the whole way this all works out, it seems, is briny deep is not next turn, it's the following turn. So I don't have to get this boon reimagining back in my hand right now. That's kind of the situation. So I can sort of play in such a way here where I use Piece of the Nighttime Sky next turn to solve 2 ravages. Sort of just keep the board as clean as I can for now. Finder starts making plans to get stuff onto one board, and then we cast down that board. That's kind of the situation here. I'm also going to need to think about, obviously here, range to the coast of whichever board I want to wipe as well. So something to be aware of here. So okay, so we're not going all in on the slip here, but we do need to be aware of the fact that I have to get another moon card if I want to reclaim with the full slip on board. We've just seen it right now. I don't have a way with the hand that I have to slip on reclaim. I can only full slip with a G2. And timing wise here, as we said, it's not this turn, it's not next turn, it's the following turn. And right now, the following turn is due to be a reclaim turn with Fractured, which I can't at the moment full slip on. So I have 2 options. First option is next turn, I do the G2 I want to do to search for my instruments threshold card, or I G3 and pick up the favor, which is a sun. It's a moon card, which will allow me to full slip to get the briny online. However, my G2 could, in theory, find me a card that's that's basically moon, fire, animal, all 3, which could, in theory, give me both. That's probably highly greedy. It might be that I need to wait until the following turn to G2 to look for the card for instruments. And for now, I just play it cool, I chill, I do what I'm doing right now, and then we look to do the kind of game-winning instrument stuff a little bit later on. Because this card can start coming up when we hit like stage 3 cards, and you know, it's like there's just ravages everywhere, and then we pick our moments for the instruments. So I don't think we need to rush the instruments. I think I'm going to want to G3 next turn to gain the favor out of the thing, and then guarantee on my reclaim the following turn that I do have the full slip. So I think that's the way I'm going to play this. So assuming that's all the case, and everything I've just said is all kind of all good. Do I need to force the issue with 3 card plays here, or do I go back to doing this thing that I talked about with 2 card plays and 2 energy? Next turn, we know we're going there, and we know we're gaining favor. So that gives us potentially a slip next turn. But we can only get 3 moon elements between that plus the 2 in our hand. So we can't do the slip fancy stuff with level 2 and level 3 this turn and next turn. So I think this turn is calm enough. I think we just kind of let sort of things happen this turn, and we should be fine. And then next turn, then we can do some stuff with slip a little bit more online. So we maybe save all of our moon elements for next turn in that case. So I think in that case, then we keep the blur, we keep the pass returns, we say we both of them in our hand, and then we can give ourselves a full slip next turn in case we need any more slow to fasts. So that should be fine. And we've got a couple of slows in our hand with Finder, so that might matter. Pass returns plus blur plus favor next turn is, I'd actually need one more, probably stasis as well if I had to guess next turn for the lost condition stuff. Stasis in either here or here to stop a lost condition ravage. So I think I'll keep stasis for next turn as well, plus the favor. Favor defend 4 will only work if I clear that land, but if I defend 4 in that land, if I stop the build, could be quite nice. I can actually solve that land, which will be pretty good. So given that, I think I want to maybe call to trade and potentially reach and grasp this turn. Oh, I can't 4 card plays next turn on G3 either. If you're not familiar with Fractured, this is what Fractured looks like. You're thinking about every single detail. You're thinking about this turn, next turn, the following turn. You have to do that with this spirit. If you don't, one tiny detail can kill you. So what I was saying there was I returned the favor, and I play the favor plus the other cards, but actually I cannot get the extra card play to get the full slip online next turn. I know I want a G3 next turn. We already figured that out. I want the favor back in my hand next turn so that on the following turn I guarantee the full slip. That's okay. Because with the air, I will have it. Let me just confirm that. Here's the 3 cards that I would play. So not this turn, not next turn. The following turn when I reclaim, I'll have the favor in my hand. And I play favor plus blur plus pass returns. And that's 3 sun, 3 moon, and 2 air from here. So that is the full slip on the reclaim 2 turns from now. So that's okay. So that does give me that. And that's the turn when we want to hit the fast briny. Now, in the meantime, we're reclaiming right now. Next turn, we need to G3 to get this card back in our hand. G3 will only allow us get maximum of 3 card plays. We can only get more if we use G2, which we can't use. We know that. So we have to hit 3 card plays max next turn. So we actually cannot max that slip the flow of time next turn. But that's okay. We can hit the level 2 and the level 3. That'll be enough. We don't have to hit the level 1 as well, as much as we'd like to. So again, next turn can be stasis plus whatever, blur plus pass plus or favor. It can be any of those cards. But the whole point here was that this turn we probably hit the call to trade and stop a problem of some kind or another. We've only got 1 lost condition ravage here, which we could in theory maybe get a Dahan in there and stop that being a lost condition as well. That could be something. I think we do want to call to trade this turn, and then we'll figure out what the other card is going to be. Now, Finder. So those 2 are going over there for now. Sorry, I keep leaving this card cam up here. Finder has 2 cards left in their hand, because obviously we did a kind of a rush tactic to go through and G2 a bunch here. So we're going to have to reclaim it 1 card anyway, which is, you know, okay. We could just kind of, you know, if we just play the 2 cards, gives us a way to just, you know, protect 2 Dahan, which seems pretty good. We take a blight on one of these lands, again, these kind of, this one plus this one was what we talked about before. So this is a similar thing to the fire in the sky. And now what we can potentially do here is we can Enticing Splendor to stop that build that we talked about, which could be quite nice. Hope that build gets stopped by the event that we saw. We can isolate here. So I think if we're going to isolate, we'll probably isolate this land here and then hope that that is that event that does the beast damage, and that just solves that land overall. There's obviously a bunch of beast damage events in there, so it doesn't even have to be the one, but we're 50-50 just to stop that build, which is pretty good. Otherwise, here we also have the single push up to one invader, which we'd like to hit somewhere if we can. Can of course unlock that moon there, but I never go that middle track. It would give us the first two levels of this, but that just can't be correct here. Which could push these two things out of here, which will be quite nice, but I just can't really believe that can be correct. We also get to Ways Ashore and Heartland to push two invaders. It could like stop a loss condition or something like that. Maybe. I guess what we could also do with the offer passage is do what I said, which is to put some to hand in this land and stop a loss condition, which might be okay. Would also let us gather that town out of there and stop a city build in there, which would be pretty good. And that would let us then, if we gather that town out of there, that would let us push this with our Nate and clear that land. So I think that's actually probably pretty good. It does mean we'll be throwing away one of these. Although, having said that, can I blur the Arc of Years now and then next turn? No, I need that blur, don't I, for next turn? Blur could have helped us here, could have done something interesting. But we need it for next turn to give us a proper slip next turn. Because otherwise we said we were going return favor, play favor plus stasis plus reaching grasp. We've no way of making that work now. We need this is the one with the three elements we do need next turn, which is a pity. Ugh. This is tricky. I do think I probably want to do this call to trade stuff here. Okay. Yeah. We're working backwards and we're trying to work through all of this, but it's not quite coming together. But you know, if we get like a defend a 3, an event that says when invaders ravage. Actually, didn't that other event give us a way to place extra Dahan? I think it did, into a coastal land, if I'm not mistaken. So I think I could potentially add a Dahan in that land, which helps us there, because that's a bit to ravage for 5. 2 Dahan will die, and then 1 Dahan will fight back and kill that, which could be quite nice. So I think that's a 50-50 to not solve the land, but whatever. But I think we want to stop this loss condition over here. I'm pretty sure we want to do that. So let's go ahead then, because also in doing that, as we said, we kind of get to stop it, this kind of build and stuff here, which is pretty good. So we want to go again G2. I very rarely play this way with Finder either, so it's quite a different way to play this game. But these spirits all have quite flexible and unique different growths that can sort of matter game to game, and this is just kind of how this one is working out. So in this case, we will be going G2. I think we will have to go from top track here, because we're going to have to look for a major on the reclaim and try to make stuff happen here. So we'll go from there. That'll give us 4 energy. 2, 3, 4. We're only using 1 of it. Stockpile that for Major Town next turn. Over here, we are also going on the top track, so we're going to take the 2 rather than the 1. As we said, next turn we can go like bottom, bottom, top, something like that, and we can kind of make stuff happen next turn. So that's 2. We're going to spend 1. I think at this point we can reach and grasp for free. We're not playing that next turn. Or next turn we know we're going to play blur plus stasis plus the pass returns again, most likely, or favor, one or the other. So that's going to be kind of what that all looks like. So we can kind of reach and grasp for free here. Having said that, I don't think we really need reach and grasp here, but anyway, we're not going to play it, and we won't use it next turn, most likely. Unless, do we play absolute stasis now? And then next turn we can reach and grasp. But do we need reach and grasp next turn? I doubt it. Next turn we have actual lost condition ravages to contend with. Yeah, because this can range 2 in there. Yeah, no, forget that. That's back in our hand. That's nonsense. Reach and grasp is there. The energy is back there. And okay, yeah. thinking through so many different things here. I'm not saying them all out loud, but there's a lot, there's a lot going through my head. Okay, we didn't place any presents. That's okay. Over here, we need to place a presence of at range 1. Do we need to think about any open the ways carry on here? So we'll come back to ask that question now in a minute. We know we're going to want to go move up to 4 between target land and one of your lands. This is target land, and this is one of my lands. So that will go in there. We can do this without placing our presence. Again, I'm working backwards. That goes from there to there. It's range 1, obviously. That gives us the call to trade, which is range 2 from this presence. You may gather a Dahan. I will. If the terror level is 2 or lower, it is. Gather a town. The first ravage becomes a build there instead. So that's okay. So this is called to trade it. Now, +2 at reaching grasp. Don't really care because this is range 0. We push from here and we push it to push it into this mess, I guess. It's fine. And then that's that done. We do have isolates. We have 1 isolate. Where did we say we wanted to isolate? Isolate this, don't we? So that doesn't gather back in after the build. Yeah. No point in isolating this one because if it doesn't do the beast damage, it's going to do all of that stuff anyway. So that'll just solve that land. So that's fine. And then if this does beast damage, we can ways ashore Heartland to solve it as well, type of thing. So it's kind of okay somehow. Now, on this side of things then, so we did the move in there. We did the add a presence, but we didn't pick where we were adding the presence from yet. Definitely did the +3, so we took that already. This is going to put us up to 3, 4, 5 at a minimum. So let's pay for this. That's 1 and that's 0. So that's 3 and 4 in the bank already. Next turn, we'll be able to go 3 again. And then the following turn 3 again. So we'll have plenty of energy for the cast down. So we're not that stressed about the cast down stuff. We are going to have to reclaim at some point here in the near future. And if we do this now from here, then next turn we can go reclaim all and get the boon back. And probably play boon plus peace. That seems to be a reasonable way to go about doing this. But how do we... Suppose we can go skip that and skip this. Or skip that and skip this. Something like that. You know, move and then next turn move across. So this gives us an opportunity to go from here, skip 2 ravages, or move once, skip 2 ravages. Probably not a bad place to put our presence. Okay, so then we'll go from here and we'll give ourselves the opportunity to reclaim the boon next turn without having to rely on the fractured day stuff. As we said, we won't have a full slip next turn. No, we'll be missing the top level, which is unfortunate because we could boon twice if we had the top level. That would have been lovely. And if we get greedy next turn, we can give ourselves the full thing, but we'd have to hit exactly a sun moon card from this, which would be insane. Because that would not allow us to fast phase Briny the following turn. But getting the boon fast and getting to boon like twice or 3 times next turn would be so nice. Because that would almost guarantee us the cast down. Oh, that's so spicy. Oh, it's spicy. There's a lot of spice at play here. I'm not gonna lie. It's very, very spicy. In that case, if all that spice is at play, do I just put that reaching grasp back in my hand and not get greedy and play a bloody sun? Yeah, because I'm not even using that. No, yeah, that goes back in my hand. I'm not even using it. I've figured out here. I clearly haven't even using the thing. So that goes back in my hand. I'm not going to be stupid. My presence from Finder has got to go somewhere. I want to give myself max range with the Ways of Shore and Heartland, of course. Is there anywhere that I said before about where I care about opening the ways? Not as such. If I need to at any point, I can open the ways from here, this sacred site, back over to that land to briny this board. Here I have range to that board, and here I have range to this board. So I can already briny deep any three of these boards, so I'm not even too worried about that. So all of that's okay. So I think I'll just plot my presence down in the middle there. And now I've got two presents here, and one on this board. And if I look at this board right now, this is the briny board by far. So this is the one we're looking to kind of just skip and just kind of tick away at and let it fall to hell and briny this away and then make tracks on those later on. So don't place any more presents on this board is kind of the key here. Obviously, I've got two presents from Fractured here, which isn't ideal, but that's just one of them things. That's okay. Fractured often doesn't have very many presents anyway, so we're all good on that front. We took this thing, so we get one more energy over here. And then plus the one, so that's 5 in the tank. We paid 1 here, we paid 0 here. That's gone. That's not being played this turn. So we'll go Enticing Splendor, and then I have a choice to make here. I will. I'll do this. Gather you in there. And that'll stop that build. And then I will 2 fear. A strife on you. Even though we said that's the board that's going to go to hell. Well, if that's the boards that are going to go to hell, then let me strife the other one. Protected a hand on the other board. I've already gathered some of those to hand away from there, so we only have 4 over there, but we've got some on that board. We'll be okay. We might be able to gather some away before the night is out. So that's all of that. We don't have any innates again. We could have unlocked our air innate, but we've got bigger plans for our elements, so we'll worry about those later. Little check to see, do I have any mosquitoes in the room above me? I don't. What are we at now? We're over 3 hours, but a good old session here. We'll maybe so we've done our fasts. We'll have a look and we'll see the event, and then we'll go through and do another few minutes, and then we'll close out here pretty quickly. So yeah, we don't have anything there. We did our isolate over here, so that's fine. We placed our presence over here, and this is all, I think, pretty good news. Do I care about putting that in there for skip reasons next turn for the piece of the nighttime sky? That might let me go skip and skip. Oh no, we already said we're stopping that with the other skip from Fractured, so I think that's fine. So I'd rather probably just place that there, I think, for slight better targeting. So all good. Let's go ahead and resolve the event and see if we hit the one from before. It is. Okay. So add 1 town to a coastal land adjacent to a coastal town. So coastal land adjacent to a coastal town. In there is fine. That's on that board, on each board. So 1. And then we will, on the other board, we will. So it's 50-50 to hit either. neither of those lands, so it's okay. I'll just go in there. And then on the other board here, it's going to be, yes, in there. That's fine. And then we will have the Explorer's Blunder, destroy 2 explorers among lands with things. So that's that one. And then over here, we can just do 1 as well. So not spectacular, but it stopped the build here, which is quite nice. And then on each board, let's add some Dahan. Add a hand to a land with Dahan and no blight. So I have to do that there. Oh, no, it's not coastal. Sorry, it can be anywhere. Yes, this is ravaging for 5, so that's already killing that, so that's fine. That's not protected. So there will be okay. And on this board here, because it's closer to getting gathered away, and I'll actually also that's going to kill that town, which is quite nice. So that gets a kill for us. And then finally on this board, we'll go in there. We might be able to do something with that, I think. Maybe we're just letting that go next turn. And it might be better to put it in here. Yeah. Okay. Good. That was the event. We have no fear cards. This event goes over here. That's our third event of the game. Let's go ahead and ravage. Dead. 1 fear. Ravage. 1 blight. Skip. Do a build instead. Make a city. Ravage. Blight. This ravages for 3 plus adjacent 2. That's 5 total. It kills 2 Dahan. Place a blight, and now this Dahan fights back and kills you. That's 1 more fear. Over here, blight. Attacks for 5. Only a single blight. Dahan is dead. And then safe. Okay. Now, where did we place blight is the question, because now we have to do a bunch of mining rush. So let's go 1 by 1. So we did blight in here. Mining rush now goes into an adjacent land. Okay, so let's look at the order of this. The order matters. So we went safe ravage here. Then we went ravage here, which does mine. No, I can't mining rush. Oh, yeah, I can. I can mining rush in there. Yeah, so safe ravage first, then mining rush in here, which pushes that back in there. So it's already ravaged. So that was safe. That's how that one works. Over here, we did mining rush in this land, which pushes this back in here. Here we had a mining rush. This one was a bit more problematic. Well, no, it's not really actually, because we can just push in here. Fortunately, we can't push onto this board. Well, we can, but we don't want to build into there. So, you know, that's fine. That's okay. So we need to keep the town on this land, unfortunately, but you know, that's fine. And then we have, yeah, that was it, right? So we did mining rush, mining rush, mining rush. Yep, all good. That's some more blight on the board here, which turns off the first level of it turns off the second part of the escalation, so we'll only escalate once. Which is okay. So now we'll go build. I'm just thinking, making sure that I have everything here. So loss condition wise, we're fine. Ravage wise, we're fine. We did all our mining rushes. All of that is okay. So now we go build. Okay, so remove. build. No, 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 and then build over here. Now we do gather. Board land order. This board first. So we've no way of shutting, obviously, off this. So I will gather out of there because we can still hit wetlands. So that's that. Here we can gather out of, I guess, there. And also hit jungle. That's okay. Now, board B, this we can gather, and if we gather from there, that will give us a land that we can escalate into without having to do it in there. So that's a definite in there, and then this is has no adjacency, so it doesn't gather. So that's all of our after builds done. No, it's not. That's only that board. Now this board we have to do the same thing, and we have, yeah, we do have a land over here that we can escalate into as well. So yeah, that's just the way it is. So first here, and we can gather from, I think we'll gather out of that land. And then here we have a gather, and we can gather, I think, out of this land because we've already hit our mountain, so it can't be mountain again. In actual fact, I'm going to leave that there, and I'm going to gather twice, 1 and 1, both out of that land because we've coastal and jungle left. Okay, that's our 2 gathers. So now finally, let's go ahead and do the explore, and it is in fact jungle. Okay, and then of course we also have the reminder card coming after as well. I keep leaving that bloody thing up there. Sorry, folks. It's jungle. So let's go ahead again. We will jungle first after exploring. So we'll do after exploring. We have to do the effect. So first it's explore, 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 and then explore and explore. Now, after exploring, on each board with 4 or fewer blight, add a town to a land without a thing. So, but as we said, all 3 boards are all going to take 1 escalation. And unfortunately, the escalation that we were talking about has to go in either here or here, but we don't want to create a ravage situation here next turn, really. So we'll just put it in here and deal with the problem the following turn. So that's in there. And the following turn, I believe, will be the fast briny, so that should be okay. So that goes in there. Now on this board, we have to escalate, and we'll escalate in there. And then finally on the other board, we have to escalate, and we can escalate in there. Now, we're going to have to do the awful, awful reminder card. Oh no, and we're going to have to reminder card a city in here as well. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, let's remind ourselves of this awful reminder card. We'll stick it in here and we'll have a little quick look. When revealed on each board, add a city to a coastal land without a city and some towns to the inland lands with things. So, oh God, it's so bad. It's so bad. So we'll start with the cities. So we're forced here, even though this is isolated. This is an add. So we will go add in there. On this board over here, we will go add in there. And then on this board over here, we'll go add in there. So there, the 3 cities are obvious. Then we go add 3 towns, each to the 3 inland lands with the fewest blight. So that is going to be 6 lands. And this is not something that gets shut off by you know, like the escalation does. The escalation gets shut off if you don't have any qualifying lands, but this one you just have to do with the fewest blight. So even if it has blight, you sometimes have to take it. So we'll see how that shakes out here. So we'll go start on this board here. So the fewest blight. So inland land was the fewest blight. That's 1. That's 2. They're both forced, and then our third land. Then we'll pick the one that's not active. Now over here, fewest blight. That's forced 1. That's forced 2. And then we have over here, we can pick that land. That's the fewest blight. In actual fact, no, we'll pick that land there. because that's inactive. And then finally, over here, we have inland land, fewest blight, and we don't have a choice. It's forced. 1, 2, 3. There we go. That was all kinds of awful, dreadful. Now, slow phase. We don't have much, so this should be fairly straightforward. We have Ways Ashore and Heartland, which is a single card, which is push up to 2 invaders, Dahan presence, or beasts to a land that is also coastal / inland. And if I'm not mistaken here, those 2 out of there to solve that ravage, which is, of course, a lost condition, get the 2 of them and push them in there onto that awful board that we're going to be brining away. And that's a pretty good news. Next turn, we might be able to fast phase, push you out of there to stop a blight, maybe push you out of there, something like that. And then, as we said, we've got kind of 1, 2, 3 that we were sort of taking care of with our ravage skips, and we sort of proceed from there. So that is all of that. That's gone. That's discarded. That's gone. Over here, we've known eights. We're not touching our eights this game with Starlight. Bit of a strange one with Starlight. It's come together very odd. But again, it's one of them things where, as I say, you have to be able to think outside the box. It just sounds horribly pretentious and patronizing, but you know, I often don't play Starlight this way. I'll play it very much about gain the major, lean into the majors early, and all that kind of stuff. But sometimes you just do something like you find the cast down in the briny deep, and you have to go totally out of left field, because it's one of the only ways to solve this kind of mess that you can see all over the board here. So it's just been a very odd game that way, but that's just kind of the way it's gone. So the call to trade is gone. That's discarded. We fully tapped out from Finder, so that means we're definitely going to be reclaiming with Finder next turn, and the rest of it will require some amount of thinking, which I will not be doing tonight. But before I go and before I clock out, I will just do a little quick reclaim with Finder, and I'll search for a major power, because, you know, we're going to be looking for one. So let's go ahead and do a reclaim with Finder. We'll have a look at the major powers, and then I'll clock off and I'll think about those majors if there happens to be a decision over the next day or however long it'll be before I get back to the table. So we reclaimed. We ignore range this turn. That's all fine. And then we'll go ahead and we will 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And we're probably looking for something like Power Storm or something like that here. We'd really look like some kind of a big slammer, a big windmill slammer. Let's have a look and see. Pyroclastic Flow, not quite. Terrifying Nightmares, not quite. Sweep into the Sea, not quite. Dream of the Untouched Land, now that could be interesting. Oh, I'm laughing because in one of my shorts, you might have seen it, when I was playing a 6-6 last week, I, for the first time ever, did a game where I did Dream of the Untouched Land as well as Cast Down in the Briny Deep in the same game. So I added a board tile, and then I actually did a double Briny Deep. I did it twice in one turn. So I wiped out 2 and I added 1, and it was this big funny kind of crazy configuration on the board. But I wondered to myself, and I laughed to myself offline, what would happen in this game if I found this particular card, given that I've already got 3 board tiles on the board, and would I be able to, if I had to, fit another board tile on here? And the answer looks like it's going to have to be we will see. Because I am damned if I'm going to be passing this card. I am able to threshold it with the cards that I have in my hand, if I'm not mistaken. And I have to believe here that a double prolif and, sort of, build skips and all sorts of things on later turns, it's got to be pretty good here. I have to imagine that's going to be pretty good here. So I will be, I'll be shocked if I don't take this. But I'm not going to take it for now. We do have Terrifying Nightmares, Pyroclastic Flow, and Sweep into the Sea to ponder over. Terrifying Nightmares, not absolutely awful. It has to be said. It's yeah, it's maybe serviceable. I just been looking at the board here and making sure that I didn't build any inland cities on this past turn. I don't believe that I did, because that city was already there, and the rest of it should be fine. So yeah, I didn't misstep on that one. So yeah, look, that's going to be it. What are we now? 3.5 hours. I'm looking at the wrong screen. 3.5 hours. That'll probably be our part one that I upload, if I had to guess. Thanks for sticking with me. Really enjoyed this evening. We will be back for this probably not tomorrow evening, but maybe in a couple of days' time, and we will be playing more Spirit Island and enjoying ourselves that bit more. And we'll see if we can turn this into a win with adding boards and wiping boards and all those kind of fun things. So thanks again for being here. Catch you next time. Well, welcome back, folks. Either welcome back to this game after a little turnaround, perhaps welcome back to the next video. As I said before, I'm not 100% sure whether I fit all of this game into one video, whether it becomes 2 videos. That'll have to be decided after the fact. So either you're looking at a part 2 video, or perhaps we're still looking in a probably extra long part or single video. We shall see how that all works out. But we are, of course, coming back and rejoining the game, which is Habsburg Livestock and Sweden 6-6. Now, there's not much point in me recapping, because if you watch the previous video, you know exactly where we are. If you didn't watch the previous video, I recommend going and watching that, because you're joining in the middle of a mess otherwise, and you'll have no clue what's going on. Now, where were we when we closed out last time? We had just, of course, had a good old chuckle at finding Dream of the Untouched Land on the Reclaim with Finder. So we will rejoin ourselves there in just a moment. Before I do, just 1 or 2 quick words here. The good woman is out for the night, so she's gone off gallivanting. I think she's gone for a dinner with her sisters, which isn't exactly gallivanting. But anyway, so she's gone out. I'm left with the kids. They're all in bed, but there's no guarantee I don't get interrupted. So if you hear giving out or any of that sort of stuff in the background, we may well have to sort that out. I do have a monitor here, a baby monitor, and there's a white noise kind of thing in his room. So hopefully that's not being picked up by the mic, and it doesn't cause us any issues. It wouldn't be unlike my channel to have issues with the mic, but hopefully none of that comes into play. And what else? Well, I have myself a little bit of a fancy drink, because I'm feeling slightly better. In the previous video, I was coming off the back of a sickness. I'm feeling better today. It is a couple of days later, and I have myself a glass of iced tea. No, it is not a Spirit Island iced tea, unfortunately. As I say, I'm off the drink, but I have an iced tea nonetheless, which I'm certain to forget all about, and 2 hours from now go back to take a drink when it's warm. But it is iced. It is iced tea, and it's pretty good. So that's all of that. Anything else to speak about here? No, not exactly. Obviously I've had this on the table for a couple of days now. I've had a little think. And there were 1 or 2 situations and lines that I sort of thought I had figured out, and we'll get into now in a minute. I've just remembered there's one other thing I want to speak about here. This Flow Like Water, Reach Like Air. Just want to speak very briefly about this particular card. Earlier on in the draft, you will of course remember, you can see it on here in front of me, the Instruments of Their Own Ruin. When I took the G2 and I took the instruments, I of course forgot about the special rule of Fractured, which says whenever you, if I just bring it up here, bottom left there, when you gain a power card any other way, you may add 1 unchosen card to the days that never were set. So when I did that, I of course was talking about instruments, and then I was talking about Flow Like Water being a half decent card as well. Now, under most circumstances, I should have just, of course, put that Flow Like Water into the days that never were pile. I'm not going to do that because it's a May, and I'm not going to go back 3 turns and slightly improve my situation in my game. The chances of this coming up are slim to none, but it's not impossible. But still, I do not want to go ahead and add that 2 or 3 turns later, or however many turns it is later, because that's just kind of cheating. If it was not a May, I'd just put it in there just to maintain the game state. There's my discard pile from before. I'll put that over there. But yeah, no, like I said, I just wanted to point that out and show you, because if anyone was watching and wondering, That was just I forgot about it. So anyway, that was that one. Just wanted to point that out. Yeah, like I said, I thought I had the lines all figured out here. Of course, remember last time, I'll remove my face here momentarily and we can see down in the bottom corner here, the discard pile of Starlight's over there. This is the hand of Starlight with the piece that we know we want to play this turn. I, of course, picked up Cast Down of the Briny Deep, and we generally now are trying to make a plan which is going to allow us to threshold that card. So I have been, come back here for a moment. I've been thinking about this offline. Oh, where's my my window gone again? One moment. There it is. I've been thinking about this offline, and I thought I had a plan lined up, which involved a whole pile of Slip the Flow of Time for Fractured, and it involved doing slow to fast on the briny and all of the rest of it. It was basically, in short, it will involve not this turn but next turn giving out 2 slips to Finder in order to threshold the Dream of the Untouched Land, which in itself can go to Starlight and give Starlight 2 elements. I would also be doing 2 slips over to Starlight so that it can get 2 extra card plays, which contribute towards doing the Cast Down and the Briny Deep. Now, I was all lined up and I thought I had this totally figured out and I thought it was, you know, a bit of a genius and all of that kind of stuff. And then I remembered that the slow to fast on Fractured is actually the first ability on this innate. So what this basically says is, if I want to do the slow to fast using this, I cannot take advantage of the extra card play for thresholding the Cast Down. So essentially what I could do here is, because what I wanted to do is I wanted to give 2 slips to Starlight to get 2 extra card plays. But the way it'll work is, if I do this, it'll be the first one gives me the extra card play, then I repeat slip again, and then that time it's my last chance for Starlight to use the slow to fast, because you see there it says target spirit may resolve a slow power now. That does not say for the rest of this turn. So I would have to go ahead and cast down right there and then, use it, but then I would not gain basically get the advantage of the extra card play that comes from the levels below. So that kind of broke my whole plan just a little bit. So I've had to rethink this. And the good thing is, I don't have to actually do anything else until I take a card draft with Starlight right now. The one card in the deck I would love to hit on the minor power deck right now, where have I put my minor? Oh, it's over there, yeah. The one minor power that I really love to hit, and it will kind of solve a lot of my problems right now, is the card Sky Stretches to Shore. So if I hit that right now in this minor power draft with Starlight, I feel I'm fairly favoured in this game. But this turn can go very wrong. I'm going to draft a lot of cards with Starlight this turn, and if I miss big time on my elements, I don't really care about effects. All I care about are elements this turn. If I miss, I'm in pretty big trouble here, because if I can't cast down fast next turn, or even at all, if I miss on the elements, this game will get away from me super quick. So let's go ahead and start the turn with that in mind. There are some other things going on with Fractured over here as well, which I'm going to get to, because there's definitely some interesting stuff happening there too. But for now, the very first thing I want to check on is I want to gain a power and move my presence and start to reposition for the Piece of the Nighttime Sky, and hope beyond hope that I hit Sky Stretches to Shore. I will be very happy with any other water, earth cards in this particular case. It does not have to be Sky Stretches, but that will be by far the best one. So let's go ahead and have a look. Minor draft. 1, 2, 3, 4. We hit 4 perfectly off the top. And if I hit this and this, no one is going to believe me that I didn't stack that deck over there. But you're going to have to trust me that that is not how I roll. And I have far too little time in life to be wasting my precious Spirit Island game time by cheating for the favor of people online. So let's go ahead and have a look. We've got 4 shots. By the way, of course, I am in the middle of this draft with Finder. I haven't yet taken this card because I'm still in the middle of my growth, but I will almost certainly be taking the Dream of the Untouched Land here. But let's go ahead and see what we hit with Starlight on the minor draft. Gift of Constancy is a pretty good one. Likely be taking that. Renewing Boon, no. Scream Disease, no. And Song of Sanctity, no. So I did want to hit either an Earth or a Water at the very minimum here, and for sure Gift of Constancy is going to be a huge part of this. So I'll take the Gift of Constancy. The other cards aren't really particularly interesting to me here. Yeah, sure, maybe remove a Blight with Song of Sanctity, but nowhere near as good as the actual best miner in the whole deck. So we'll take that as our first draft. It's not a Water Earth card, and I really need to hit. I believe I need to hit one Water Earth card this turn. If I hit one, I'll be fine with basically the rest can be just like single Water or single Earth. But I have to hit, I believe, as one of the cards will have to be both Water and Earth together. So that's the first draft. Now, given that I did not hit Sky Stretches this turn, now I believe I am going to have to go for the slow to fast growth of Starlight. So let's go ahead and bring Starlight up here for a moment. So as we saw before, and when we come back, we'll take a look again. I had unlocked one of the cards on the track here for the reclaim. Track number 3, I guess, here. So I've already unlocked one of them, and I'm ready to kind of get that reclaim online. I was half thinking about trying to reclaim this turn to get my Boon of Reimagining back in my hand, but I'm going to go about doing that slightly differently. I desperately need the card back, but I'm going to do it in a different way. So what I'm actually going to do here is I'm going to grow towards my slow to fast growth, because it also gives me +1 card play, and that takes some of the pressure off of the slip the flow of time next turn. So let's go ahead and come back here, and I believe what I would be doing is I'm going to be going grow from here, taking from here. So as part of that gain a power card, I have to move a presence in here. I need to do that for this turn. So that's the first thing. Then I'm going to be going grow at range 0 into this land. I'll be taking 1 off this track, which is going to give me an energy. Where's my stuff gone? Over here. Where is my energy pot? What did I do with that? Oh, here it is. Clearing some stuff off my table earlier on, so I've got all this kind of stuff around here. So that will be, where will we put this? That'll be fine for here for now. So anyway, it'll be 1 from here, 1 from here, and then I will be taking the +3 energy. I most certainly be taking that because I need that. So that'll be likely my growth with Starlight over here. But before I lock that in, I can gain a bit more information for myself. And at this point now with Fractured Days, I actually think that I take the, I know that I take the G2 instead. I talked before, I'm pretty certain we talked about this towards the end of the last video, about how I need to lock in the following turn with the slow to fast. I was kind of building my whole game around making sure I had a way to reclaim and slow to fast to get access to the triple moon. 2 things on that comment. One is I don't need to do that anymore if I'm going for my slow to fast on the Starlight track, which is one thing. The other thing is I should have pointed this out at the time, and I can't remember whether I just brain farted and I was just missed it, or whether it just wasn't possible in the particular scenario. But it is, of course, possible to slip yourself with Fractured Days. And it's not only possible, it's actually highly relevant, comes up all the time, and I'm actually going to do it this turn. So I'm intending this turn. I think what I was saying before was I don't have a way to gain extra cards with Starlight if I go for the G3. Or not cards, card plays. But that's obviously not true. You can, of course, get extra card plays by slipping yourself to get an extra card play, which could give you, for example, you could slip once and then give yourself an extra card play, and then when you go back and use the slip again the next time, you might then have access to the 3 moon. So that was kind of what came up earlier in the game, but I can't remember whether I had a way to actually get a card into my hand and replay it, or whatever it may be. I probably did, and I think on that turn I was probably just forgetting, even though I do this all the time and I'm quite familiar with the spirit. This time it's a lot going on in this game, so forgive me on that one if I was leading you a little bit astray there, but of course I can do that. Now I am going to do, I'm I was gonna say I was gonna do a G2 this turn, but that only gives me 2 time, and now this also matters. I've been thinking about all these little lines offline, and so what I need to do this turn is I actually need to I need to triple slip this turn. I need to triple full slip this turn. Why? Because I need to, and I need to do, yeah, full slip. It needs to be the full slow to fast version of the slip, because I need to give myself as many shots as I can to find the miners on the side of Starlight to threshold the Briny. As I say, I have to be able to threshold that card, or else I'm probably gonna lose. I'm almost certainly gonna lose this game. So I want to give myself 2 Boon Reimaginings this turn. So how do I do that? Well, the one version of Slip over to Starlight will allow it to reclaim the Boon Reimagining and then play it, reclaim it out of my discard pile and then replay it. And then another Slip will allow me to, if I loop it back, it'll allow me to then use that slow Boon Reimagining once, use it, and then in the next 2 levels of the innate, I can pick it back up from play and then replay it again. So I'll get it kind of once in the fast and once in the slow. So it'll allow me to see 12 more cards and 4 more cards in hand with Starlight this turn. If any one of them contain a water earth, it's a reasonable shot of 12, but it's by no means guaranteed. If any one of them give it to me, I am pretty locked in for the Briny Deep next turn, because in actual fact I'm guaranteed, because that gives me the full. I'm gonna have 4 card plays next turn, right? So what I was thinking about was give myself the 1 extra card play. Let's come here. No, here. Essentially, my next turn would look like Call to Guard plus Cast Down of the Briny Deep plus Gift of Constancy plus whatever water earth card I find. And that right there is oh, in actual fact, that is not a guarantee. I'd still be short, because that would give me 2 water, 4 earth, and I'd still be short 2 water and a moon. Yeah, I'd be short 2 water and a moon. And in that case, I can only take 2 elements off my track, because I have to go grow this turn on the on this track, grow again next turn on this track again, and then do Dream of the Untouched Land on Starlight, which can pull 2 elements off the bottom track. In actual fact, it'll probably pull 1 off the bottom track and 1 off the reclaim track. But either way, it's 2 elements, and I'd be 3 elements short in this particular circumstance. So in actual fact here, I have to hit two water earth cards definitely does it, but that's a really big ask in only 12 cards. This is really tough. However, no, I do have a way around this. So in that particular circumstance that I just mentioned there, I was 1 element short. But in that circumstance, I'm also only using 1 slip next turn. Okay. So this is where the other thing I was thinking about was I still want to give myself 2 slips with fractured next turn, or I can in theory, right? I can set it up where I give myself 2 slips on Starlight and 2 slips on Finder. Finder needs 2 for sure. He has to take 2. And Starlight needs to, in this case, take 2 as well. If I find 1 Water Earth card, because surely then one of the other cards I find will have a single water or a single moon. It's nailed on at that point. That's guaranteed, I would say. It's probably mathematically guaranteed. So as long as I hit a single water earth card out of those 12 cards, and I believe I can also take a draft next turn as... No, I can't. Actually, I can't take a draft. I calculated that out too. So I do not get a draft next turn. Although, when I calculated that particular factor, that was not counting gift of constancy, but giving me 2 energy. Because I was thinking I can't take a draft next turn because I have to take the +3 energy button again next turn. However, now that I found gift of constancy, I can play gift this turn, give myself 2 energy, and pick the gift back up into my hand. And then next turn, my 3 growth options become Add a Presence, +1 card play, and one of your things are fast, and gain a power, move a presence. This. So that I do actually get a panic draft next turn. I have a get out of jail draft next turn. If I completely miss on my Water Earth card, I get 4 more looks at it next turn. Now, energy wise, let's be sure that that's also correct. So this is my setup this turn. So let's go back and look at the actual setup this turn. It's going to be these 3 growths. It will be putting this in here. It will be doing the gift of constancy and the piece of the nighttime sky. They're my 2 card plays. And then, of course, the Boon of Reimagining comes out of my discard pile with the slip. So they're my 2 card plays this turn. That will cost me. So it'll be 3 + 1 + 1. That all goes in my hand. This will cost me 1. And then I'll need to pay a further 2 for 2 boons. But the 2 boons is a wash with the gift of constancy. So I'll keep all this energy in my pool now. And then what do I have next turn? 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So that can allow me essentially Briny, Gift of Constancy, Call to Guard, and a 1 cost, the Water Earth doesn't have... there's no pressure on the zeros. I can pick up 1 cost cards at that time, and in actual fact, actually, I have nowhere near pressure on it because I can at that point do Gift of Constancy first, keep the Briny in my hand. Even if I was way short, I could play like these 3 cards out before I slip to give myself extra cards. I can gift a constancy myself for another 2 energy. So I've loads of energy. So in actual fact, yes, I do get a draft next turn. I'm going way around the houses here, and I hope I haven't made a mess of the presentation of that. But essentially, I'm thinking to next turn, and I have now sort of said, I've guaranteed to myself in my mind that I do not need the +3 energy button next turn, which means I will be able to get a draft next turn, because it will be Add a Presence, draft, and +1 card play. I don't need to reposition my presence next turn because I have range, as I said, to here, to this coastal land from this. And even if I lose a presence in there for whatever reason, I would still have a Add a Presence at range 0 in there. So all of that's good news. So these are the 2 card plays this term. I Gift of Constancy myself. I didn't obviously show that on the thing. I'm actually not sure if I've had this card on the channel to date. We'll throw it in there very quickly. Target spirit gains 2 energy. I can, of course, target myself or someone else. At the end of turn, they may reclaim 1 power card instead of discarding it. And if you give another spirit, if you target another spirit, then you also kind of both get the reclaim. But in this case, I want to give myself the 1 energy, or the 2 energy, so I'll just be targeting myself with that one, despite this being a better card when you give it out. So that's okay on the side of Starlight. We'll just lock in the rest of that there. That's going there. It is going from there. I've already picked up all my energy, and all the rest of that is all good news. Now, Finder's side, we said we wanted to do take the Dream of the Untouched Land. That's going in her hand. The other 3 mages are gone, and now I need to forget a card. And the card I will be forgetting is a Circuitous and Wending Journey. Goodbye. Thank you very much, Circuitous. I don't think I've ever played that card more than once in a game. It's really good at the beginning, and then after that, it's like, yeah, whatever, goodbye. So that's all that. Now, that's going in my hand. I won't be playing that this turn, because that's going to be next turn's plan. I will gain 4 energy this turn, however. 2 plus 2. And thresholding this next turn is going to require me going off the top track to pick up that any element over there, and then I will be playing Dream plus 3 other cards, which are going to be essentially these 3 cards here, and then I'll take the Moon element from here. So that'll give me basically all of the thresholds for Dream next turn. So I do the Add a Presence plus 1 card play, go from the top, and then we'll be all kosher for that stuff. But again, I'm getting ahead of myself here. That's all in my hand. That's next turn's plan. This turn's plan, however, is simple. It's going to be this card to solve this particular land. So right now what we have on the board is we've got double loss condition, double loss condition, double loss condition. This is a it's not actually a loss condition because that's 5 plus 2 is 7, but it's, you know, I don't really want to add 2 more blight here. So I'm going to use aid from the spirit speakers to get this plus my presence off this board. And that'll be fine. In actual fact, no, I won't be getting my presence off the board because I don't want to push this city off the board. I want to keep it on there to get brownied away next turn. So, okay, we'll just lose that presence. It's no big deal. So that'll be okay. And then we also have this problem over here. Which I don't really have a way around. Now, that's going to bring us back then to Fractured Days. And Fractured Days wants to do a few things. So, what do they want to do? They want to give 2 slips to Starlight this turn. We've already talked about that and explained why we want to do that. So we need to give Starlight 2 slips this turn. We have to have the fast involved in the slip because otherwise we cannot repeat Gift of Constancy. Because if Gift of Constancy, it's slow, so I can't use it, and this kind of pick up and put back down situation here doesn't work if I haven't actually resolved the card. Why does that keep... Why does that keep going away from here? I'm not sure. Is it... Yeah, no, okay. So we need to max the innate. Now, I have multiple ways to max that innate, but what I'm really thinking about here is the amount of time. So this turn, we know for sure we need to max innate and give out 2 slips. So can I max innate and give out 2 slips? As well as reclaim next turn with enough energy and 3 card plays. The energy I don't think will be a problem for us here. So looking right now, we have Blur. The other thing is here, I talked before about being able to stasis this land. I was talking about that on the previous turn here. I don't believe I'm going to have the time to spare. I might, but I don't think I will. So what I do have is I have these 3 cards. Now, there's 2 things I can do here. One thing I can do is I could G3, pick up the favor, which was kind of my original plan. Put the favor in my hand, right? Take this out of the days. Put that in my hand, okay? Let's look what this looks like. G3. 2 time from bottom, 1 from top, right? Play these 3 cards. I would, of course, generate 2 more energy here as well. That would pay for these 2, and then I'd have plenty of energy going back into the turn next turn. Now, if I do it this way, that gives me level 2 and level 3, but not level 1. So I would now have to slip myself. This is what I was talking about before. I could now slip myself as the first iteration of slip, and I could play the favor. Using level 1, I could just, whatever, pick back up the call to trade. It wouldn't matter really. And then just play the favor out of my hand, okay, with another 1 energy. So that would kind of cost me 3 energy. Again, I should still be fine reclaiming next turn. Okay, so that would now when I use slip again, now I'd have it on the max level because I now have the 3 moon. So now when I give out the slip to Starlight twice this turn, they would get the full slip. But this is going to cost me time, because doing it this way means that when I give out my 2 slips this turn, the second slip costs me 1 time and the third slip costs me 2 time. So this will basically cost me the full 3 time that I just gained, which is where I arrived to this absolute stasis. I can't use it because I can't use the time. So assuming that's the case, I'd actually give out Reaching Grasp and I'd spend 1 less energy, right? Don't think the range matters anyway, but that would kind of be the story there. So assuming that that's 1 line of play, doing this line of play, by the way, gives me favor the Sun and Starlit Dark on this land, because this is ravaging for 3 plus 2 is 5 right now, and a defend of 4 would be good. And I could also push a blight in there maybe. I don't think that matters, because I already have a land with 2 blight over here for the Dream of the Untouched land next turn, and I'd obviously rather clean it from the board we're not about to wipe away. So the pushing the blight doesn't really matter. But it gives me a defend in that spot, which is fairly decent. It, of course, does not give me the prevention of the double loss condition over here, but that's kind of how that whole thing lines up. So then I basically gain 3 time, and now I have to put 3 time back on my tracks. And in doing so, I could just recover all 3 of those on the top track. In this case, I've spent the 2 energy that I gained this turn by those 2 cards there, and then I reclaim next turn then G1 back with 3 card plays, and I essentially do more or less the exact same thing again. But next turn I have an heir, so then the 3 card plays I can play next turn can just look like that. And that would give me the max slip the flow of time without having to give myself a slip next turn. And in that case, I have 2, 4 energy, plus I gain 2 on the reclaim. So that's 6, not energy, time. That would give me 6 time. And 6 time is exactly enough for 4 slips, because it goes 0, plus 1, plus 2, plus 3, which is 6, right? So this was the kind of lines I've been figuring out in the last day or so when I was just studying this a little bit offline. So doing it this way will give me exactly enough time for this turn's slips and next turn slips. Now at that point, like, all of my presence is back on my tracks and I'm kind of tapped out. So it'll be another turn or 2 before Fractured really does anything else in the game. But that gives me the thresholded Dream of the Untouched land. It also gives me 2 extra card plays on Starlight, which, as we said, should hopefully be enough to get the cast down thresholded. So all of that sounds pretty good. The alternative now, let me just give me enough time to just talk through the alternative. We put favor back in there. We put these cards back in our hand. We put the time back here. Sorry, it was like this. That was the way we came into this turn, wasn't it? Yeah. We came into the turn looking like this. So instead, what I can do is G2, which gives me the moon and will allow me to hit this threshold in full without having to slip myself. So what does that look like? So I give myself a moon. I still want to give myself 3 card plays. So if I go 2 time off the bottom with the moon, I now have 3 card plays. I still gain 2 energy, so that looks the same. And then this time I can go blur, past returns again. And maybe now I can absolute stasis. Because now my slips are fully online because I have the 2 air, I have the 3 moon, and I have the 3 sun. But now I can stasis here for 1, and I only have to give out 2 slips now, not 3. So this is more time efficient from a slip perspective. So now I can go fully maxed out slip and then give away 2, and giving away 2 only costs me 0 plus 1. So that's this other 1. So now I'm essentially back to the same sort of situation where I put these 2 back on top this time. And now I reclaim again next turn, back in the same spot where I take the 2 off the top. I've got 6 again, and now I can give out the 6. However, I cannot give out the 6 in this particular instance. Oh, sorry, I can. No, I can. But I can't give away the slow to fast next turn. That's one thing I can't do. And I do really want to give away the slow to fast, and let me explain why. It's of course not because of the cast down and the briny deep, but I'm going to give Finder 2 slow to fasts next turn if I have it all online, and giving Finder 2 slow to fasts will allow me to do these 2 cards, these 2 slow cards in my hand, both fast, which could push a bunch of invaders off of one of these 2 tiles onto the one that's about to die. So that can kill 4 extra invaders and sort of go about doing some pretty decent amount of solving of lands as well. So I really want to hit a slow to fast next turn on Finder if I can do it. So the reality of the situation is that reclaim next turn looks a lot better if I'm giving out a slow to fast. But this turn looks a lot better the other way, because it gives me a draft, and a draft could be huge here, because a draft can give me a shot at Elemental Boon, and if I find Elemental Boon, I just give that away next turn and I'm happy days. It's close. Like, I'm adding 2 blight here either way, right? This is a blight cascade, and this is a double blight. Obviously, this is a double loss condition blight, which is significantly more dangerous. So I prefer to stasis and stop the loss condition blight. And I do get a shot. I do get a G2, which could find me a Sun Moon card. It's unlikely, let's be honest, but it could find one. If I miss, it means I come back next turn. I still hit the slip levels 2 and 3. And once I have levels 2 and 3, I can do everything I need in terms of giving everybody what they need. The most important thing is obviously the extra card plays here. So I don't technically need the slow to fast next turn, but it will be pretty nice. I think it's important enough to hit that slow to fast next turn that I'm going to do it that way. I'm going to give up on the card draft this turn, and I'm going to give up on the stasis this turn, and I will instead gain 2 slow to fast on Finder next turn, and by the way, 2 slow to fast on Starlight. So if they find any decent mages, they're going to have to play 2 extra miners here. These kind of water earth, these mystical water earth miners that I've talked about here. And they could be anything that could be technically slow as well. So there could be something useful in there that could be slow, and it could be improved by being slow to fast as well. So as well as, of course, I have some innates here. For example, I'll have the water innate. That's a slow that could be useful next turn as a fast. I don't know, maybe removing that blight over there or something like that, as well as maybe getting the moon and 8, fast as well next turn. So there's kind of a bunch of different stuff at play here, and I think the force slow to fast next turn is more important than the 2 blight on the draft now. So I'm going to play this somewhat cautiously, guarantee that next turn, and just give up on the big land hit here. As a result. So that, I think, is going to be all of that. This is what, 3, 6, 9, 3, 6, 9, 10, 12. Yeah, so this is like 4 over. So I'm about to say, is there any way I could defend? No, there's no kind of, yeah, no. There's no defending that can be done here to somehow, like, what I was thinking was, oh no, sure, I can't even get Finder's Presence. I was going to say, if I put a presence in there with Finder, then I can range 1 over into that with the piece. But no, it's fine. That's going. That's going to double loss condition. We're good to go. I have the plan laid out, and this is a long and slow descriptor on all of the things that go on with these spirits, but I should be able to hopefully move pretty quickly now. So we'll do the aid from the spirit speakers. We gained our energy already. This is going to be 2 from there. To play the aid from the spirit speakers. Yeah. Okay, that's that. Now on the side of fractured, then what we said was, so that was looking like this. 2 energy was off over here. We had 2 energy. This was the state of the affairs here. We're doing the G3. We're picking up the favor. We're eating the spinach this turn so that we can have our cookies next turn. So let's go ahead, and so we put these back in our hand again. We take the 3 time, which is 1, 2, 3. We gain the 2 energy, 1, 2. We know that we can't stasis this turn, so instead it's going to be reaching, grasp, blur, and pass returns again. We know we have to give ourselves then the first slip. So that's 1 energy. Then we go, so that's two money in the bank there. Do we need to reach and grasp ourselves this turn? I don't believe so. No, I don't think so. Suppose on this side of things we will hit that that moon and 8 with Starlight, because we'll have the piece plus the boon. We'll forget the piece this turn, but we'll still gain the thing. So we'll have that. So it might be a nice idea to give Starlight the +1 range in that case, so that we have access to that actually, what did I do this turn? I moved. So I was there. I just realized something now. I actually already have range into that land. So I don't need to push into this land. What I'm thinking about right now is, rather than push into that land, I might push over to this board and do it like this. I want to split my presence between 2 different boards here, so that when I briny, I'm not only on one board. And I need to think about the same thing with Fractured Days at some point here. But they actually need their Sacred Site this turn for the favor, so I won't be able to, when I G3 here to move a presence, I'm actually not going to be able to move off this board. I have to stay on the board. Yeah, that's okay. Okay, but I do want to start moving across that way with Starlight anyway. So yeah, instead of going move over there and then place my presence, I'm going to move over there and place my presence. I think that's going to be useful, because I can still just G0 in here at some point to briny onto that board, and then this gives me a chance to make my way over that way and start to maybe affect the board on that side somehow. So I think this is probably okay. So this side of things then. We've played our finder cards. We don't have any innates with finder. That's okay. We know what we've done over here with Starlight. On this side of the board now, we're going to slip once to myself. So I can reclaim this call to trade. It's not going to matter. And then I'm going to play the favor. That's going to cost me 1. Okay. Now, that's obviously the second thing and then the third thing. Now, as I say, now I can give out slip again. So give out slip this time over to Starlight. They have a slow to fast right now, but they don't have, this obviously isn't online yet, so that technically isn't online. So that's fine. So the slow to fast doesn't do anything. No worries. Now, reclaim a card. I'm going to pick up the Boon of Reimagining from my discard pile, and then I'm going to play it for 1. Now I'm going to slip again, and I am going to Boon of Reimagining myself, forgetting the Enticing Splendor. And I get 6 minors, and I really want this to be good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I hit the perfect amount. Come on now, give me 1 Earth Water card. It really just solves so many problems if I hit 1 here. I don't want to have to stress to go to the slow phase to do another boon. So let's just hit it right now. No. Entrap, no. Scour the Land, no. Animated Rack Route, no. Drift Down, no. Carapace Land, no. Portents of Disaster, no. That's a big fat swing and a miss. And if I'm not mistaken, I didn't hit a single water card in that entire pile. Not 1. And I didn't hit a moon water and moon earth card either. That is a huge, huge swing and a miss. By the way, of course, that I had to spend time on that. So if you slip once, now if you slip a second time, that goes back here. I'll just put it here for now, and then I'll return them in a second. So this is a huge, huge miss. Oh, dearie me. I mean, I know I need a moon card. I need a moon in some way or another. So I kind of feel forced to take a moon card here just in case. Importance of Disaster is, 3 fear. It's okay. But I feel priced into taking a moon card. I'm sort of sorted with the Earth at this point, more or less. We're kind of saying at this point that the 2 elements off this are likely going to have to be water, water. So if I hit water, water, and then my next boon plus draft hits just a water card. If I forget about my water earth pipe dreams for a second and I just hit a single water card, I go water off the cast down, water off the 2 elements, and then water off the card in my hand. Let's say that it's, this card. I'm going to put one of the cards from my thing for a second here. So it will be, that gives me my water. Cast down, call to guard, gift of constancy me back in my hand. That gives me triple gift of constancy. That's now 4 card plays. I would have one more card play, which has to hit me a water moon or a water earth. So I still need to hit a combo to do this in 5 cards. This is outrageous. I've totally whiffed on this. It's painful. So I just have to pick. So I think I'll just take the Portents of Disaster anyway to be sure I have a moon in my hand, just in case. I think my moon card has to also have either a water or an earth for this to work. I think that's what I just was able to calculate there. So I don't think I can do this if I don't find a moon card that contains one or the other. However, I'll just take one anyway, just in case. And then after that, a defend is just not going to do it. Defend 4 in a jungle next turn can, maybe solve a loss condition. It's probably about the best I can do with it. In here, this builds a city, then it gathers a town, and then an adjacent town. Even a defend a 4 in there is probably not stopping a loss condition, is it? 5 plus 3 plus 3, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, even a defend a 4 doesn't stop a loss condition in there. Insane. It's just insane. So maybe I take Scare of the Land at that point. I'm not sure. Scare of the Land is, at least a little bit powerful. Maybe I just entrap the forces of corruption. That could maybe stave off a loss condition for me. Possibly. Yeah, maybe that just staves off a loss condition for just long enough. Don't think I'll be playing any of those cards anyway. I think they're 2 total whiffs, which is a real pity. A real pity when you hit 2 cards that you think you're not playing either of next turn. It's not a good start. Okay, so that's basically the Boon of Reimagining done. Now we resolve the rest of the slip, which means I pick the Boon of Reimagining back in my hand and then I play it again for one more. And it's obviously not. It's not going to be fast now. So that'll resolve in the slow phase where I have to cross my fingers. Obviously I could panic here and I could I've now done the second slip on Starlight, so I had to spend this 2 more time over here on the top track as well. Because sorry, and this. Because I did slip once on myself, once on Starlight was pick up the boon and then play it, and then the third slip total, which is second on Starlight, is resolve the slow to fast and then pick it back up and play it. So I've now resolved slip 3 times this turn. It's done. I spent my 3 time to be able to do that. We've spent our 2 energy on that, so that's all done. Boon is then gonna resolve in the slow phase. We're now going to reach and grasp onto Starlight. So Starlight gets +2 with all of their powers. Now we do, of course, have the gather thing over here. Piece of the Nighttime Sky, because we're still terror level 1. We're going to do this twice and we're going to forget it. Which will, of course, give us 1 moon, so we can remember that. And now we get to skip. It's all ravages, isn't it? Anyway, yeah. Invaders do not ravage and target land. And then the 2 lands will, of course, be this one and this one, because this has a Dahan, so it has a chance of like defend per Dahan or something. It's unlikely to matter, but the odd time it'll say like an event or something, or a fear card. Well, I don't have any fear cards, but the odd time you'll have something that says don't ravage in lands with Dahan, or something to that effect. So unlikely to matter. I'm probably just throwing away a Dahan over here, but this is maybe an easier land to solve in the future, whereas this one, if it has blight, we could maybe just let that go one time in the future. Something to that effect. I'm not exactly sure. This also removes a single to hand, which maybe helps for the Sweden escalations when they're sitting solitary on their own. So that also could potentially help. Now, Blur the Arc of Years. Speaking of Sweden escalations, is there anything I can do with Blur the Arc of Years this turn to help myself out in any single way? Is there a Dahan on its own on this board? Yes, there is. There's two here. So where can we push those? We're not defending any ravages this turn. Well, in theory we are. We're going to defend this one. So, okay, so defend 4, push up to 1 blight and generate a fear. So we'll do 1 fear. We'll push this blight and we'll just push it in there. And then we'll defend 4 on that land. And then the other thing we will do is, of course, we'll remind ourselves that we have this this max innate over here. Past returns again is not doing anything. Blur the Arc of Years. We're going to do where's my handgun? Yeah. Added a hand and then push up to 2. Just wondering whether I want to push them in here. Does that help me next turn? Not exactly, because I've already used my aid from the Spirit Speakers. This is going to be a nightmare land this next turn here. It's a horror show land. As is that one up there, of course. We've got some big problems next turn. All of those jungles are all awful news next turn. But we'll have to do something about them. I think I'll leave them as they are, because if I push 2 out, I leave 1 behind, and then it's just a guaranteed conversion with Sweden. So I've already got some pretty big Sweden problems here. So I think I'll just leave the 3 of them where they are. I think that's better. So okay, so that's all my fasts done on the side of fractured. On the side of finder here, I'm going to just save 2 blight by pushing this away from here. So for each Dahan, you may move 1 invader, Dahan, presence, or beast to a single land within 2 that has Dahan. So single land within 2 that has Dahan, I can just push this into here, I think. Yeah. And then I can push, I guess I'll leave the Dahan where they are. I could also push this presence in here, but again, I don't think that's going to matter. I might, do something by moving that presence out of there or something next turn. So, well, actually, yeah, no. Open the ways will allow me to push onto this board anyway, so I think that's fine. I'll just leave the presence where it is. So that's that done. I don't have an isolate either this turn, so that's a very straightforward turn for fractured. And then on this side of the board, then I of course gift to constancy myself for 2, and then I pick back up the gift this turn. Want to make sure I haven't cheated and gained the gift of constancy energy twice here this turn. Coming into this turn, I had what? Was it 5 energy? And then I gained what? Out of presence was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I think I went up to 10 this turn. And then so far I have spent, 7. 1 plus these 2. So I spent 7. So I went to 10, went down to 7. Now I'm going back up to 9 with gift of constancy. And then we said next turn then it would be out of presence from there. That's 1 plus one more brings us to 11, and that was the number I had in mind. So yeah, I haven't gained that. It gives a constancy energy yet, so that's all good. And then I can pick that up at the end of the turn. So yeah, we're pretty kosher here. So I don't forget. So all fasts are done. Let's go ahead and get wrecked by the event. Yep. An ominous dawn. I don't like the sound of this. This sounds ominous to me. I can never remember what half these bloody things do. I just know when I hear it that it sounds terrible. What is this? It's terror level 1, which is what we're at. 1 fear per power card in play that generates a fear. That does. I have a grand total of 1 card in play that generates fear. Not great. Okay, on each board, 1 damage in a land with badlands or beasts. 1 damage to Dahan in a land with badlands, beasts, and Dahan. So, first of all, we have no badlands. We do have beasts. 1 damage in a land with beasts on this board kills a single explorer. On this board deals a damage to you. And then on this board deals a damage to you. Unexciting. And then I now have to do 1 damage to Dahan in a land with beasts and Dahan because I've got no badlands, and that is no lands on the board. So it does nothing. And then on each board with buildings and 5 or fewer Dahan. Uh-oh. Buildings and 5 or fewer Dahan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is this land. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this tile here does qualify. Destroy a presence. Ouch. Not in love with that. Don't love destroying presence here. It won't be finders. We can't be destroying finders presence, so I'll have to destroy that one. That does now, in theory, cause an issue with the range to this coast for getting cast down later, but it'll be fine. It'll have to do. So we destroy that presence, and then of course we don't have the 3 or fewer things. So we just did that one. So actually, not too bad. We haven't gotten particularly wrecked by that card. We don't have a fear card. We've only resolved a single fear card in this game. Things will start going pretty soon, though. Don't worry about that. Once we briny a board away, we should be well on our way. So all of that is okay. So let's go ahead and ravage. Now we know in this case we are lost condition ravaging over here. So that is going to add 2 blight. 1, 2. It's going to destroy that Dahan. And we are going to now have to start to track our lost condition, which I'll do in this little pot. That's what that pot's for. That is 2 lost condition blight onto that card. We will, of course, have to mining rush, which is going to have to place a town into that land because it's adjacent land without buildings. So that's all okay. Yeah, now we'll go. And then, of course, then we've got no. This was only ravaging for 4, not 5, so it's safe. And then it was skipped and skipped. So all of that's okay. Now we go build. And this is where things start to look mighty horrendous again. So we go build in here. We go build in here. We go build 2 towns up in that corner in the top. I think I might be out of town pieces here. This builds a city because it's on the coast. And then over here, we have to build 2 more towns again. Where's my other pot? Yeah. I'm out of town pieces, but it's okay. We have our Horizons pieces. So I'll just put 2 of them down there for now. That's 2 more towns because that's an inland land. So we'll be wiping them away anyway now very shortly. So I'm not too worried about that. So that's 2 towns gone in there. And we also need to put 2 more in here. These are all just extra fear tokens for next turn, so all of this is okay. So 1 and 2 towns go up in that land as well. Do we build in every land? Yes, 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 yes. Okay. And then after the build, of course, we have to do our gathering stuff. So hopefully we can take some stuff off the boards adjacent here. Let's see. So starting with board A, first land over here, I can gather, I guess, you in there. Up here now, I can gather out of, I suppose, that land there. Now, board B, this land here will be gathering from here. And then this land here will be gathering from, unfortunately, I can't gather away from the other board, which is disappointing, because I can't gather from the jungle because they match, and I don't have any open the way shenanigans happening, so I have to just gather from my own board. I'll just gather from there. No big deal. And then finally, I'll do my explore. It is, in fact, wetlands. Okay, so let's go and explore first, and then after the explore, we do our other things. So explore, 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 and then explore and explore. So that is all of that. Now, of course, we have to escalate. So on each board with 4 or fewer blight, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is 1, 2, 3. So we have to escalate on this board. Has to go in here. It's the only qualifying land. And then on this board, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, unfortunately, and not 5. So in that case, we will have to also do it once. A land without blight or towns. And we have only one qualifying land as well. So that is all of that. Done. We explored, we escalated. So that's all our stage 2s done. Now we're into stage 3s, and things are really going to start to heat up quite a bit here. And as I say, if I miss on the cast down into the briny deep threshold here, the game is definitely over. So that's kind of, that's kind of all of that. So what do we have now? I never tapped this Blur the Arc of Years, but we know the story. That's the Blur the Arc of Years. The situation over here is I need to boon a reimagining again, and I'm gonna just have to get it out of the way. I'm gonna have to cross my fingers and just hope. So I will. So let's go ahead and, well, actually, before I boon, yeah, I'm not going to be giving it away. So this one is going to sit and play. So I'll boon and I will forget. I think I'll just forget Fire in the Sky. Come on now. I had so many shots at this. Do not let me down. This will be absolutely crippling. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I've hit 6 exactly again. I've at least hit well with drawing the right amount of cards from the thing, but I really, really, really want to hit a Water Earth card here. I'm pretty sure my problems are solved if I hit that. My problems might even be solved if I hit a Moon Earth card as well as a Water card. So many outs. The percentages have got to be so high from when I started this turn. Please do not let me down here. Come on now. Come on now. The heart of the cards. Weep for what is lost. At least it's a water. Lure the unknown. We haven't done it again. Rouse the trees and stones. We haven't done it again. 3 more cards. I have to hit a dual element card here. Come on now. Gift of Living Energy. Are you kidding me? Domesticated animals go berserk, and I now have one more chance to hit that dual element card. No. Man. 1 water card. 1 out of 12. And no dual element card out of 12. Out of 16, in fact. There was no dual element card across all 16 cards I looked at this turn. Are you joking me, like? And again, dual element, it doesn't have to be water, earth. Moon, water, or moon, earth was good enough. So obviously I have to take the water. So again, what's actually happening this turn? So I've got my gather 1. That's still here. The gift of constancy is going back in my hand. I'm just shortcutting a little bit here so they can see what my board actually looks like. So the gift of constancy is back in my hand. I get to use this still. All this has gone out of the way. Let's get rid of it all and just see what the rest of this looks like. Boonery and Mag. Oh, wait a second. Can I put Boon Reimagining back in my hand? That might be interesting. Let's assume I put Boon Reimagining back in my hand, and let's take that as a plan. So again, next turn, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 after growth. And then my 3 growths are 1, 2, 3. So 3 card plays. 1, 2, 3. And now I have 2 extra plays off Fractured. Let's assume Call to Guard is one of them. So this gives me 1, 2 earth, 1, 2 water. I satisfy all the sun and I satisfy all the moon. So I'm now 2 water and 2 earth short. But now I have a fast slip because I took the slow to fast option. I took the safe play to give myself the slow to fast next turn. I can now give myself a slow to fast Boon Reimagining to search for 6 more cards to find a water earth. If I resolve this, find the water earth, and then continue on resolving the rest of this slip, I can play the water earth into play. Because at this point I've gone 3 card plays. The Call to Guard would have to be this second extra card play. Right, so basically I've played 3 card plays. First slip resolves. Use the Boon Reimagining. Find the Water Earth card. Let's just imagine it's any of this crap in my hand. Play the Water Earth card. Now I've got 3 water, 2 earth. Slip again, put the Call to Guard into play. Now I've got 3 water, 3 earth, and then resolve the Dream of the Untouched Land, and that gives me 1 more each of the 2 that I need. So I actually have another shot at it. So Boon Reimagining is the card that I'm putting back in my hand. We figured all of that out. That's all pretty good. So this was the Weep was the card I took. The Boon of the Reimagining is the one that's going into my hand at the end of turn. Cast Down is obviously in my hand, and then I still to take basically one of these cards in my hand. This is the second card I was taking off Boon. I only took obviously the Weep for what is lost. Gift of Living Energy here is clearly the best card. I still need a double card, so single element cards aren't going to be good enough. So I think I just take the Gift of Living Energy at that point. For combo purposes. So I still, again, have 10 more cards next turn to try find it. But now the dual element is actually necessary. I have to hit a Water Earth card. Wow. Is what this game's all about, folks. This is what this game is all about. Okay, so I've kind of I've shortcutted and fast forwarded a little bit there. All the stuff is back in my hand. The gift is getting discarded, and I have this the sidereal guidance level 1, so I can gather either an explorer or a Dahan. Does gathering an explorer do anything for us right now? No, not really. Gathering a Dahan obviously can just protect one of the Dahan on the other board that's about to get wiped away. So I think I'll probably just end up doing that. It's probably fine. That point, I'll probably just I have the extra 2 range still from reaching grass, so I'll just go over into this land and pull that in there, and that might just be another way to protect that land next turn, like deal damage per Dahan or whatever, or defend per Dahan or something like that. So that goes all the way over there, and actually Call to Guard even might do something over in that land next turn potentially. So that's all that, all good stuff. Done. We still have our right innate, of course, for fractured days as well. So we will be going ahead and resolving that. That's pretty key right now because it's the full level. So let's go ahead and take our event and have a look at what it will be for, or potentially will be for next turn. So we are still healthy, so it would be the Frontier Calls, which isn't going to wreck us. That just yeah, +1 explorers. It's no big deal. On each board, and we're not going to place any blight during the fast phase. In fact, we're actually going to put blight back on the card, so that's all fine. On each board, add a beast, so yeah, whatever, and then gather 1 or 2 into a land without the hand setup symbols. So it doesn't give us defend per Dahan, which actually I don't think is on events. That's only a fear card effect. But this is a very tame and safe and not wrecky event card. Much like the last one, this just doesn't wreck us at all. If it goes 1 down below, I may end up blighted by the time this hits, and at that point it will be destroy 1 from each spirit, which actually might wreck us. Because right now we're due to lose a presence from Fractured over here, and we have no way really of getting these presents out of here because we're about to G1 to reclaim. Am I playing Traveler's Boon? I am, so I guess I can just Traveler's Boon myself 1 of my presents away there so that I don't go down to 1 presence on the island. I'll probably do that just to get 1 of them presents off that board. And then in that case, then destroy 1 from each spirit wouldn't kill me. So this is actually a key interesting one to know about. The next X Blight added to the island comes from the box instead of the Blight card. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so with all of that said, this will not be being shuffled away to the bottom, that's for sure. Frontier Calls. Let's take note of that. I didn't take note of this last time, so notepad, or actually, do you know what? I'll do a print screen of that. Open an image editor. Hopefully that didn't do anything to my recording. It shouldn't have. We're all good here. So yeah, let's get rid of you. We'll have to shuffle this back in with the top card of the deck here. Get rid of that. Come back to here. So we're basically an hour and 20 minutes resolving one turn of this, but that was pretty complicated, I must say. Especially given that I did a lot of that thinking offline in the last 2 days. But as you can clearly see here, every little detail matters. Like one single time from fractured makes all the difference. Oh, actually, interesting. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was going to say I never placed my blight, but of course I skipped over there. I placed it over here, so that's fine. So yeah, one time matters. One single, element matters. Obviously, the energy is very tight and stuff as well. So it's all very dramatic, let's say. So that's done. They're discarded. All of this is discarded, and we'll be going back to reclaim with fractured. So all back in our hand, and I must say I'm feeling very big brained altogether by eating my spinach last turn, so that I can have my cookies this turn. So let's go ahead and reclaim cards, gain our 2 time over into there. We will of course gain 2 energy again, 2 off the top, and we'll have 3 card plays this turn, and those 3 card plays will look like Blur the Arc of Years, The Past Returns Again, and Favor of the Sun and Starlight Dark, which will of course cost us the 2 that we just gained on reclaim. Now, that's all of that. Looks good. We've got our 6 time lined up to give out 4 slips this turn, which is all good news as well. 0, 1, 2, 3 are the 4 slips, and that of course is, as I said, 0 plus 1 plus 2 plus 3 is 6 time, which is exactly how much we have. Now, over on Finder's side, add a presence, get +1 card play this turn. That comes off the top track. It goes at range 1, and it's going to give us an Annie. And I already know that Annie needs to be a moon. So I get 2 card plays this turn. I'm going to get 5 energy, which is going to be 3 plus 2. And then the 2 card plays are going to be Dream of the Untouched Land. Well, actually, no, I want to play my 2 slows first. Doesn't actually matter as long as I play 1 slow first here, but sure, I might as well just play the 2 of them anyway. Play those 2 slows, and then I'll have these 2 fast in my hand ready to play out from the slips. So that'll cost us 1. And then on the side of Starlight, we already have our growths lined up here. So sorry, that was already done. We've got our cards in our hand here. So now, as we say, it's going to be add a presence. It's going to be gain a power and move a presence, and it's going to be the slow to fast. So my add a presence is going to be from there. That's going to give me 1 plus 1, which is our 9, 11. That's 1. I suppose I'm just going to do the gain a power card first here. I'm fast forwarding a bit. So let's gain a power first. And please, please, please give me a water earth card. 1, 2, 3, 4. But you just know I'm not hitting it here, and it's going down to the sweat for the slow to fast boon reimagining. You just know. You know for sure. Come on now. If ever there was a time on this channel where I deserve to hit a card, it's this. Yeah. We did it. Yes. Yes. It's strong and constant currents. We got there. 1, 2, nature's resilience. Gifted Nature's Connection. God damn, elusive ambushes. Oh, you just love the Gifted Nature's Connection. In actual fact, I may be able to do this with Gifted Nature's Connection instead. It's clearly by far the better card. So let's just take the gift. I think we do it with gift as well here. Strong Constant Currents is a fine card, of course, but Gifted Nature's Connection is a broken card. So let's just look at what gift looks like here. Put those 3 to the side for now. I'm quite sure we can do it with gift. So gift goes in our hand. Move a presence. Yeah, I think I move one in here. Yeah, move one in here. It's good to be in the lands with Finder anyway. So let's move one in there. And that can give us range to that coast then, obviously, but we're a bit far away from this coast now, but it's okay. We will go move one in there. And then our 3 card plays in this instance would be, we actually don't need the Boon of Reimagining, I don't think, anymore. Could be wrong. Cast down, Gift of Nature's Connection, and we may have choices here. Call to Guard might be nice. I'm one away from that land. I can't Call to Guard in there, unfortunately. Well, technically I can. If I grow in a certain pattern with Finder first, I can open the ways to get over there. This is what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can pull that in and defend for 6, but I'm ravaging for currently a million, right? 5 plus 9, 14, 15. If I defend for 6, that goes down to 9. And then I could also do my defend of 5, which will put that below a loss condition. So actually, that's probably pretty good to protect those to hand. So I think I will do that. So let's go back out of there for now. Oh, no, I lied. No, I didn't lie. Sorry, I'm all over the place. I'm jumping between 2 different things here. So my move of presence. So I go Finder grows at range 1 into that land. Put these back. The cogs really have to work overtime in this game here, folks, and I really have no idea whether this is going to come across okay on the video or not. So hopefully when I'm speeding up, I'm slowing down enough for you to kind of catch what on earth I'm saying here. So what I'm doing here in this case is Finder grows here first, and clearly again this is all happening simultaneously, so I can sort of do part of this and then part of that and part of that. So it's all kosher there. Finder is going to grow at range 1 into this land. Now, on Starlight's side, because I'm gaining the power first, I'm still technically looking at my power card, which is Gift of Nature's Connection. While I'm doing that, I'm making a plan here to move one of these presents, open the ways from here to here. So at range 1, I'm going to move over into that land. That's my move. Then my place of presence at range 0 goes back in this land to give me my sacred site for the cast down in the briny deep. So that's okay as well. And in actual fact here, because I have this presence in here from Finder, I could even, if I wanted to, make a sacred site in that land, and then I could open the ways back to this land. So that's a way to kind of do that. But for now, I want to keep presence on this board, so I'll just do it this way. It's fine. So that's that. Anyway, now that's my move done. That obviously comes off there. I get the 1 energy here, the 1 energy here. So my energy is all accounted for. Now my 3 card plays then become these 3. And then I will get 2 extra card plays this turn. My choices on my previous drafts didn't end up paying off. Well, in actual fact, now that I look at this, am I still going to be short? Surely not. I need So gifted nature's connection can be 2 of either water and earth. Let's say I play in trap. I've just remembered something. I need a sacred site for Dream of the Untouched Land, so I can't do this fancy stuff unless I have a way to move my presence, which I might be able to. Um, yeah, I'm jumping around with a lot of different things here, but let me try to keep my focus on the card plays from Starlight here. So, 1, 2, 3, 4. Again, we're assuming we have 5 plays, right? 3 plus 2 more. So if it's 1, 2, 3, 4, and then let's just assume I play the Weep for What Is Lost here for a second. This is now 2 blue, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's 1, 2, 3 earth. But I'm actually now missing a moon, haven't I? No, because I have 2 elements on the track, so the elements would become an earth and a moon. I don't love taking a moon here from the track is the problem. I would rather take a water or an earth from the track. So instead of playing Weep for What Is Lost, I can play Boon Reimagining for my moon and then take a water on the track. And then that way I have Gift of Nature's Connection, 2 water, 1, 2, 3, and then I take 1 water from the track is 4, and then I have 1, 2, 3, and I take 1 earth from the track, which is 4, and then my boon is the moon. My sun is from the Call to Guard, and then I have a way then to entrap the forces of corruption to potentially gather a 3rd blight into a land for the dream, which gives me 3 blight back on the card instead of 4. That's why I wanted to play that, and that's why I took it originally, the entrap the forces of corruption here. So I can like gather that out of there to let that blight next turn or something like that, or this one or whatever. Which could be quite nice. Although having said that, if I dream into this land, I just solve that land. So that's probably way better. Solve the build. Or here, either way. But I still, of course, need my my sacred site here, so I need to think about that. But anyway, so one problem at a time. So here, this is going to be a total of 11 energy, which is exactly how much I have, and that will give me the chance to give out a Boon Reimagining, probably over to Fractured, so that I can find the card to threshold the instruments, which gives me the way to stabilize the board before I have enough time to briny again. So that's all of that. So I think we're good with the growth of Starlight. We found what we needed. We know what our elements are going to be. I'm second out. I'm second guessing myself here because of how hard it was to find these elements. But now that I found them, I'm quite certain that I'm good to go here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, we have the briny threshold, and we know we have it fast as well. So okay, so we can put these 2 in our hand anyway. They're the kind of 3 card plays for the turn. These 2 are going to go into play. For now, we're assuming that we were able to do this trick by jumping across there, but that's assuming I find a way to be able to form a sacred site for the Dream of the Untouched Land. I need to look at that now in a second, so that's a second kind of a secondary thing that I need to confirm. But for now, we should be okay. So let's pay for Cast Down into the Briny Deep for a start. 3, 6, 9. And that leaves our 2 left behind for the 2 1-cost cards in our hand. So we did our thing. We did our Out of Presence. We did our growth over here. I'll get one of these little lads over here and cover up this. I love this this ability, by the way. I can't remember whether I said it on the channel before, but let's go ahead and look again at Starlight here. They're track 4 this time. I'm taking the right side. So not the 2 damage at range 0, which is kind of rubbish in truth. I'm instead going to do fast Cast Down on the Briny Deep and +1 card play this turn. So the 2 damage at range 0 is not unplayable. Everything on Starlight's board is playable. But the right side ability, the slow to fast and the +1 card play, it doesn't come up in that many games that I play with Starlight, but when it comes up, it's insane. And clearly here, this is one of those cases. So I really do. I'm quite fond of this particular thing. So that's okay. Then on the side of Finder, so we know we're going to have these two, and we're going to have the Traveler's Boon as well. Traveler's Boon just gives us a chance to get one of these presents, as we said, off this board with Fractured, so we don't lose to that event that we saw. And then the other thing that we have is, so yeah, can we form a Sacred Site then with the sort of 4 cards that I play plus my innate? I mean, the answer is yes. I most definitely can do it, but can I do it in a way that's efficient? Because I obviously don't want to be just using one of these abilities just to move a presence. That would be pretty poor, needless to say. And unfortunately, that's kind of the situation at the moment. Like my left innate can solve 1, 2, 3 lands. I'm going to have 3 isolate, by the way, this turn. So like isolating those wetlands could be really nice after pushing stuff out. But in actual fact, I actually can't really think about solving my builds right now. I have bigger fish to fry. I have to solve Ravages. That's a triple loss condition. We've already solved this, we said, with 2 effects from Starlight. But then we've got double loss condition, double loss condition. So I have to solve this with one of these. And I likely have to solve the other one with the other one. Take a triple loss condition, go up to 5, and then hope I can just kind of stabilize the board next turn. I suppose actually I can push that blight out of there, so I won't take a triple loss condition. I'll take a single loss condition over there. Sorry, not single, double, but not triple. So that's kind of something. Oh, but yeah, I can't be dedicating I can't be dedicating my finder abilities to pushing presence. Actually, I can. Yeah, I can. I say I can't, and then immediately I realize I can. So, I have a way to do this. Yeah, using fancy finder shenanigans, of course. The finest kind of shenanigans, my favorite kind of shenanigans. So I do have a way, and I don't have to sacrifice solving a land to do it, which is pretty good. So I'll use these two to solve ravages 1 and 2, and then I will take a loss condition up here, and then I'll stop this with 2 effects from Finder. This board will be gone, of course. And then at that point, I will have solved just this land here, and I'll still have these 2 other lands over here that need to be contended with. They're problems, but they're problems for next turn. They're not problems for this turn. Of course, I have this problem over here as well. So I've got some pretty big problems, but we have some stuff going on. I will get 2 blight back on the card and not 3, but that's okay. Because, oh, sorry, I'm also solving this land. That was the other thing. So I'm solving this land with the dream because it has a blight in it, which means I get to remove 3. I'm getting ahead of myself. We'll get to that. Okay, so I think this is everything. Yeah, right. Let's go ahead and start resolving things and getting frisky. So we've gained all of our energy. We've paid for that there. We've gained our energy. We've paid for that. We've gained our energy. We've paid for that. Let's start actually making things happen here. So that's going to be fully online. This, of course, will be fully online. We won't check these innate yet because we're going to do stuff, and we won't check these innates because we're going to do stuff. Now, let's start. The Blur the Arc of Years, I don't think is doing anything for us here, except just going to be probably pasting another Dahan into that land. I don't think, other than that we're necessarily making anything else happen. Is there anywhere else we want to push Dahan? Single Dahan anywhere on this board? No. So we'll just be keeping them, I think, together in the middle of the board. And of course, we won't be repeating the Blur. So we'll do Blur. Oh yeah, it's a pity there's a town in this land. If there wasn't, we could have blurred and pushed out. But anyway, that's fine. So, okay, Blur. Printed a hand. Oh no, there's a town in that land. Jesus, be careful about that one there, old boy. There's a town in that land. I forgot. So I will not be blurring in that land. That's for sure. I can't believe it. I'm actually going to be blurring nothing. Nah, that can't be right, can it? Gather up to 1 at range 1. Yeah, this is dreadful. I have nowhere to blur. But it's okay. It's just a waste, but it doesn't matter. Past returns again is a waste as well. Now, favor the sun and starlit dark. Oh, actually, no, I will be able to. Yeah. So in here, defend 4, unlikely to matter. Push a blight in here. Yeah. Gain 1 fear. because I obviously have the 2 sun. That's fine. Now, slip. First finder. They may resolve a slow to fast power now. We will. So, the 2 lands we wanted to solve with this are going to be A and B. And we are a land within 2 that has the same terrain. Can we push from here to here? No, I mean, we can't. Coastal, whichever the target land is. So yeah. Actually, is this... Oh, it's such a pity. Yeah, this is range 3 away. It's such a pity. Real pity that we didn't have the range here with Finder. It's frustrating. Because if we had a way to, if we could do move up to 2 invaders to a land within 2 that has the same terrain. This is range 3 away, which is, multiple ways. 1, 2, 3 over to here, or 1, 2, 3. There's no tricks that I can do by opening the ways here. We had to get our presence over here with Finder, so we needed to move our presence that way with Finder. We're gonna do some trickery here to form a sacred site over here, but again, that's not affecting this side of the board. So unfortunately, I can't get the invaders from here to this board. Pity, but it is what it is. Okay, so in that case, then we'll just get these out of this terrain. So push up to 2 invaders to a land that is also coastal. So we'll just push you there. 1, 2. That's that. Then we'll do, so that's that fast. Now I can do the reclaim a power card, or from discarded card or played card. So actually I'll pick this card back up. Now we'll do play a card by paying its cost. I'll play the Traveler's Boon for free. So that's the first slip. Second slip, do it again. Pay a time. Resolve a slow to fast now. Resolve this. Target this land, move up to 2 invaders to a land within 2 that has the same terrain. This time I'll push those 2 over onto that board. That's fine. Now, then I will do the reclaim a power card from discarded or played cards. I won't. May reclaim, so it's a may. I won't reclaim. And then I will play a card from my hand, paying its power cost, which costs 6. Now I have moon, 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 2 water. I've loads of water. Earth is 1, 2, 3, and then plant is 1, 2. So I hit the threshold on Dream, and I hit all 3 levels of the right innate. Unfortunately, I am 1 air short of maxing the left innate, but I will hit the first and second level, which is all I need. I mean, it's not all I need. Ideally, I would like to have the ability a second time, but I'm not going to, so it's fine. So those 2 things are now in my hand, and this is all in play. Now, Traveler's Boon. Target spirit moves up to 3 of their presence to 1 of your lands. They may take a beast, which I will. 1, 2. Pull 1 of those presents over there from Fractured. That defend was from last turn. That's gone. That gets pulled over from Fractured. Now, Fractured has a presence in my land. So now I will resolve the left innate, lay pat. And this is where the fancy trickery came in. Let's bring up the old Finder board here. Push up to half round down of invaders, and do likewise for the hand presence and beasts as well. So now I can push half of the invaders, push you 1 in there, and I get to push 1 of my presents, because now there's 2 presents in the land. So fancy trickery, push that presence out of there. And the way this works is I can still resolve the rest of the ability, even though I don't have my presence in the land with Finder. This came up in my previous game, so I have checked this ruling, so I can continue resolving the ability in this land, even though it's range 0 and I'm technically not there anymore. I still resolve it. So then the second part of the ability is just push up to 1 invader, which pushes you from there onto that board as well. All gone on that board. And that leaves that board nice and clean, which actually now allows me to blur the Arc of Years into the land and remove the blight. Fancy trickery, folks. Fancy trickery. So that's that. So we've used the left innate. We have used slip the flow of time twice. Okay. And we've spent one time to do so. All of this is all done. Now, on the side of Starlight here, we will go ahead and we'll slip in actual fact, weep for what is lost will be better than entrap the forces of corruption. It'll give me one less blight back on the card, but it solves a build, which is way better. Yes, I'd like more blight back on the card, but I'd also much rather solve that build and problem for next turn. So let's go ahead and do that. So slightly changing the way I'm doing this. It'll involve playing these as my 3 cards. And the 2 extra cards I play will be so this again is my 4 water. Oh, hang on. Yeah, no, actually, we for what is lost doesn't solve the thing. What am I talking about? Yeah, it doesn't solve the thing. No. Ignore what I said. It's back this way. Yeah, I don't need Boon or reimagining fast. Is kind of the thing. So I don't care about the slow to fast thing. I guess slow to fast can give me what? Does it give me any of the innates? Do I care about any of my innates? Slow to fast, removing a single blight doesn't really do anything for me. We don't care about that from a ravage perspective here. So yeah, not as such. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, okay. I guess maybe is there anywhere where I want to get a Dahan out of a land? This will be safe because it'll ravage and die. This Dahan is at risk from the Explorer, but it is what it is. I can't stop it. This has 1. It'll explore up to 2, so this won't be at risk either. And then this hopefully won't be because it'll wipe out a bunch of stuff. So actually our Dahan aren't really too much at risk either. So that innate doesn't matter. The water innate we don't care about. The defend innate we're going to use. And then after that we don't really have any of the others. So no, we don't care about slow to fast this turn with Starlight, except of course the cast down. But as we said, we needed to wait until after our 5 card plays to get that. So it's all okay. So okay, so these cards are all back in our hand. Actually, I lied. Because the Moon innate combined with the Weep with What is Lost actually will solve the land, as I was talking about. So I did lie, I think, because I'm range 1 here now, so it would have to be in here. So I could solve this land. Yeah, okay. No, I did lie. I lied again. I keep lying. Boon Reimagining, though, was giving me the chance to threshold instruments of their own ruin is the only thing about the Boon. So if I do it this way, if I do the Weep and the boon. What does this do for me? This just means I have to take 2 earth with the elements down here, but that's probably not a disaster because that might just help me get a defend 5 next turn. So I think I can do it this way instead. And then my slow to fast are actually relevant. So yeah, this is way better. Okay, this is what I'm doing. This is better. This will work. Right. These 2 are back in my hand. They're going to be the extra card plays that I take. Okay. So in this case, the weep for what is lost and the boon are going into play. 1 and 0. Okay. Now, this does give me, this still elementally gives me everything I need, right? 1 plus 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to take 2 earth off my track, so that's 4 as well. So this is still everything. So we're good to go. So now let's actually look at what happens. So I'm going to have this innate already before I play anything. So into play we will slip Starlight, resolve a slow to fast power now, use the sidereal guidance, range 1, target this land, gather this explorer in there. That's the first slow to fast. Now I can reclaim a power card from discarded or played cards. I reclaim the Gift of Constancy back in my hand, and then I will play Call to Guard. That's the third slip, so I had to pay 2 time for that. And then finally, my fourth and final slip will be 3 more time. I hate paying 3 time for a slip, but it is what it is. Pay the 3 time to give myself target Starlight again. Do a slow to fast. This time I will weep for what is lost at slow to fast. 1 fear per type of invader presence. Let's reverse this order. I'll do the weep first because it gains me 1 extra fear. So the first time I'll do the weep, I'll target this land and I'll push the town in. And then the second time I will target with sidereal guidance and do that slow to fast. So it's the exact same effect. Both effects are going to push this in here, but doing the weep first will give me an extra fear. So that's going to be 2 fear off the weep for what is lost. So they're my 2 slow to fasts. Done. And then finally the extra card play is going to be Gift of Nature's Connection. That goes into play. And after all of that mess, finally, and actually, Jesus, I haven't had that showing there. So there's the kind of board situation as it is. I've done the weep slow. I've done the sidereal guidance slow. And the cast down is going to be fast because of this ability. Boon is going to be slow anyway, and I've got some more fast powers over here, which I'm going to use in just a few moments. So that means I was able to solve this land from building, which is good news. Now, next, what do we have? We have Call to Guard in here. Pull into the hand, defend for 6. We have Dream of the Untouched Land. Range 1, open the ways. From here over to here. Remove up to 3 blight and up to 3 health worth of invaders. I'm just going to go ahead and assume, rather than pausing the video, that will allow me to remove. Oh, I hate doing this. Because if I'm wrong, I'll feel so bad. Do I remove the blight first? And if I do, does that then make the town go up to 4 health? Oh, I have to check this. I feel so bad, but if I'm wrong about this, I will be super pissed that I did it wrong. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna real check myself here. Sorry, folks, give me a second because this is important. Well, now that was less straightforward than I thought. Got on the Discord as I do when I have a strange real question because those people are awesome, as I've said before, and got an immediate answer, which said this doesn't work, and said they figured that the blight gets removed and then the health will change, so it won't remove the town. Then someone else came in and interjected and said, actually, they think it does work because it's all written in one instruction. There was no rules committee member, let's say, online to confirm, but we were able to go back and find an entry from 2021. I say we, the other user, went back and found an entry from 2021 where there was a kind of a green name rules committee user who confirmed that their understanding of the rule. And this is one of them really corner cases where, so it's kind of like what they say goes kind of thing. It's not written anywhere in the rule book, and it's not in an FAQ. But the way they see it is, it's written in one sentence. Therefore, you execute both things at the same time. So it's basically the answer from 2021, which I'm going to go with. It was good enough for me. It's definitely on the edge. It's a borderline case here, but I'm happy enough to go with that. So we are going to play this as I can remove. So I'm going to go from here at range 1 back into this land, which allows me to remove 1 blight and 3 health worth of invaders, which is 1, 2, 3. They're going to be gone, and that of course solves that build, which is pretty nice. So that's all good news there. So we have 1, 2, 3 builds solved for next turn, and then 1 more over in the corner there, which we'll have to do something about. So that's all fine. And we've kind of solved the ravages for this turn as well. Not fully solved, of course. Some bad things are going to happen here, but we're not going to lose the game, hopefully. So all of that's fine. We, of course, have to wipe a board here. And we do have to dream of the untouched land and actually add a board tile here as well. So I get to obviously I have to do the dream first because I need the double prolif from cast down. So I'm going to have to pause the video and fix this situation and kind of get the position of the board online. So let me read how this works. Add a random new island board next to target board. So yeah, so I've targeted this board, so I actually have to put a random new island board next to this board, which is going to be off to the side here. So I'm going to pick a random tile. I'll do this now so that I can just roll a dice so you can see. So it's A, B, C. So it's going to be D, E, F essentially. And I'm going to roll a 6-sided dice. So 1 and 2 is going to be D. 3 and 4 will be E, and 4, 5, and 6 will be F. You get the idea. So it's going to be 1, 2, 3. So that's the middle. So D, E. So it's going to be board E. I'm going to place board E next to this board. I can choose which orientation that I want to put it in, as long as it's a legal orientation here. So you can't hang it off the corner. You have to actually place it connected to this board tile. So I'm going to go and do that. Then when we come back, of course, I am going to briny deep this board away here as well. So I'll try to reposition the whole thing with this board tile gone. So let me just kind of shortcut that. So we'll do the Dream of the Untouched Land. That, of course, let's get the thing and bring it up here so we can see it one more time on the camera. That is going to say, so we've done the first part, obviously, removed the 3 health worth invaders and the 1 blight only, unfortunately. And then it says, add a random new island board next to target board, ignore its setup icons, and we add 2 beasts, 2 wilds, 2 badlands, and up to 2 from any spirit. So of course I'm choosing Starlight for this, and then from now on I get this ability, which is build cards, and each board, each land, adversary actions, skip 1 board. So that's going to be quite nice, and that means then I can skip the builds over on this board here. So that's not going to do a kind of a build and a gather effect on this board over here. Each board, each land, skip 1 board. So that's actually quite nice here, because this, what I was gonna isolate this land, but actually now I'm not gonna have to. So now I'll be able to go isolate on this board, and that'll cause kind of all sorts of nice things happening there. So that'll be good news as well. So so yeah, like I said, this is getting wiped after I do the thing. So let's double prolif Starlight, and that's going to, the 2 presents from Starlight's going to go on this board over here. So I'm shortcutting slightly here, but I'm going to basically go, this presence and this presence are both going on the new board from Starlight. Let's just put them over here on this for a second. That's going to give me what I need in terms of my 2 earth elements, because now I have 1 water, 1 water. This Gift of Nature's Connection is giving me the 2 water, so that's going to be the 4 water covered, and then this is going to be the 4 earth covered, and I will gain 1 more energy as well because I took that that presence off there, and that will allow me to reclaim next turn, which is good news. Assuming I want to reclaim next turn, we've got Gift of Living Energy and Gift of Constancy in hand, which are two pretty good cards to have in hand. I wonder, do I just want to go bottom track in that case next turn? Gain a card. Because if I do it this way, if I go next turn, gain 3 energy, +1, it'd be gain 4. That'll put me up to 6. I can just look for another major next turn and play like Living Energy, Constancy, Portents, and a 6-cost major. That's way better, right? Yeah, so let's do it this way instead. But actually, I was thinking about doing this next turn, but no, that's fine. Yeah, so we're still all good. I think I'll go bottom track. Yeah. Although, actually, what am I talking about? Why am I going and looking for another major when I've got Cast Down on the Briny Deep? It's just I don't need another major. That's insane. So no, I won't be taking another major. I think I will just go from here. Utter madness, going looking for major powers when I have the end the game card already in my pocket. So essentially, next turn I go reclaim, set myself up, and then the following turn cast down another board away type of thing. So yeah, let's just go and reclaim and get myself set up that way. Fine, they're all in my hand. So what I was saying there was I'm going to place the board over here. I'll turn this. So it's board E is going to go and hang off here. I'll turn this a little bit so that I still have space on the table. And then after I place that board, I'm also going to throw away this particular board with Briny Deep. So I'll just get this done now. Again, I'm shortcutting here, but hopefully you appreciate that the ordering is done correctly now. So I'll kill the board now. We'll gain the fear. We'll get this all out of the way, and then I'll go ahead and put the stuff back. So first things first, where is that? Give me this, and swap that with that, so that I don't have any more of those papery tokens over there. And now let's go ahead and just sort of neaten all of this up a tiny bit. I do, of course, have this, and I have the water. So I have the defend of 5. That's going to go over here, and this is going up to defend of 11. That's in that land at range 1, so that's that done. I have a remove a blight from a range 1 from a sacred site. I've already used the moon innate, and that's all that I have there. So my innates are all sorted. Cast down on the briny deep then is going range 1 in here. So first of all, 6 fear. So 2 plus 4 before we do anything else. 6 fear. Destroy the board. So let's clean up all of this over here. No, yeah, actually, well, let's just clean. Let's just start killing invaders. So 1, 2. And of course here, durable does not matter. These towns do not get to stay durable because you're destroying them all. So durable only works for individual invaders. So that's all okay. So there's the cities. Now, towns wise. It's a lot of towns. A lot of towns. A lot of towns, a lot of fear. So cities is 6. Towns is nice to get cast down the briny deep on the channel. Not something I'll probably go all that much with at single 6 level, but once you get to 6 level, this is like happens in like 50% of games because it's like the only way to win against some of these absurdly difficult combinations. So yeah, you know, it's super fun to do, but at a certain point when you're playing these kind of, you know, the extreme games, it does get a bit cheesy after a while. But again, when I play this game, it's like, what do you want me to do? You know, how am I going to deal with this mess without doing this? So, okay, so all those explorers are also going to die. They're not going to generate us any fear, but we'll throw them all over there just to get a little wee count, because you have to count when you briny deep a board away. You've got to count. So, okay. So explorers wise, it's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 explorers. That's not too many explorers. That's actually pretty sound. That's pretty okay. Now, 6 towns. That's going to be 6 cities is going to be 12 fear, and that's a full fear card, right? We're not playing against England, so 12 fear is a single fear card. Nice and easy. Now, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 28 towns. So 28 towns is going to be 2 fear cards. 1, 2 fear cards plus 4 fear, because that's 24 plus 4. You're kidding me. I am 4 fear short of upgrading 5 stage 1 cards to stage 2. That is horrendous. 4 fear! I'm gonna get 4 stage 1 cards instead of 5 stage 2 cards. You're kidding me. For 4 fear, that's horrific. Alright, well, it is what it is. It's the breaks. Them's the breaks. Okay. So throw the paper stuff away. We'll throw all of this plastic back in this box over here. Ready to come back on the board momentarily. And I dare say we should win the game pretty comfortably from this spot. Usually when you briny one board away, you're in a horrible situation, you briny the board away, and then you realize, yeah, I've just got all these extra actions to dedicate to, split across far fewer boards. And now, of course, because we've got Dream of the Untouched Land, it becomes much easier because we don't do the kind of gathery stuff and all that. So it's much easier to actually solve lands and things like that as well. So that's destroyed presence over there. So yeah, all of that is fine. This board is gone. And actually, I mightn't even need to turn off the thing. I could probably do this in real time. Board E is what I'm looking for. The board's over my shoulder there. So board E. I'm gonna do this over here. So I have to orientate this way. Orientate, is that the right word? So again, I had to do this first, so I can't now place this in here. I wouldn't want to anyway. So I had to either do it that way or that way. Or that way, I guess. But I want the fewest kind of inland adjacencies if I can. So kind of putting that there is obviously best here because it gives me far fewer, it gives me a pocket essentially on the inland there. So let's see, can I, it's an awkward one for positioning on the table. So let's see how I can orient this board. Turn this around a little bit. This is why I was thinking about pausing the video, but I wonder can I kind of get away with it, and I now place my cards in here instead, which is all a little bit sort of silly, but it's fine. We do what we have to do. Maybe put these down like this. There are my days that never were cards. Them all down there. There's my event cards. 1, 2, 3. Can I get this over this way? Just about, I think. It's kind of ridiculous. It looks a bit like a gun or something like that, but yeah, there we go. We've got our board. That is the way we're doing it. So the board was chosen at random, but we get to pick the orientation of it. So that is going to go like that, and we'll have a couple of pocketed lands in here, which is pretty nice news. So unfortunately, actually, it does mean that when I build, so it'll be built here, no, but then it will gather, which is a bit awkward. So in fact, no, what we do here is we isolate this land, which stops those two gathering, and then we isolate that land. No, that land. Yeah, I wanted to isolate that as well. Oh, we've got 3 isolates. So my 3 isolates here are 1, 2, 3. So that stops this, stops this, stops this, and then it protects these. So all of this is pocketed. Yeah, that's all of that. Now we need to finish the setup on that board. So how does the thing work again? It says ignore setup icons. 2 beasts, 2 wilds, 2 badlands, and up to 2 presents from any spirit. So the presents from any spirit were Starlight's presents. So I suppose we'll this, I guess. Maybe go there and there. Gives me slightly better adjacencies over there as well. And also gives me a chance to brindy that board if I need to. Okay, 2 badlands. So again, most likely to have problems on the coast. So do it like this. And then our beasts. Something like this. I don't know. Okay. So that's all of that. 2 present Starlight. So that's all that done. We've done the 3 isolates. Stuff is all getting mixed together just a little bit here. Of course, I've still got some of these plays down in this bottom corner here, but yeah, you kind of got the gist, I think, of all of that. So all of that's fine. And then we now finally go to the event, which if it misses on the one that we saw before, then we have perfect information on the event next turn, so all that's good. But yeah, I'm pretty confident we should have this game locked up here now. I'd be surprised if we lost from here. The big thing was obviously finding that minor pair, which we dug for and we found, which was great. So let's go ahead then and hit the event. If it gave us 4 fear, that would be beautiful, because that would upgrade all our cards, but I think we should be fine even without all of that. So let's go ahead and hit the thing. So this is, yeah, so we actually do have perfect information on the next event. So this is a different one. During the next normal ravage, each city does +2 damage. That is not going to matter. Oh, that is potentially going to matter. Ouch. We're going to gain 3 fear off this fear card, not 4. God damn it. 3 feared, not 4. That is pitiful. Okay, so during the next normal ravage. Okay, so now ravage is there. Now, on each board, add a disease and ignore disease during the build phase. That's okay. So we've got 1, 2, 3 disease there. Where would we not want to build? Don't know. Here maybe. And similarly probably like here. Okay. And then actually I might put that there, because that might give us a fear card that stops that ravage. Oh yeah, this is defended 4, yeah. Yeah, no, I was gonna say I could put that disease in there, but we're not hitting a streak in our hand, so no, it's fine. 1 fear per land with invaders where the hand outnumber buildings. So that's the case here. That's 1, 2, 3. And we only have 4 total lands with invaders, but unfortunately this is 2 to hand here, so we only get 3 fear off that, and that is just so pitiful. It's painful. So we're unfortunately one short of upgrading all of our fear cards, unless one of these hits a bit of damage. But there aren't that many that do that. So okay, we have 4 fear cards so far. Let's resolve these one at a time. 1. Each city deal -1 damage, and invaders do not heal damage. Oh, level 2 on that would have been so nice. Level 2 on that probably would have solved this land over here, I'm guessing. Okay, so cities deal -1, so let's have a reminder of that. That's a single -1 at least. Okay, and invaders don't heal damage. Okay. Next. Each player pushes up to a thing from a land not matching a build card. Okay, that's really nice. So that solves this. From a land not matching a build card. Yeah, so that's nice. That'll solve that. So let's go push you in there. That's 1. That's already solved. A land not matching a build card. So I can go, each player pushes. So yeah, I can probably just do this twice. And then that probably just solves this entire thing. So this right now is ravaging for 5. Plus 3 is 8. Plus 1 is 9. Plus 2 adjacent is 11. The event card did +2 on the city up to 13, but we had a fear card that did -1 on cities, which put it back to 12. So pushing the 2 of these out means this ravages for 12 and it's defended for 11. It solves the land. Push the 2 of them out of there. That's happy days. So all good there. So we solved ravage and ravage. And now we do take the double loss condition, but I think we're pretty good after that. So that's that one resolved. Now, next. Level 1, each player chooses a different coastal land with Dahan. So this, if we had hit this first, this would have upgraded our stuff, but that's okay. Different coastal land with Dahan, in each 1 damage per Dahan. So different coastal land, unfortunately. So it's not really going to do too much for us. I suppose over here, 1 damage per Dahan will allow us to do the whole not heal thing at the end of turn. So I think I'll just do, yeah. I'll do 2 damage on there in case I get to move it or something like that. Not that I can move it too. Well, yeah, if I move it over there, maybe that kills it. So, okay. So that's a different coastal land with thing, 1 damage per hand. Over here, I get 6 damage. Kill that. And whatever. Kill this. And then deal some damage to this. It's fine. That's 2 more fear. So it does get to upgrade my last card and give me another fear card. So that's that. These are both now at level 2. City's gone. And that was each. So yeah, I have to do it here. Choose a different land, coastal land with the hand. So that's 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so that kills that. It's gonna die anyway. So that's fine. And now I might be able to push some stuff back into these lands and get some extra kills, which might be quite nice. So that's all okay. Now, level 2 this time. In each land with these tokens or adjacent to tokens, defend 5. So in each land with one of those tokens, so if I'd have put the disease in here, I would have gotten the defend of 5, but I am adjacent to only what? 2 of those tokens, because I've got a beast here and I've got this here. That is not adjacent and neither is that. So I do not get the defend of 5 in that land, which is a real pity. Defend of 5 might not even been enough actually anyway. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 towns. That's 15, 16, 17. Take 9. Would have been 8. It would have been ravaging for 8. So actually, yeah, it wouldn't have been enough. So, okay, anyway. Defend 5. It's not going to matter in any of these lands. And I can't push those tokens. So, yeah, all good. No stress. No issue. And finally, last card. Isolation. So in actual fact, I would have been able to, if I had have put this in here, I would have gotten away with the loss condition, because I would have been able to isolate the land and remove the +2 in the adjacent land. But anyway, we learn our lesson. So on each board, isolate one land, and then if buildings are present, skip all build actions in that land. So let's go ahead and do some isolation here. So we already said that we're going to skip this board when it comes to build actions and each board, each land, adversary actions. So the each board, each land, adversary action will count for the gather after the build. So after the normal build step in each land, so essentially I'm skipping this board. So I'm already skipping this build, and I'm already skipping the gather after the fact. So those lands are solved. Over here, I already have 1, 2, 3 lands isolated. And then on each board now, we have to isolate one land, and if buildings are present, skip all build actions in that land. So right now, none of those wetlands are getting gathered into. Actually, I say that. I actually set myself up here where this one is. I didn't notice that. I was thinking this prevented all adjacencies, but actually there's one right here. So I can do the isolation then on that board. So isolate one land, isolate this land so that it doesn't explore in there either. So that's isolated, that's isolated. On this board, isolate that land so it doesn't get explored into, although it won't explore into it anyway. So no, I'll isolate that land. So now I can't explore in any of those coastal lands, and these are all isolated, so that's totally pocketed. And then on this side of the board, then we're not doing the gather stuff anyway, but we could still explore, and then it'd be a problem. So let's isolate that land so that doesn't explore. Okay, done. Because obviously explorers will be a problem because of the +2 adjacency stuff. So all of that is all really, really good. And from here, given all of that stuff, we can't lose. It'll take a little while to close it out, but we can't lose from here. So let's go ahead. Ravage. No, 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 no. Dead. One fear. And then double loss condition up here. So that places 2 blight. It only kills one of the presence of fractured, which is going to be our actual way to lose this game. We need to be really careful about that. So that's 1 up there, and then it's 2 presence up there. This now goes to 4. And we just need to obviously be careful about that as well for the rest of this game. But that's fine. So that's all of the ravage stuff. So we had we had 2 reminders there. One was the +2 and one was the -1. So they're fine. We do have to mining rush. This is not adjacent, so actually we can't mining rush because there's no adjacent lands that don't contain towns, so there's no mining rush. No buildings, should I say. So mining rush is turned off. We did the double loss condition, so all of that is okay. Now we go to the build. No, 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 because this board is skipped. After the build, do the gather. We already skipped this board. On this board, isolated, isolated. No, we can't gather from there because that's isolated, so no. So there's none of the gathering stuff happening. Now, explore. Sands and mountains. Kind of wanted that to be wetlands, given how much we prevented our wetlands going and doing stuff. So sands, pocketed, no, isolated. This board, isolated. This one hits, and then hit on the coast, and then over here, hit. Our sands are kind of horrible. Hit, and then hit on the other 2 as well. So yeah, I say we can't lose. Really what I mean to say is we can easily lose. That's what I really meant to say. So now we go explore, and we have to check for Sweden loss conditions. And of course, because we hit the mountain, we do. Needless to say, we hit a loss condition over there, which is pretty typical. So we'll kill that to hand, and we'll place a thing in there as well. This one is safe because it's 2 versus 3, and then none of the others have anything. So that's all of that done. Okay, we have very few slows. We have a remove a blight from thing. So let's get rid of our isolates. I don't care about them anymore. No more reminder tokens on the board. We remove or defend as well. It'll all go up there. Okay. Damage isn't healing at the end of turn, we said. So was there anything that got damaged that we needed to think about? This get damaged for some reason? I don't know why that town is hanging over there. I don't think that got damaged. This one definitely did over here. That took 2 damage. It should be on its back. But I don't think that got damaged for any reason. So all of this, by the way, is all back on my tracks, needless to say. An awful, awful thing. Awful. Back to square one with Fractured. We knew that. We'll try to set ourselves up for next turn. Not next turn, the following turn. So basically, before this Sands Mountain ravages, we'll wipe either this board or that board. That's kind of the plan. Now, it can't be this board most likely because we've only got our presence on there from Fracture. But if we can G3, we can maybe push it over. Either G3 or G2 will get us off that board, which is okay. So Fractured has got the visions of a shifting future. So I think question is, do we want to resolve it? Because we know what the event card is next. I'm not sure we want to resolve this. Well, we can always resolve it for the invader card. What I mean to say is I don't know that we want to resolve it for the event card. So let me just actually read the card again. Frontier Call. So it's going to add explorers. We don't care about that. It's going to add beast, which is whatever. And then it's going to gather 1 or 2 into a land without the hand setup symbols. So that could, in theory, help us with a defend. In here, for example, we can go on each board, gather 2 Dahan out of there. So that'll help us get 2 Dahan in there to kill those in the Ravage. So that's one thing that can help us next turn. Other than that, we're going to have to move some Dahan and we'll have to kind of get them out of particular places. But Ravage-wise, we're pretty kosher next turn. So we can start to focus ahead of tempo here. So we don't want to touch this card. This is a card we want to hit next turn. Oh yeah, the destroy 1 from each spirit only triggers if it's blighted land. I forgot about that. So assuming we don't blight during the fast phase, which we won't, we will not hit that destroy 1 from each spirit. So that's good news. So okay, we're definitely not touching then the event from that. So we're happy enough with all of that. Let me get back up my screen. Get that back there. Okay, so all good. So what do? We remove a blight at range 2 with Starlight from a sacred site somewhere. There. That's back on the card. That's done. Now, Boon Reimagining over to Fractured Days. And we see if we can't find a way for Fractured Days to threshold instruments of their own ruin. So, we're going to throw away a minor power here, and a call to trade is going to be the one at this stage, I think. Although, is it? Tier level 2 or lower. This is just a skip in that land. But I'm 2 turns away. No, so before that Ravages, I want to be doing a turn where I'm doing a fast phase Briny Deep. So no, so we're not going to be playing the call to trade. So I think we forget the call to trade here, and we go and search for a a way to threshold the instruments, I think. Then we can go next turn, gain 3, G3, gain like 2 energy, and actually no, I've nowhere near enough card plays, do I? I could go 2 time plus 2 energy, but then I just won't be able to instruments. No, I lie, because I'll be able to get Gift of Nature's Connection back in my hand, which could be quite nice to give me 2 sun. Oh no, but Instruments of the Wrong Room does nothing next turn, because I've only got 1 Ravaging Land. So I'm not even sure if the Instruments is going to come up in this game, as crazy as that sounds. I think it's just more important for me to be brinying away boards, I think. So do I just boon reimagining myself? Make this slightly easier from a briny perspective? See if I can find another... Earth water card. I think that's what I do. And then I don't need to be doing things like playing Weep for What Is Lost or something like that. I think that's what I do. I think I just throw away like Entrap the Forces of Corruption, maybe. Well, that's a way to destroy. Yeah, no. Ay, caramba, 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 caramba. Do I just give it to Finder? And then, because Finder would like to dig for a major power at some point soon. They just don't have the card plays for that to matter. Ah. Between 2 mines here. I don't think I need the minor powers on the side of Starlight. You can just reclaim and play a bunch of support cards next turn. I don't think we need them over there. I think maybe I'll just give them over to Fractured as a way to maybe get that instrument's thresholded as a panic stations if I need it. So let's do that. So let's throw away, I think, the Call to Trade that we talked about. Call to Trade, you're gone. Let's go. Top 6. I'll give myself 1 energy from this as well. Only hit 4 that time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Call to Isolation, pretty good. Promises of Protection. Inflame the Fires of Life. That's the elemental card that I wanted to threshold the instruments. Well, I mean, it's the fire. It's the fire animal card. Call to Isolation is amazing. I think we want that. Yeah, Call to Isolation solves this build right now. So we'll take the Call to Isolation for sure. And then I think we'll just Inflame the Fires of Life so we have access to it. Hey, done. Took the 1 energy. That's everything done from here. All gone. Discarded. All of this is gone. We can't, of course, dream of the Untouched Land, another land again for the rest of the game, but we could, in theory, do the remove 3 and 3 health up to invaders. That would be very expensive at 3 or at 6 energy, but it is something you can do. So all of that's gone. That's our discard pile from Finder, and all of this is gone. That is our discard pile from Fractured. Don't think I need to do too much with that pile over there necessarily. That's going over there. Okay. That any element is gone as well. So back, 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 and these are fixed, of course. Okay. Now, obviously, we took that reclaim option as well, needless to say. I mean, I'm not sure how clearly I vocalized it, but of course, that was taking the reclaim. Pretty sure I said it, but yeah, that's what we were doing there. So, so we want to fracture, or we want to first of all decide where we're going to briny deep. So, right now, we can solve this build with a single card from fractured, and it's probably reasonably straightforward to solve this as well. Well, we have the build solved. But what I mean to say is we could, push those two invaders out of there pretty easily with Finder, most likely. Maybe we want to empty that land instead with Finder, because if we skip this board from the build, the Dream of the Untouched Land skip this board, allow this one to build, we of course have miss, and then we can't gather into any of those lands either. So this board stays safe. Wipe this board, and then we're just left with two archipelagos. I've never played the archipelago format in this game, the variant before, but it would be nice to wipe the middle one and be left with two isolated islands. Would be pretty cool, excuse me. But also, sort of from a strategic standpoint here, these are roughly as bad as each other. I mean, you've got that horror show jungle, and you've got this horror show sands, but you have an equally horrible sands over there, and then you've got this sands in the corner here, which is pretty bad as well. If we push these out of here, that's already that land solved. I mean, I could do it now or next turn. It depends. If I wanted to, I could just do that on the reclaim the following turn, because I'll skip this board and I won't gather in. So I could do that next turn if I wanted to. In theory, I can also explore from a sands here and then do it as well. So that could be fine. It's actually probably strategically better to do it that way. And then, these two, this is a mess. We need to do something about the mess. But these two over here, they'll also have the same amount of invaders in them the following turn. So I could probably do stuff like, I don't know, offer passage between worlds, which can, like, get 4 invaders in this land, 4 Dahan in this land from here to here, and then 8 from the Spirit Speakers, push all 4 of them out, and then that empties that land. The following turn, I could be in that land and then empty that land in the fast, so that won't ravage, that won't ravage, that won't ravage, and then we could just do something like skip this land somehow with the fractured card. And then our presence is left on this board with fractured. We don't have to worry about getting it off. We've plenty of presence on the other 2 lands, and then Finder now just puts their presence over here as well. This gets isolated. We just leave Starlight to deal with any problem that pops up over there. Basically, nothing will pop up over there anymore. Wipe this out. I think that's pretty much good to go there. So we don't have to care about any of what's happening here right now. It's all fine. So we're only caring about this board. 8 from the Spirit Speakers, range 2. Land with Dahan at range 2. From here to here to here. So 1, 2. So I can push all the stuff from here into there. So that gets that on that board. So offer passage between worlds, empty this land, put it in there. Fine. Happy days. So that's going to be the turn this turn with Finder. So it's going to be add a presence, +1 card play. So I will add a presence from the from here, from the move a presence stuff, and then that will allow me to get my presence off this board as well for the following turn. The one thing I need to think about is reaching this board with the cast down, but presence range 0 in there will do it. I can also, if I'm gaining cards, throw my presence off this board as well. So yeah, so add a presence, +1 card play. That's good, and then I'm going to take it from there. I'm going to gain 5 energy. 3, 4, 5. All fine. In actual fact, oh yeah, let's say in actual fact something, but in actual fact nothing. We don't need to actually fact anything here. That's going to be the moon. I won't have any isolations this term, but that's not the end of the world. I'd like some, but we don't need them realistically. They're fine. As we said, we can't gather onto that side of the board at all, so that's all good stuff. Yeah. So, the move a presence and 1 air situation will allow me to place a presence in here at range 1. I can move a presence at range 1. I might just move off that board onto that board, just in case. So that'll do that there. Now, gain my energy. 5, I did it. So 2 plus 1 is finder sorted. Now, starlight. I just want to gain loads of energy and then set myself up for the thing next turn. So I've gifted living energy and I've gifted constancy, both of which can target myself. So that's loads and loads of energy. So realistically here, I can just go gain 3, add a presence, and then at that point I can give myself a sun element on the bottom track to unlock the sun innate, which gives me 3 fear and an extra energy, and that's all pretty good news. We don't really need to do anything of note this turn. If we go on the bottom track, then next turn we can go add a presence from here. That gives us 3 card plays, and it takes slightly more pressure off the slip the flow of time as well. So that can give us basically +1 card play, reclaim, and add a presence next turn. So this turn it would be gain 3 energy, go from the bottom track with an add a presence, take a sun, and play these 3 cards. So that's going to be 4 energy. 3 plus 1. 1 here, 3 up here. And then they're all zeros. And that gives me 4 more energy, which puts me up to 10, and then we're absolutely swimming for next turn. So all of that is all great news. Because we don't need to do anything to the board this turn at all, really. We've got this one problem land over here, which actually I hadn't thought about. So in fact, yeah, no. That's range 1. No. That was range 1. I didn't move that presence, and I moved that presence there. That's better. Yeah, because I want a presence in this, and this land. So yeah, that's how I did all of that. That move of presence was done already. That's fine. I have the level 1 and 2 of this. That's all good as well. So that solves this, and the next turn I can solve that in the fast. Yeah. And that'll be everything on that board solved except for this. The call to isolation, we said, can solve that land, but we might just want to do that fast next turn instead. It feels to me like this turn we're just trying to get as much time as we can, so that when we reclaim next turn, we're kind of good to go. So if we go this turn, G3, and we take 3 time from the bottom track, we've plenty of energy, so we don't care about that. We just want to make sure we have 3 card plays next turn. So 3 time, and play. Yeah, I mean, realistically, we just play Call to Isolation. Actually, we're picking up a card here, aren't we? So, what are we picking up? What are these two other terrible miners up here? Pull Beneath the Hungry Earth and Poison Dew, neither of which do anything. But sure, look, we'll take Pull Beneath the Hungry Earth because it contains one of those elements. Which do nothing, which does nothing for us. It just does absolutely nothing. What does Poison Dew have element-wise? Oh look, it's got a fire. No. Pull Beneath the Hungry Earth. Take it, but I doubt we're playing it. Reaching Grasp. Yeah, because at this point I actually don't even care about Slip anymore. That's gone. Oh, hey, I never resolved the Visions of the Shifting Future on the previous turn. So it's look at the top card of either the Invader deck or the Event deck. So the top card of the Invader deck was Mountains and Wetlands, and then I have a choice. I may put the card on the bottom of its deck if I don't want to shuffle and put it back. So Mountains and Wetlands. How bad is that for me here? Well, I'm gonna have this will be empty. I don't really want to put an Explorer back in there, and then I want this to be empty as well. So I don't really want to hit Wetlands here because my plans involve emptying both of those lands. The Wetlands itself is fine, but the Mountains not quite so much. So I'm actually going to put that on the bottom. So Mountains, Wetlands goes on the bottom. Okay. And then, yeah, I was just because I was looking at the right and thinking, do I want to hit that this turn? But I don't really care about that this turn. So all of that stuff is fine. I'm going to gain 1 energy this turn. Am I going to play a card? I suppose I could play Inflame the Fires of Life. Which can give me a disease or a strife and a fear. I'll play Inflame the Fires of Life. Don't think I'm going to miss that 1 energy. I think that 1 energy be okay. Although famous last words, there'll be a turn where I need to hit the 1 energy with instruments. No, I'm not going to. I'm not going to. Actually, only have 2 card plays, don't I? So I'll just play both of these, and that will give me the 3rd level of Slip the Flow of Time if I want it. Do I want to play Entrap the Forces of Corruption over on that side of the board? Don't even think so. Just want to save the energy, I'd imagine. So yeah, it's all fine. Reaching Grasp might do something for me, so I'll keep that. But all of that's okay. So we took the 3 time. That's all going there. We have 2 card plays. We bank the 4 energy. Call to Isolation and Reaching Grasp. Yeah, I might as well play the Call to Isolation this turn because if this misses on Sands, which is not that likely anymore, given that we put the Mountain Wetlands on the bottom, then it's fine. So okay, so let's go ahead. Reaching Grasp will target. Sorry, G3 here. I move you out of there into here. That's the other thing I wanted to do when I move a presence. And then now I can go Reaching Grasp. I'll target Starlight. Call to Isolation. I will push these per thing over to this board in there. Push 1 per the hand. With Call to Isolation. Then I will on Finder's side of the board. So we already did all our movement and all of that. So I have move up to 4. So target this land, range 1, move up to 4 Dahan between target land and one of your lands. So between that land and this land, 4 Dahan go over there. 1, 2, 3. Do I want 4 or do I want 3? 3 is probably okay. So it's up to 4, so I'll move 3 of them. And now I can do aid from the Spirit Speakers, which is for each Dahan move 1 invader. So 3 Dahan, 3 invaders, and then they go to a something at range 2. So again, as I say, 1 and 2. So it has to be a move to a land that has Dahan. Move the 3 of them into that land. So that's that. Now I have the left in 8. Push up to half round down of invaders, which is 1, and then I also have the second level, which is push up to 1 invader, and this is open the ways from here to here, 1 and 2. That goes into the middle of that board, and I just realized that that is going to blight in there. Yeah, that's no good. I don't want to do, because that's a loss condition ravage. So hold on a second. Let me think about that. Okay. So we need to backtrack again slightly here. So the presence, movement, and placement that I did with Finder looked like this. Start of the turn, I had a sacred site there, and I did place a presence in there at range 1, and then I did move a presence in there for the move. So let's change our mind on that. Instead, let's do place a presence in there. That's the place. And then the move a presence is move from here to here. Yeah. Now, when I push the invaders from here across, I push them into the sands, not the wetlands. So hopefully that all makes sense. Again, a little bit of backtracking. I've had that bloody card cam up for God knows how long as well. So sorry, folks. Again, I'm trying my best to not get bogged down on every single detail. So sometimes I'm rushing through it a little bit, and then I realize I've made a mistake, and I have to just kind of slightly adjust some of the stuff. But again, haven't gained any new information. There were no cards gained or any of that kind of stuff there. So what did we do then on this side of the board? We said that Starlight was going to do a place of presence, gain at 3. And then I think the other thing they were going to do was they need to actually play 3 cards here. If I want to play 3 cards, I'm going to have to play 3 cards. But we also said that we were going to waste a slip the flow of time, didn't we, this turn? So I can actually not play the 3 cards, put one of them back in my hand, and then I can just draft, I think, with the other one. I can gain 1 energy, but I don't think I even need to gain 1 energy. So my presence placement is going to go in there because I'm going to need that to Briny next turn. And the 1 energy will I need is 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10. And then next turn it'll be 10, 11. I think I'm fine with 11. But I might just do a gain of power draft just to see if I can find the water earth card to make my life slightly easier. Yeah. Okay. Gain a power card draft. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So yeah, that's 1 and 2 and 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I can also move and presence off this board. Over there. Yeah. 4. Call to bloodshed, sear anger, renewing rain, and desiccating winds. I did find a water earth card. Take it. Fine. I don't think it's going to make that much of a difference, but it's in my hand now anyway. It might make my life slightly easier next turn. So that's all good. So now we did have the slip over here that we were about to waste, but now we're not wasting it because we can let Starlight, play one extra card. So one slip is free, so that's all good. These are all used. So Portents of Disaster. Next time an invader is destroyed in target land this turn, 1 fear. So it'll be 2 fear. I'm not actually destroying anything this turn, am I? No. That's fine. So it'll only be 2 fear. And we'll target. What land will we target? Is there anywhere where we think something might get destroyed? Are there any beast lands? We might destroy something in that land there. So we'll target that land. If we destroy that explorer there, we will gain a fear for it. Living energy, target myself and give myself 2 energy, not 3. And then similarly from Gift of Constancy, I'll also gain 2 energy, which is going to put me up a total of 4. All done. And then we have the Sun and 8 there ready to go in the slow. We also have the Earth and 8 as well, which likely won't matter here, but just in case, where might we want to give ourselves a defend of 5? I don't know. Here. Defend 5 in that land, just in case. Okay, all of our N8s are done. All of our everythings are done. Let's go to the event. We know what it is. So in actual fact, the defender 5 is not going to matter at all. Oh yeah, this is where we said we were going to be able to gather in there, and actually defender 5 might have mattered. We kind of had a half a plan to do that, but again, not going to matter here at all. So explore actions are going to add +1 to lands without things. So we'll mark our explore card. Then we will do, what time are we at? 10 to 1. We'll see, can we finish it out? So on each board, add a beast to a land without stuff. So let's see if we can add some beasts here. Buildings are blight. So we'll just add a beast over in that land. On this board, whatever, we'll do it here. And then on this board, we will do it in without blight. We'll just add it in the middle there. It's fine. And then finally, on each board, gather 1 or 2 into a land without the hand setup symbols. Without, not with. Okay. So we'll just gather that to hand off that board. Actually, no, because that'll just convert if we hit that explore. So we'd rather convert on this board if we can. So on each board, gather 1 or 2 into a land without setup symbols. So on this board here, this has setup symbols, this doesn't. So we can't gather onto this board. So that's fine, we won't. And then on this board, we can gather from there into there, and we said we're reasonably likely to hit the sand, so that's okay. So we'll hopefully convert that one as well. And then on this board, finally, we have 1 and 1, so and also 1 over here. So gathering into a land without the hand setup symbols, we can gather I mean, I guess if we're going to gather, then we would do on this board, gather that one, and then on this board, gather that one. That's the way we would do it. Okay, so that's the event resolved. We knew that was pretty uneventful. We don't have any fear cards lined up here, so let's go ahead and do the Ravage. No, 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 no. No, after Ravage stuff here, so then we go build. No, 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 no. Yes, 2 towns. Oh yeah, sorry, and of course we talked before about skipping this board, so that does the build effect on that board, and we skip this one. So build here. This one gets built. A bunch of towns on the island here, and remove that bloody card cam again. I'm sorry, folks. That's probably super annoying the way I keep leaving that bloody thing on. Over here we build a city, and then down here we build a city because they're coastal. And then we skip builds on this board, so we don't have to remove the disease. Now we do the after build. Again, we skip the after build effect here. Over here we do it. So can we gather anything off this board? So board land order, I guess this land we have to gather in there. Here we can gather 1 out of there. Here we can gather 1 out of there. And then here we can't gather anywhere. And then on this board, then again, we've no adjacencies to towns, so all of that's fine as well. Now let's go ahead and explore here, and this is where we're going to start adding double explores. So the explore actions add +1 to lands without buildings. So mountains and jungles, pocketed, explore, and skip. So we are going to explore once. We're just going to add 2 explorers. That's okay. This board. 1. Technically, this will add 2 over here. It's funny when you're playing against Russia, these type of things are absolute nightmares. France as well. You're like, no, 2 explorers, 3 explorers. It's awful. Here in this matchup, it's like, yeah, whatever. 1, 2, 5. Doesn't matter. It's the same thing. Now, and then on this board, so here, technically, yes, we do hit a double here. We do hit a double here. We hit a single here. And then we hit a single in that corner. So we did hit our rather nasty jungle. Now we'll do the after thing, which will convert that to a town. Not the end of the world. And then we'll do this one, which will convert that to a town, which is an extra fear. We converted 2 to hand there. Not great news, but fine. And then we'll move everything along. So we have 1, 2, 3 cards left. Plenty of time. We'll win long before then, I do expect. So that was a defend thing. That was gone. So, slow powers, 3 fear. Gain in energy. Reclaim a card we don't care about because we're reclaiming our entire hand. That's all gone. Starlight's done. Now, slow powers over here, none. That's all done. Slow powers over here, no. Okay, easy. Easy peasy. Back to growth. And we know what Starlight's doing. Starlight's doing add a present at range 0. Starlight is doing +1 card play. And what was the last thing it was doing? Reclaim. Reclaim, add a presence from bottom track, and +1 card play and slow to fast, which means I'll be gaining a total of 1 energy here. Reclaim our hand. We're going to have 3 + 1, 4 card plays already lined up on Starlight's side. Fractured is going to reclaim 2 time, put my cards back in my hand, and we're ready to start giving out slips if we need them. And then on the side of Finder, we're also reclaiming and we're looking for a major power. So I'm starting with Finder. Let's have a look. 1, 2, 3, 4. Put one of those back. See if we can't hit something interesting. Cleansing Floods, Dissolve the Bonds, Mists of Oblivion, Rigor the Breaking Dawn. We've got 3 woeful, appalling cards and one of the best cards in the game. Easy. Vigor the Breaking Dawn, welcome on board. It's not like it even does anything really in this game, but still, Vigor is broken with Finder. So we'll take Vigor and we will just throw away Dream of the Untouched Land. We won't really care about that. I highly doubt. What are the chances of me wanting to remove 3 Blight in this game? Oh, I don't know. Maybe, I guess. But now my other cards are too good. So yeah, throw away Dream of the Untouched Land. Vigor's in our hand. We're good to go over there. Now, let's just see how close we already get to thresholding this cast down in the briny deep here. So we have what? 3, 6, 9. Let's just convert this for ease of purpose. And then we've got 3 more single energy pips, which gives us all the energy we want. We've already got 4 card plays. So 1, 2, 3. We have our sun element already on the bottom track as well. So that's 3 card plays, and that gets us all of our air, all of our water. So all we need right now from our 4th card play is a single moon. Yeah. single moon, and of course I have a single moon like right there with portents of disaster, which will also give us our third sun. So one more slip can give us constancy or gifted living energy or both, to kind of close out with style maybe next turn. I don't know. So that's all fine. There's our forward card plays, and without a slip, we already have the thresholded Brainy Deep. So all good news on that side of the board. This will be gone in the fast. This side of things, we said, not this side, sorry, on the side of Finder, the one thing we do want to do here is we want to skip this Ravage. So absolute stasis is absolutely happening. So that's that. That's going to cost us a time. So let's not forget about that. After that, we don't even really necessarily get too stressed about we're going to gain one energy here. I haven't gained that yet, so that's going to go there. We're not too stressed about any of the rest of this, really. Like, yes, we can push them out of there with a call to isolation. Although if we call to isolation, we don't hit the second level. So no, we don't want to necessarily do that. Probably need to blur the arc of years. Actually, we don't necessarily. Play this thing and then maybe favor. Because favor can just defend that land. That's ravaging right now for 4. So yeah, defend on that land is pretty good. So that can be that. And this gives us the second and third level, which gives us the extra little sun pip over there for some extra fear. Call to isolation can solve this land next turn if I had the range, which I could with reach and grasp, so that's all fine as well. So I think that's good. I think that's all we really need to do here. And then what we can do on the side of Finder is we have only one card play. We just want to clear this land. We have ignore range, so we can push these from here into there without even being in the land. But if we want to, we can go move a presence in there and then push them on the other board, which is probably just better. The other thing we can do is with these massive lands here, we could go push half, on the other board. But I don't think we need to do that right now. I think we'll be fine. So what's our one card play here? Hmm. Actually, this is slightly trickier than I was thinking. Because I can push 2 of these out of here, but there's still one thing left behind, so I'd have to also isolate the land. The Explorer going in here was the thing that I said before that I didn't want to happen because it made this awkward, which is exactly what's happening right now. I guess I can fracture to give myself 2 card plays, which, it's not great, to be honest. So I can give myself like vigor plus aid from the spirit speakers or something like that, which is fine, but I don't really want to be wasting that kind of stuff here. I want to be doing vigor and aid from the spirit speakers into one of these big lands, so that's not really what I want to be doing here. Traveler's Boon. Neither of my other two friends have a presence in this land, so I'd want to be getting something out of that land if I could, but I don't have a way to move either of my friends' presence, which is just awkward as well. So I can't fast phase the this gather. I mean, technically I can, I guess, if I force the fractured fast. But if I do that, then I have to do an extra, I have to spend one time on this, which is probably not terrible. Okay, I think I'll do that then, just to be safe, because I don't want to start doing blight cascades and all sorts of nonsense here for no reason. So, okay. So, Fractured will just do one, or not Fractured, Finder's just going to do one single card. All I want to do is be able to hit that left innate, and actually right now I can do that with one card only. Technically no, actually, because I've got an Annie. But an Isolate might be nice to have here. So offer passage between worlds. That'll set up the following turn with the aid from the spirits. That's my following turn. Those three cards. So this turn I think I'll just do a Path Tied by Nature. One single card play. The Annie is a Moon. And that gives me my left innate. And that will be enough. Okay. So all of those is over there. That's the Finder card. And then on the Fractured side of things, I do want to be able to do the slow to fast. So I will set that up using Blur the Arc of Years. I mean, this is the order of this actually isn't really going to matter. The time goes back here. The Blur the Arc of Years goes there. This costs me 1+1. And then now that gives me all three levels of the innate. Which is, I mean, it's barely needed here, to be honest with you. It's barely needed. I'm playing with my food at this point, but we'll just be a little bit careful and we'll do all the things in the right order. So, with all of this said, now, first, we gained the energy here. We did not gain our energy over here with Finder. No, because we had loads of energy last time. We weren't coming into this turn with 0 energy, so no, we gain another 5. Unlikely to matter, but it is what it is, and we'll play our 0 cost. We've got infinite range. All of that's okay. We did move our presence over there by 1. Yeah, that was fine because we want to push off the tile, so that's okay. And now, what do? We do slip the flow of time, fully locked in. Target Starlight once. They can resolve a slow power now. I have the Moon innate, so I'm going to resolve it fast, and that is going to I'm going to target this land. That's going to gather from there. 1 Explorer, open the ways. Range 1 from where I am. That's that. Now, then I get to do reclaim a card. I don't have a card to reclaim, and then I get to play a power card by paying its cost. And I will play Gift of Constancy. Yeah, sure. I mean, I don't need it for elements. Maybe I'll just play the Living Energy. It'll give me slightly better elements in play. I don't know. It's not really going to matter, I guess. No, you know what? We'll just play the Gift of Constancy. Whatever. So that's in play. Now I have my 4 sun as well. So that's use it once. Now use it a second time on myself. That's going to cost me 1 time. Play the absolute stasis. That's going to cost me an energy. Now the time is going to go there. I'm also going to need to spend another time on the stasis, which I'll put back on my track right now. That is going to be at range 2. Spend the time already. This land ceases to exist this turn. Technically, it's here. Now, next, favor in this land. Defend 4. Now, next, over here, fractured finder, left in 8, push 1, and then the second level, push a second. Push both of them over into here. Right, that's done. We don't have an isolate, so finder is done. Fractured, blur the arc of years. I'll do it once, and I will target this land because this is now 2 explorers. So I can now build in the land, which adds a town. There's no adjacent town, so this is only going to ravage for 4. So I'll build a town. They ravage. All dead. That's a fear. Now I do this. So that's the first part. Then if invaders are present, they build and ravage. And then if Dahan are present at this point, I will add a Dahan and then push these 2 Dahan. And not in there. Yeah, so I can't do that now because the land doesn't exist, which is a pity. And then I'll push the Dahan into... I won't push them. I'll leave them in there. That's fine. Okay. And I'm only doing it once, so I'm not spending any more time to do that. So that's technically still defended 4, so we're all good on that side of the board as well. So did we do everything? We just have this left. We spend our 2 time total. Over on this side of the board then, we took the 1 extra card play. The constancy is in play. Oh, crap. So let's give myself 2. Oh, I needed to pay for Burning Deep first. That's 9. This is 1, and then the rest is that. So it's only 2 left in my tank. So that's fine. Constancy, give myself 2 more. Nature's Connection, I give myself the 2 water. Portents of Disaster, I'll do 2 fear, but this time now I am going to target a board, so that'll be 3 total fear. So I'll just take it now so that I don't have to remember the trigger. So that'll be 3 fear off the portents. Renewing Rain is slow. Obviously I've got a slow thing there, and I've got a slow sorry, I've got a slow sun. I also have a defend a 5. Does defend a 5 matter anywhere? No, again, it won't matter. But just in case, I'll put a defend a 5 in this land. In case we can push some stuff in there and get a free kill or 2. And now I'll cast down to the Briny Deep again. Fast. Destroy this board in the middle. So first of all, 6 fear. It's going to be 1 plus 5 more. And we're just in cleanup mode at this stage, folks. So let's go ahead and briny deep this thing in the middle here. So we'll go ahead and bring all of our invaders to the middle. And I'm very happy with ending this game with... I know the game's not over now, but obviously this game is certainly over. We will have an archipelago, as I said, which I've never had before. So that is pretty cool. So... let's go ahead and get rid of all of this stuff and count it up real quick. It's getting late. I want to try to get to bed here, but I don't want to close this off because it's pretty anticlimactic to have to come back another day to close out from a guaranteed winning position. So I'd rather just get it done tonight. So 3, 6, 7. That's 14 fear. So that's a fear card plus 2. And then we have 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 19 more fear off the town. So that's a fear card plus 7. So that's fear card plus 5. And then 2 more. 4 fear cards. Beautiful. All of this is gone. Cities are all gone in there. All the towns are gone. And then obviously all the explorers and all the mess in the middle is all gone as well. I'll take a moment to take a sip of my warm iced tea. It wasn't that warm, actually. It wasn't too bad. Just about survived. All the explorers are dead. They did not just about survive. They died in a massive tidal wave of briny goodness. Now, all gone. Poor lonely Dahan. He put up a good fight. He was a valiant effort. It was a valiant effort, but alas, he died. Middle of a big old ocean with 2 land masses either side, and all the dead presents and everything in between. Dead. And we're back to having a somewhat clean situation here. That looks pretty neat and tidy. We'll clean that up and we'll put it like that. A big ocean in the middle there, so they have to do... Actually, how does archipelago work? Well, I guess this isn't archipelago, is it? Maybe it is. I've actually no idea now that I say it. It's two floating island boards. I have no idea whether this would take the archipelago rules or not. It might. I'll look that up afterwards. I'm certainly not stopping and looking it up now. But yeah, the way archipelago works, I think, is your coasts are range 2 from each other. So if you want to get to from this coast to this coast, it's like you have to pay 1 extra movement. So from here to here is range 2 essentially, rather than 1 is into the ocean and then it's 1 more type of thing. So yeah, I'm not sure whether you could do that here. Not that it's going to matter at all, but it's just kind of funny. So that's all that. We gained all of our fear. We have a couple of slow powers left to resolve now, but let's go ahead and do the event real quick here. What is it? New species spread. This is the one with moon, so I can do for each board just discard things and add blight. Don't really want to be doing that, and then returning into the thing. Or I can aid by moon, which I will be doing 1 fear per player, and then I just add some stuff. So right now I have 1, 2, 3 moon in play over there. I have 1 moon in play. That's a total of 4, and then over here I've got 1, 2 moon in play, which is a total of 6. So I have to pay 12. And I have 6 in play, so let's just go ahead and forget some stuff. So I have to pay 6. I'll forget, pull beneath the hungry earth for 4, and then I'll discard inflame the fires of life for another 2. That's the 6. We don't have to pay any energy. Actually, you know what? I'm going to keep inflame the fires of life in my hand just in case. Am I? Nah, who am I kidding? I'm not doing that instrument to their own rune. It's a super cool play, but I feel wiping 2 boards and adding an extra board is cool enough for this particular playthrough. So I didn't quite get the instruments to come together, but that's okay. So discarded that, paid for the full thing. So this is paid for, which says 1 fear per player. That's a total of 3 more fear, and then I just get to add some beasts. So 1, 2, 1 on each board. Add to a land with buildings. In actual fact, I only get to add it to 1 board. There it goes in there. And the new diseases on half of the boards we're ending up add a disease to a land with both the Han and invaders. Oh, I had to kill a Han here. That's annoying. Do 2 damage to the Han, right? Kill the Han. That doesn't help with my plans with Vigor the Breaking Dawn, but that's okay. Now, each spirit with at least 2 among its lands gains 1 energy, which is precisely none of my spirits. So that's okay. But yeah, new species spread is gone. We've paid for it, so it's not going to get returned to the thing. And now we have 4 cards at Terror level 2. Go through one at a time. Each player chooses a different land with the hand in each. 1 damage and defend 3. Okay, each player chooses a different land. Okay, so in here, 1 damage and defend 3. Sure. It's not going to matter because I'm not going to be able to push invaders in there because this doesn't exist. Oh yeah, in here, defend of 3. So 5 up to 8. And then this one already had defend of 4, so this will go up to 7. So those we could potentially push. push invaders into. Well, actually, no. This one we could. Okay. Done. Next. Each player adds 2 in a single land not matching a Ravage card. Okay. So just add 6 of these in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Actually forgot we're going to Ravage over here. We didn't do anything about that land, but it's fine. Doesn't matter. That's that. Each player may replace stuff with stuff in a coastal land. No, does nothing. And then finally, each player removes stuff from a land with presence, which also does nothing because this land doesn't exist. Okay. Sure. No stress, no hassle. Over here we will in fact take a blight. It's only 1. It's not the end of the world. And over here we go no, 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 no. All fine. We actually do, unfortunately, here, because we ravage, we are going to have to encroach on the land just a little bit. So there we will have, so we go safe ravage here first, then we ravage there, then we put that there. So that'll be okay. But now we're starting to kind of, you know, get some hassle done. You know what? I did a stupid defend 5 somewhere for no reason at all. I put a defend a 5 in there for no reason whatsoever. I should have just defended 5. I'm not gonna, you know, again. Oh, you know what? I'm just gonna let it happen because I'm so far ahead of this bloody game. I'm just gonna let my mistake punish me. Even though I want to finish the game and go to bed, I will let my mistake punish me. So it's fine. So that's that done. Obviously I should have just defended that bloody thing for 5, but it doesn't matter. Now, that's the Ravage. We did the thing here. We place no blight over there. That's all okay. Next, we build. So let's go ahead and build. And we will skip the build on... Are we skipping the build on this board? Because right now we're essentially going to go build, skip that, skip, and then when we gather, we go gather in there. So I'll only have 1 land left to deal with. So no, we will build on that land. And because that's going to gather in there first, it'll be only 1 single land. Yes, it might explore slightly in more inland, but it doesn't matter. We'll skip the builds on this board and we'll allow the builds on this board. So that's fine. Yeah, accordingly it's skipped. Sorry, yeah, skip. And then no, no, no. Then we do gather. So gather in there and then no, no, no. And then all the gathers and everything are skipped on that board. So now we explore jungles and wetlands. And we're going to lose another bloody to hand from this, for God's sake. Jungles, wetlands, jungles. Convert this to hand. Not doing wonders for my Vigor the Breaking Dawn metrics here, but that's okay. Okay, 1, 2, 3. So let's go ahead and try to close this out then. So we have the full Visions of a Shifting Future here. Look at the event. I'm just going to take a... what is it? Xenophobia. So this time it'll be level 2. When ravaging inlands with the hand, each individual invader does -1 damage to the land and +1 damage to the thing. That's fine. Push some stuff with the hand and then 2 fear per thing. Yeah, we won't be throwing that away. I don't want to get wrecked by anything. We'll be fine keeping this one. Let's take a quick screenshot of it. How do we do that? It's with this here. Okay, open an image editor. That's fine. Do a quick shuffle. There's nothing to get wrecked about with that card anyway, so we'll just put it back in. We might hit it. We might not. It's fine. That's gone. Fractured's done. all of its cards go here. They're all discarded. Paths Tied by Nature then sits in place, so this is going to do something. Move up to 2 invaders to a land within 2 that has the same terrain. So I guess we can just push that mess up into that corner. So within 2, it's not even within 2. It's range 3 away, for God's sake. Oh no, I have infinite range this turn because I'm on the reclaim. So, okay, so push 1 and 2 up into that corner. That's the Path Tied by Nature. Renewing Rain. Remove a blight from a jungle or a sands. Jungle. Yeah. I can also remove a blight from a range 1 from a sacred site, which I'll remove from there, question mark. Makes it harder to kill that thing next turn, but yeah, no, I will remove that. Done. 3 fear, gain 1 energy. And I can reclaim 2 cards from my play or discard pile because I've got Gift of Constancy and I've got a reclaim card from play. So I'll reclaim the Briny Deep and I'll reclaim the Gift of Nature's Connection. The other 3 cards go to the bin, and I wonder will I be able to Briny Deep again fast here without having to reclaim, because now I'll get access to my +3 button. Come on, let's do it. Importance of our Paths Tied by Nature. You're gone. Let's see if we can briny all the way down to this mess and clean that up first, and then briny deep. So I have a perfect board. That's the plan. Let's see if we can make it happen. Come on now. Okay. Because we can add a presence in any land with Finder, so I can jump across there and potentially push all of that out. So that could work. I can range 0. Oh, I never added a presence last time. Where would I have added that? I mean, I guess I would have added it over here. Technically, that does help me briny in here now, but I mean, I'm about to go add a presence at range 0 anyway, so you know it's not really going to matter. But I had a bunch of presents over there and nothing on the board, so clearly that's where I would have gone. So all of that's gone. That's gone. That's gone. Okay, now, so can I do it? Is the question. So what I need to do here is I'm going to need to add a presence, gain 3 energy, and do the +3 thing again. That goes add a presence from the top, which will give me 2 energy from here. So that's going to give me a total of 5 more energy. And 5 more energy sounds like enough energy to me. The question is, do I have the card plays? Or do I have the elements is the question. So let's say, assuming I do it this way, that will be a total of 3 + 2. Okay. Now, the cards themselves. So I have now 3 plus things. I have still 4 card plays. Briny Deep, Gift of Nature's Connection, Weep for What Is Lost. That's my 4. That's my 4 water, because this is taking 2 water again. Now I'm still short a earth and I'm short a moon. Play the Boon of Reimagining for the moon, and now I'm short 1 earth, which I can take if Fractured gives me an extra card play. So if I do Slip the Flow the time from Fractured, I'll have Call to Guard, which I can put into play, and that would give me the earth as well with the other things. So that's kind of the plan on Fracture on Starlight side, because I have 4 card plays +1, and I have enough energy because that's going to cost me 10, which is exactly how much I'll have. So let's assume that this is going to be the plan. So again, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 1 for Boona Reimagining. I think I can do it. Come on now. I think I can do it. So over here we go. Finder. Add a presence in any land. That's going to go from the bottom track. Yeah, to give me an extra card play. Oh, it's such a pity. If I could get to that bottom right, if I hadn't taken the move and instead I took the this one, the push one town could push something in the fast and it would solve the problem. But anyway, we'll likely go from there to take a +1 card play. That's going to be an Annie for now. But then what we're looking at doing is we're looking to go for aid from the spirit speakers and offer passage between worlds. That's all we care about, unless I'm very much mistaken. So that's gone in the bin. Let's just get that out of the way here so that we don't forget about that one. That's in the bin over there. We'll put it over in the bin beside there. So let's assume we go add a presence from any land. You go in there. Okay. Now the next thing I do is I take an any element, which actually I can have as any element here. It doesn't really matter. I'll just take it as the moon for now. So then I would do my move a presence, and the move a presence. Let's get rid of all this crap over here as well. The move a presence goes from here to here. That's fine. Now, Fractured Days needs to get a presence on this board so that we can have a final clean victory. So I have to do something to make that happen. And I have in my hand 2 cards with a sun and an earth. So the only thing I need to care about and it's not a sun and an earth, a sun and an air. So in this case, if I go G3, I take 2 time. Two time and 2 energy. Two time and 2 energy. That gives me 3 card plays. It allows me to move one of my presents at range 4. 1, 2. The archipelago doesn't matter because I'm technically jumping across, so it doesn't. I don't need archipelago rules to work here. And then I get 3 card plays this turn. Finally, play the instruments of their own ruin. Just playing it for flavor. Not even going to use the card. I'm just going to play it because why the hell not? I have all sorts of stuff going on here and I don't care about any of it. The only thing I needed to do was actually G3 my way across and give myself the bottom level of this innate. Our card text doesn't matter at all. We have 4. We almost even have the instruments. What do you call it? Threshold. But we don't care about any of that. All we care about right now is Finder. Move up to 4. The hand between target land and one of your lands. This is one of my lands. I'm going to move 4 of those to hand over there. Get them away from that horrible mess that's about to befell that island over there. Anything else I'd like to get off that island before we all die in a horrible fire? I have the left innate here, and I can push some stuff over there. Why don't I push half of this presence and then 1 more of this presence? Yeah, push half of the presence. Let's get the 2 finder presents over there into that board over there. 1, 2. And let's get one of those presents as well with the second level of the innate. Push that presence over there as well. Oh no, don't do that. Definitely don't push that presence. We're going to need that presence. That presence is going to be needed here. Well, actually, I suppose if we wanted to, we could throw that in there at range 0 as well. So we could get one back over there. Why the hell not? So that's fine. And what else do we need to do here? We do aid from the spirit speaker. So now we're actually going to push from here at range 2 to a land with Dahan. But unfortunately, actually, oh no, I can give reaching grasp. So reaching grasp, actually, the text will matter. I'll give Finder Paths Unseen extra range so they can go from range 4 from this land, push these 3 invaders out of here, get them into that land over there. So that's the aid from the spirit speakers done. That's the left and 8 done. That's the offer passage done. All of that is done. Now we have a perfectly clean board over here, and I will go ahead on the side of Starlight, and I will take it away, and I'll do Gift of Nature's Connection. That's my 2 blue. There's 4 blue total. I took the extra card play from Fractured, which gave me the call to guard, and that gives me 1, 2, 3, 4 Earth total. I have the 2 sun. I have 3 sun actually. I have the 2. I have the 2 moon, and I have one of my powers is fast this turn. I will do cast down in the briny deep, range 1 from a sacred site to this poor single explorer on the coast. Doesn't know what's about to hit him. A big giant leviathan of doom is coming out of the ocean, and if it wasn't enough to drown 2 other boards right now, we will drown the 3rd board of the game. That board gets in the bin, and that is a simultaneous. I'm assuming how far are we away? We're 3 fear cards away there, so that'd be 6, it'd be 20. Yeah, it'd be pretty close actually. I don't know whether it will put us into Terror level 3 or not, but it's not even gonna matter. This goes in the bin. All of it goes in the drink, leaving us one single Irish island tile, perfectly clean, no blight, a handful of lovely happy to hand sitting on the coast there. It's a slightly bad land, I'm not going to lie, but other than that, there's some pretty happy to hand sitting on that coast. And that is one of the most satisfying games of Spirit Island that I have ever played. Oh my days. Oh Jesus! If you stuck with me until now, how long are we? Almost 4 hours tonight. Oh God, it's after 1:30 in the morning. That is now what, 3.5 hours plus 4 more. That's a 7.5 hour playthrough. I have no idea whether it's a good idea to put a 7.5 hour video up on my channel. I think I probably will, in truth. So when you're all the way back at the start of the video, I'm talking to you now, to the people who are just starting out in the video. You're looking at the timestamp and you're going, holy hell, 7.5 hours. He must have died after a while and then had to restart the game. No, not quite the case. And if we look all the way back to the very beginning of the game, when I flipped over the days that never were majors, and I said, if these miss, we're likely going to be doing a quick shuffle up. There they are there. Plague ships sail to distant ports. Savage transformation, winds of rust and atrophy, and flocking red talons. We never touched them for the whole game. Wow, what a playthrough. I mean, look, it's cast down in the briny deep. It's a dumb card. I'm not I'm not even gonna lie. This is a dumb card. I don't love that it exists. In all honesty, it trivializes some of this stuff. Like this matchup, this particular adversary combo is a joke. It's horrific, and like it just as soon as you get it on, like you saw. When I saw the card, I just went, no, I can't. Like I toyed with the idea of taking the other bloody irresistible call, but it was never really going to happen because you see what happened here. And this is like probably a full half of the games that I've won at 6/6 level are like this with this card. Um, because it just turns unwinnable game states into I just win easily from here. So it's just crazy, and the card is like practically it's stone unplayable essentially without the threshold. But with the threshold, it's of course absolutely broken as hell. And like I said, it just makes games that you can't possibly win into games that you almost can't lose. In one resolution of one card, which is just bananas. It's fun. It's super fun. Of course, that's fun. I had a lot of fun. I sunk 3 boards. We did some crazy stuff, and I'm really glad I got to get one of these on the channel. Because I won't really get to do that many of these in truth. These 3 spirits are completely insane together. They are, I would say, arguably 3 of the top 5 spirits in the game. I believe Fractured's the best spirit in the game because Slip the Flow of Time, as you've seen in this game, is just absurd. It just does such stupid things. It's completely bananas. It's by far the best power in the whole game. Nothing else in this game comes even close to this. Yes, Cast Down is broken in its own way, but it's not just like so on the surface completely dumb and it just makes everything dumb. You have to kind of, make Cast Down work. You don't have to make Slip the Flow of Time work. It just works on its own. That's kind of all of that. But yeah, I think Fractured's the best spirit in the game. I think Starlight's the second best spirit in the game. This spirit just gets more and more broken every time I play with it. It's just absurd. It's ridiculous. And then Finder is maybe not the third best, but it's up there. And there's some pretty serious high level players on the Discord. Lonk is one name, and that guy is played infinite games and hours of Spirit Island, and he thinks Finder is the best spirit in the game. I think it's number 1. I think. Or maybe he said Stone is best and Finder's number 2, something like that. But yeah, Stone is up there, definitely in the top 5 as well. And then sort of for me, the other one of the top 5 is a little bit up for debate. Could be Dances Up Earthquakes easily. It could be maybe Heart Vigil. It's probably not a Spread of Rampant Green. I think that's below these 3 plus the other ones I mentioned. So anyway, look, that's just kind of a digestion of you put 3 completely broken spirits that do completely insane things together, and insane things happen. You saw in this game, I talked about Instruments of their Own Ruin. This game could have easily gone down a path where that became the thing that I tried to do. And I could have, been doing Finder stuff where I was gathering all of the things around one central land, get it to double Ravage, like I said, the combo with the other card that Finder has, the Blur, the Arc of Years, double Ravage with a land with like 20 invaders in it and just wipe the whole island that way and then find a way to kill that one land. So that could have been a way I went about this game, and I could have won using that combo. I also could have won this game off. Now, I found it very late, but the card Vigor the Breaking Dawn, I mentioned it already. I have won at least 2, if not 3, 6/6s with Finder and Fractured involved. That involved that card. Where Finder just uses A from the Spirit Speakers and just moves massive piles of the hand all over the board, does Open the Ways, and just like wipes the entire map essentially with like 2 plays of Vigor the Breaking Dawn. You repeat it once with Blur the Arc of Years and you wipe like 30 invaders or something. So it's completely insane. Finder just does insane things. It's just a ridiculously cool and awesome spirit, and I love it with all my heart. My 2 favorite spirits in the game are Starlight, followed by Finder, 1 and 2. Fractured, not quite my favorite. I think it's a bit just dumb. I think it's like it does almost nothing except Slip, which is just like just a ridiculous power. So anyway, that is all of that. There was some cool things going on here. I really enjoyed returning and replaying Boone Reimagining a whole bunch. I really enjoyed that turn where we went dig to try find our way to the cast down into the briny deep. So I thought that was a super fun turn. I think that's pretty much how this whole game kind of came together. Even the opening play at the very beginning of the game where I looked at, Starlight's first draft and went, these mages are terrible. But then we kind of looked at it and studied it and went, well, actually, the Power Storm or the Storm Swath, we can make something happen here. So I love ways where you see a game and you can do creative things, you know, oh, I'll just increase the range finder and we can do something cool between these two lands. Like that's why I love playing these spirits together. These three spirits together can just enable so many gross, weird, awesome, creative things, and I love it. This is basically for me the most broken thing you can almost do in this game. Like actually, people talk about the cheese team, which is the serpent, fractured, memory, and some variant of maybe green or maybe like white earth or something like that. Like that can do like super high prolif pacing and get like loads of presents on the board and prolif all the spirits loads. But it can't beat this combo. And we were chatting in the Discord about it, and I said, "Can that cheese team beat this combo?" And I was told outright, "No, it can't." So I said, "Actually, you know what? I think I can probably do it with Fracture, Findered, and Starlight. I think it might have a chance." And in truth, this game went more than a chance. I only took four a lost condition blight, and they were quite late in the game. And one of them was almost by choice, not quite by choice, but you know, I was pretty in control of all that. We didn't even blight the board. We didn't even blight the island, which is absolutely insane. So there you go. There you have it. There you have my favorite combo, containing some of my favorite spirits, playing at the level that is my favorite to play it. I love this. It's crazy. It's brain burny. I appreciate that it's not going to be for everybody. And if you stuck here with me through all of that mess and all of the chaos that went through my mind to get us from start to finish, I can't thank you enough for being here. Um, yeah, I really thank you. And you know, at the end of my last my Russia episode at the end of season one, I had a few jars, if you remember correctly, and I basically forgot to thank everybody. So if you're here listening to this, not only do I thank you for this, I thank you for season one, and I thank you for being along for the ride. And I do look forward to bringing you the next piece of content, whenever that may be, whether that is all the way into season two or whether we get something else on the channel again in the meantime. But for now, this has been my 200th game of Spirit Island, and easily one of the most fun of the journey. Thanks again for being here. See you next time. Okay, I'm back after all of those 7.5 odd hours or whatever it was. If you stuck with me until the end, right here, thank you so much. I really do hope you enjoyed the video, despite the fact that I did make a mess of the lost condition rule. And yeah, obviously the implication of that being that I did not, in fact, win this game. I actually did lose it. I am so gutted about this. I didn't even realize until the next day when I was chatting on the Discord with people and they pointed out my mistake that taking 4 blight was, of course, a loss. The worst part about it was, and if you were watching and paying attention, you probably noticed this, I actually could have avoided that basically blight number 3 and 4. There was a couple of things that could have done it. When I placed the disease from the event right before the ravage, I even talked about putting the disease into the ravaging jungle, and I just didn't do it. And obviously that fear card came up that would have given me the defend that I needed. So you know that change would have made a big difference. But actually, I didn't even need that disease because there was one fear card in there that could have allowed me to push 3 towns out of the land, and stopped the lost condition. And yeah, it basically would have been fine from that point on had I have done that. So there were multiple configurations of how I used those fear cards that could have saved me the game. I never would have gone on to take blight 3 and 4. I would have stayed at 2 for the whole game and I would have won. And this is as you probably notice, a pretty extraordinarily difficult combination, and I'm not sure I will ever be able to get the sort of combination of luck. You know, I found the briny deep, which, as I talked about, is pretty mission critical here. You know, there were a few times in the game where I did stuff like, you know, I'll go all in on mountains and hope it's mountains, and it was. So there was definitely some pretty good RNG. The events in general didn't wreck me. The events were generally pretty favorable. So you know, I'm not sure I'll get such a decent RNG sort of setup as I did here, albeit with a pretty terrible Days That Never Were deck. So I am going to play the rematch. I'm going to be doing that in a couple of days' time. So by the time you're watching this, I may well have already done the rematch or something along those lines. But anyway, look, as I say, thanks for watching. I really hope you did enjoy it, and hopefully we'll get them next time out. See you then.